pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us again for day 2. And we're kicking off where we ended day 1, where we got Justin back, who's going to show us some more amazing things in ZBrush.
Yes, and the return of Glorbo.
And the return of Glorbo as well, yes. So we might be asking you for some more advice on the chat for what we need to do to him as you finish him up.
Yes.
So
Absolutely. But I do have a little bit of a treat for you guys. I got some concept art from Prey, as well as stuff from Star Trek Discovery we can show.
Fantastic. So if you don't know, if you didn't see yesterday's session, Justin does amazing stuff in ZBrush. And for a lot of your favorite movies, Justin has been developing these character designs. So we'll give you, there's more information on the show, 3dmotionshow.com, where you can find out more about him. And we'll also share some more links about Sanctum Studios at the end of the chat. But over to you, Justin.
All right, sounds good. Alrighty, guys. So I was lucky enough to work with Studio ADI on some of the Prey stuff. And this is just a little bit of the examples of what we got, and we had to rework and make correct for 3D printing, as well as do some design work. And here is just like a raw render of, let's go ahead and full screen this here, a render of his medical device that we got to create. And that 3D printed out and sent it to the set. And this is like a paint-over version of what we usually do for everything that comes through the studio. We're just going to keep cycle through these so we can get back to Glorbo, because he's lonely. Yeah, just, different orthographic views, just for, usually the client needs to approve all of these things. So there is his illustrious backpack. It holds at least lunch for 2, I think. And here we got to do a lot of the costume look for his, I guess, kind of clothing options, Let's keep going here. And what you're seeing is like very rough, raw sculpts and different ways to kind of clothe our feral predator. I'm sure you guys remember these from the film. These are the Predator's Pokeballs. I'm just kidding. They do very mean things, very nasty things for the Predator's victims. But we went through a lot of different iterations, trying to figure out what we wanted it to look like and how we wanted it to open up and capture its prey. It was a lot of fun to touch this iconic franchise. All right. And let me see here. This is his little cut clamp thing. He throws that around a lot in the film. And we had to come up with a way that it rolled into one piece. And just a real quick look. Hey, there's Glorbo. And here is the mask. Now, the mask was sculpted by Michael on the ADI team, but I was lucky enough to design the interior because we had to put some technology in there. And I think you barely see it in the film, but this is kind of where I went with the design. But yes, really great sculpt by Michael. And we can kind of see a really rough sculpt of the Predator for fitting underneath. But all of this stuff was 3D printed at ADI and finished and molded and casted and did amazing work. I hope you guys enjoyed the film. And if you haven't seen it yet, spoilers, there's a Predator in it. Okay, and then here's some Star Trek stuff that we did. Some of this made it in, some of it didn't. That's just the kind of way things go. And a lot of this work was done directly for the show and also for Alchemy Studios. This was a really fun, massive creature to kind of develop. We got to kind of really go deep on this one. Got to do orthographic views of what the creature might look like, and how it hid itself in gas giants, which was really interesting. And for at one point, they wanted me to draw the organs on the inside. I'm not quite sure why, but yeah, that was a fun painting session. This is more character designs for Star Trek Discovery. This is a lot of fun work. So my workflow usually starts with a ZBrush sculpt, and then I do a few renders, and then I throw it into Photoshop and start painting on top to quickly get iterations. This guy did not make it in, but I think he'd be a good addition to the crew. I think it'd be really weird. He looks perpetually tired. I don't know about you guys. This was a fun design to work on. Was crew member Detmer's cybernetic eye attachment. We wanted to upgrade what she currently had in the first 2 seasons because, if you know anything about the show, the tech advances. So at first we wanted it to keep it small and then maybe have all this stuff happen with VFX. And then honestly, the best effects are ones that are always in camera. So we kind of chose to go with something that was a little bit more practical and an all-in-one solution. So this was sculpted in ZBrush, and it got the approval, and we printed it out on some Formlabs 3D printers and sent it to the set where they molded and casted it, and was directly applied to the actor. This is more possible alien crew members that we were thinking of adding. Sometimes we do multiple angles if we're trying to sell a design idea. And a lot of this is really fun because sometimes I get handed scans of actors so I can sculpt and design directly on top of the person, so that when we bring out the ZBrush files, we can slice those pieces up, we can 3D print those as molds, and then they literally pour the latex in there and it fits the actor perfectly, and that's a really, really great fun way to get things going and make them look really real. This guy's pretty fun. Lots of aliens. I get a lot of phone calls for aliens. Let's do variations. This was one of I believe, a casino dealer. They went with something else. But these are just all the different variations that you have to do. Lots of variations. Over and over and over. This is another one of those where we had the scan of the actor, so we got to kind of play with that a little bit more. Got to do a little bit of the costume design stuff. A lot of these patterns and textures were a little bit too complex to kind of replicate in the makeup department. It's kind of hard to get that exact without it being, a CG model completely. I'm still hoping that someday we can get something like that because I think it's really unique and looking. But yeah, lots of options. Just testing out patterns, colors, different skin treatments, tattoos, tribal stuff, all the good stuff. It's fun. That one's got a little bit of acne problem. It's okay. They'll grow out of it. All right. Okay. All right, so back to Glorbo. He's had a good night's rest here at Siggraph. He went out and had a few drinks, but it's okay.
Could you give us, Justin, a recap for anyone who didn't see your session yesterday about what we're doing with Glorbo? So
Glorbo, we started with a sphere, and we did him what was it, an hour? I can't remember. In about an hour. So we've got a good base down right now. So, but I want to get in here and really add some details and spend some time doing that. And hopefully by the end of this demo, we'll have a little posed figure and a nice render to show.
What might be nice also, Justin, is you mentioned that you did some intricate designs, especially for the skull mask for the Prey movie. Is it something you can show us, doing some really fine detail on Glorbo?
Yes, absolutely. Let's just get this going here. You undo this just a little bit here. It was a little too deep for the nostril. There we go. Okay, now we're cooking. Now it's now it's really important to just kind of follow the form in which I've already kind of laid down a lot of these shapes. And we're pretty high resolution right now, so we have plenty of clay to sculpt with, right? I might even raise the intensity here just to kind of get things going and speed things up.
Here's a question for you, Justin. How do you manage your resolution from model to model, especially if you've got something that's really detailed and then you need to work quickly?
I try to do 90% of the design without subdividing, right? That's the beauty of Dynamesh, is that every new shape you create, you could just re-Dynamesh it, and it's gonna, the topology and the polygons are just gonna form to whatever you created. So that's makes my job a lot easier. So that when I am at this stage, I've already kind of gotten a sign off either from the client or from a director that has approved the design, and now it's just like kind of going in there and doing all the bells and whistles, nice texturing, and prepping it for a final. Yeah.
We did have a question in the chat about how long did it take you to do one photo, was the question. That was Tang was asking this. I'm assuming, Tang, that you mean one character design like this. But Tang might be talking about doing some post in Photoshop and so on.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, let me see here. So this is about an hour. We're about an hour in now on this character. If I am not given any direction and I can just do whatever I want to do, I can have a finished piece in probably about 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Plus changes from the client.
But yeah. And well, whenever you're working for someone else's vision, you have to kind of make sure that you're adhering to it. It's okay to show new ideas along the way, but you don't want to stray from the path that's already kind of been approved. Because it'll just slow things down. You always got to give them what they're asking for. But if there's something that you feel strongly about, you want to change the design, you're going to have to do that in your off time and then show them and see if they like it. And that's actually the story of the first Predator design. If you go back and you look at the very first Predator design, they had Jean-Claude Van Damme in the suit. And it was supposed to be like a praying mantis-looking creature. And the designers on the film back then really felt that they had a better idea, and that they drew what you currently see as the current Predator. And the client was like, absolutely yes. So they stopped, and Jean-Claude was let go from the movie, and they went with somebody else. But that's interesting, right? Now I'm just trying to make sure that that there's wrinkles where there would be movement, right? So what I tend to look at is a lot of photo of old people. So you kind of see where the wrinkles are, where they smile, where they show emotion in their face, around the eyes, and you just mimic that as a way to kind of showcase where the wrinkles would happen.
Would you say that's part of the development over the last 2 decades or so of 3D characters in films? Gone are the flat areas. Which the CG look, if you like.
Yeah. It's. I think that if done right, there's really nice areas of rest. That's something to always be considerate of when you're designing. A lot of early ZBrush users will figure out, I can just subdivide instantly and jump right into detail. And I was one of those. It took me a long time to realize that I was making the work harder for myself by just jumping in and subdividing and start sculpting. Because if there was a major change that needed to happen, I almost had to start all the way over. But it's just also like when you discover alphas for the first time, you're just stamping all over with no rhyme or reason. Once you figure out that areas of rest are more important than hyper detail, I feel like your work gets into another level. And I still struggle with that because I'll get in the zone and just start adding more and more detail because I'm having fun sculpting. But it's just something that I try to be aware of these days is not to go too crazy with the detail and just make sure that everything reads well.
On jobs that are like time limited, do you ever have the luxury of modeling for something which isn't going to be close to the camera, where you can get away with less resolution or less detail, or do you pretty have to much all the time do it in case it ends up next to the camera?
Right. Sometimes we do get that. It's kind of rare though, because most of the time the directors are very savvy and they understand the level of detail that we can get. And I think that the mantra that they use is, they'd rather have it high res and not need it than to need it and not have it. Yeah.
But that still means that that's the extra effort.
It does. But luckily, this is fun.
And it's fast as well.
It's fun and fast, yeah. So now I just want to get some major wrinkles in here before I do the heavy stuff.
And also, if there's any more suggestions on the chat or from anyone here, what they'd like to see added to Glorbo, I've forgotten already, then yes, just chuck that in the chat and let us know if he needs any extra tentacles, or does he need a bigger mouth to eat those pickles?
Let's make sure he's got nice chompers for the pickles.
So which brush are you using for this?
Right now, I'm just using the damn standard, just getting in there and carving. Trying to make sure that I don't go too crazy with this brush because it is a lot of fun. And I alternate between carving into and adding to. It's a great brush for that.
We talked a little bit yesterday about how do you know you're finished, and it's partly, a lot to do with the deadline. But on something like this, how much detail do you typically do before you're satisfied?
Well, one of the things I learned while I was at school at Noman was it's never done, it's just due, right? So that's kind of like the gauge point, I guess, is just you just gotta kind of keep going until you feel you can't do any more. And my sculpture teacher, John Brown, would always say, when you think you're done, wait 10 minutes and keep going, right? So yeah. And it's also knowing about, what you're going to need in production. Like, I could spend time and sculpt out the back, and I do it often because it's a lot of fun, right? But sometimes you just got to get, this design done and out the door, or maybe you have changes and they got to see it in an hour, so you just got to you got to be fast on how you do the changes, and you got to make sure that you're not being destructive in your workflow.
Do you get much guidance about what these characters will be wearing? So whether areas of it are going to be covered by cloth, so you don't need to go into that detail?
Sometimes we get to. And as a concept artist, it's always fun to do the full character instead of just the bust. Most of my work consists of doing just the bust work. And believe it or not, it actually becomes a union issue. You know what I mean? Where like you don't want to tread on costume design union, and you don't want to, take away somebody else's job, because some places it's really set up that way. Some productions it's do whatever you want,
So you mentioned you went to Nomen.
Mm-hmm.
How much of the course was studying anatomy and physiology? And this is a silly question because I'm guessing the answer to this. How important is that in your sculpting?
It's major. It's very, very important. When I went to Nomen, I was there for about a year and a half, and I got to take the beginning part of, I believe, their either 3-year course or 4-year course. I can't remember exactly, but a lot of it was in the beginning wasn't 3D at all. It was relearning, color theory, perspective, anatomy, life drawing, and I'm a big believer that I wish I had more time, because I would do life drawing every week, because it only makes you better every time, right? The more you understand about figure and form, the better artist you're going to get. I don't do enough of it. I wish I could do more of it. But yeah, I think it's very, very important.
They've got an amazing studio at Nomen where
They really do.
It's clay. One particular area is just clay, and you go in and you do it in real life, 3D modeling.
Oh, that was one of my favorite classes that I got to take there, was John Brown's class. Yeah, absolutely amazing. And it paved the way for me to understand what I was doing in ZBrush.
And there's some direct correlations with some of the tools for doing exactly that, for layering on clay, and then
a lot of the
multiple layers together.
the terminology for a lot of the tools are the same, a lot of the functions are the same. But yeah, I absolutely agree. So now I think we're gonna speed up a little bit. We're gonna work on this horn here.
We got another question for you.
Sure.
You've been working symmetrically all
Mhm.
through this model, and of course, not all creatures are symmetrical.
Correct.
So that's another consideration. Do you work symmetrically up to a point and then go asymmetrical?
Yeah, I know of artists that are so good that they do it without symmetry. I've seen Raphael Grassetti put a lot of people to shame doing his live sculptings. For time, I usually leave it on till I'm about 70% done with the sculpture, and then I just kind of turn it off, and I keep, doing all the fine details and make sure that things are a little bit off and they're not so symmetrical. I'll even go in there with the move tool and kind of move some of the features just a little bit, so it's not like an uncanny valley for an alien, I guess. But yeah, that's usually how I go.
Well, that's the ultimate challenge, especially when you're doing humanoid sculptures.
Yeah.
But how much have you done actual humans, talking about uncanny and having to be really accurate?
For human sculpting, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we do is either prosthetic or alien or creature based. So I don't get enough opportunity to kind of get in there and do just straight human sculpting. Most of the time we have production models that we're supposed to use and follow. But it's really important that you use those. I use a lot of humanoid models for like costume design and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, still very important. Still very relevant. Still got to know how to draw humans.
And you still got to know what the muscles are under that structure.
I don't know about memorizing every name of them. That's really hard to do. I know a bunch of artists that actually do know that, and that's really impressive. I just know the shapes and where they go. That's about all the time I got. While I was at school, I was plucked very early to kind of start an intern and work on Hollywood features really early. So I was very lucky to have that happen. It doesn't happen that way for everybody.
Well, there's another question for you right there. If you were a ZBrush artist starting out now, what would be your advice about how to get into what you're doing?
A lot of the advice I would take would be it would be take a traditional clay sculpting class, because you understand the importance of sculpting and all of its tools and all the shapes and the forms, the planes of the face, where you want to have your apexes and all that kind of stuff are very, very important, and it translates very quickly into ZBrush. When I was first starting with ZBrush, there really wasn't a lot of stuff online for me to learn from, or if there was, I didn't know where to find it. Now there's ample amounts. If you want to learn from me, I teach on schoolism, and I do a lot of intro to ZBrush because I want to make sure that people learn ZBrush from an artist standpoint and not so much a 3D modeling standpoint, because I feel like that other side can be added at any point.
And we were talking yesterday with some of the other artists about doing personal work and how that then influences your professional career as well.
It does. Personal work is so important. Also, just for the burnout. If you're constantly creating stuff for other people, it's just not fun. I think we were talking about that last night a little bit. There comes a time where I still love what I do, and I love doing stuff for movies and games. But I think for me next, I really want to focus on getting something done for myself personally, whether it's making an IP or creating, even just doing a statue, and learning the ins and outs of 3D printing a maquette by myself without a team. That's kind of where I'm at, Let's go ahead and change this up here just a little bit.
I noticed on some of your other designs there was fine detail in the eyes. How do you approach that? Do you do that in ZBrush? Do you do some of that in post?
I do some of that in post, yes. It all depends on what the brief says, because you can. I have a lot of Photoshop files where it's just a nice high-res eye in many layers, so that I can, if I want to paint something that resembles an octopus eye or a fish eye or a human eye, that I can kind of swap in between those, and I just kind of keep it in a production mindset where I can pop out and create all kinds of different ones. But yeah. Let's go ahead and do this trick here. What do we want to do here? I want to make this, there we go. So what we're going to do is make his eyes shiny. And then we're going to go back to our matte cap gray. Oh, didn't do it. Let's try that one more time. There we go. So now he's starting to come to life. You can kind of see a little bit of light in his eyes. We might have time to paint some eyes in there, but usually I do that in Photoshop just because I need to be able to make it have. I need to be able to make changes quickly and easily. So now we're going to go ahead and do a real quick trick here. No. I'm going to grab an alpha brush here, and I'm going to set that to spray. And I want to sub that. And what I'm going to do now is just kind of start... Oop, that's a little too high. Let's see here. We might even divide it one more time and get into 17 millions. And I just want to add a little bit of that texture to the skin. Just want to follow the shape of the neck. See how it makes it look like I spent hours sculpting every little wrinkle?
You mentioned before that you do a lot of bust work for the designs. What's your workflow when you then develop that into a full character, to a full creature?
Well, what's really great about a lot of this is that Dynamesh holds so much of the detail. I will have to go back in and re-sculpt a little bit of all the fine detail. But for the most part, I will literally just merge. I'll create a body off of this and then just merge it to all together and start sculpting it from there. Or I can keep it separate. Depends on if there's a costume element, like if there's like a high-tech collar, then I can just keep it all separate and I just build it off of there. I looked at, when I started to do things like that, I looked at a lot of just toys, how they make toys, and was like, okay, well, these are all separate parts. If I keep it all separate parts, then I can have the freedom to change things in the design phase. You don't want to go too crazy with the alpha. You don't want to go everywhere. Because what you'll see now is, like, even now I'll lay that stuff down, and then I'll just come back and I'll start tapping the smooth button just to kind of knock it back just a little bit.
You are, of course, using a tablet for doing these things. How do you
Yes.
manage the sensitivity? What's your preference for that?
Well, you know what I like about these new Sense tablets is that you can adjust all of your functions with the press of a button right here. And it's built into the tablet, which is really, really nice. There's a lot of options. The tablet's also really ergonomic, so there's no like hard edge to it, so it allows me to not continue my carpal tunnel problems that I've developed over the years. But yeah, it's pretty nice. I flip back and forth from using tablets now and then. But yeah.
Is that a personal preference, or is that helping manage the physical effects of sculpting all day?
A bit of both. I do a lot of traveling, and so the tablet, especially the Sense tablets, are perfect for traveling. They're a great size and they're durable. And you can't beat the pressure sensitivity on this.
It's a question that often comes up when people are learning ZBrush. Is
Yeah.
Do I need to get a tablet, or can I get away
Absolutely,
with it with a
you need a
mouse?
tablet. At the bare minimum, you need a tablet. Like the only thing I can say is, like, you can do all this with a mouse, but on some level, work is always a competition, right? Especially if you're freelance, and not to toot my own horn, but you're not going to beat me. You're not going to beat me if I have a pen.
So if anyone was watching the show yesterday, you'll remember that Justin is the world champion at speed sculpting. And you have a belt.
One of. Yes.
Do you have a belt
There's
for
many
that?
many champions out there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I do have a belt. It's very nice. Given to me by the great Paul Gabori.
The Paul Gabori of ZBrush, yep. He'll like that.
Let's get in here and work with these eyes a little bit. Oops. I don't need paint. There we go.
So when you get to this stage where you're just working into the fine details, then what have you got in mind for the next steps?
For the next steps, it's going to be, I might do a little bit more color variation, but it's more going to be about trying to figure out, what do I need to do with the face? Is there anything I can add to add some character to it? And then how I'm going to pose it, And with busts, it's kind of easy. There's only so many angles in which you can capture it, but yeah, it's a lot of fun at this point. You really start to see the character start to come alive. See, now's about the time where I could probably start going in here and start moving some things around and turn off symmetry. And like already, it's just that human eye trick, right? Where you think it's perfectly symmetrical, but it's really not. Just subtle shapes and changes.
You've definitely got that feel when we were doing a vote on yesterday, whether Glorbo should be kind or mean.
Oh, that's right.
Definitely not kind, is he?
Yeah, and he looks down on the human race, I'm pretty sure, at this point. The lack of pickles as tribute has alarmed and infuriated Lord Glorbo.
Lord Glorbo.
Yes. Since last night he was promoted. I don't know.
He's now Lord Glorbo.
Lord Globo. All right, so probably start. Let me see what time it is here. We got time. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get ready to start posing. But I'm going to go ahead and save this real quick just to make sure that we're good. Okay, and this is the really fun part: is if we built everything up with subdivision levels, going back into some of these really great tools that ZBrush has, using the Subtool Master, and let me see here, and the Transpose Master. So right now we're going to go ahead and T-pose this mesh. It's going to run through, and it's going to make everything the lowest subdivision it can. All right, and accidentally, because I have this color selected. We're gonna go back to white. There we go. So all of our high-res information is still there. All of our painting is still there. It's just giving us a proxy model to kind of pose and work with. So from here, it's gonna be all masking. So I'm gonna make sure that I mask off the head where I would like it to turn, right? And we don't want that harsh of a mask, so I'm going to sit here and hold down Control and tap the mask and smooth that out, right? And one of the tricks that I learned early on was we're going to reverse the mask. I'm going to press the gizmo tool here, and instead of turning it there, I want to make sure that I put it where his neck would be, right? That's about right where we want it. So now I can start to kind of give him a little bit of a character.
How much do you have to worry about stretching at this point?
You have to worry a little bit about it, but you have to worry about the stretching in which you're going to see, right? Because there's always going to be stuff that you're not going to see, and in this phase, it's purely visual development. It doesn't matter what's going on the backside of his head. Just make him look pretty. This is his glamour shots for prom. We got to make sure that he looks nice and pretty. Glorbo demands it. We're trying to get that. What was that movie? The Zoolander. What's the blue steel look is what we're going for.
Oh, he is blue.
He is blue. It's blue steel. All right, so we got a little bit of that stuff. It's going to happen a little bit. I'm going to try and correct it a little bit. And I think we're getting close to where I want to be.
Some nice comments on the chat. Dustin's come in. This is great. Love watching Justin work. Thanks for that, Dustin.
Thank you. All right, so let's just say for the sake of demo in time that this is kind of where we want to be for this image. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and clear the mask. You know what I am going to do here is I'm going to go in here with the brush and the move tool, and is symmetry on? Okay, symmetry's off. And I'm going to start raising the shoulder just a little bit to kind of break up the shapes of it just a little bit. All right, so now we can go back up in here into our plugins and hit the T-pose to sub-T. And we just click that. We don't do anything. We just wait. And ZBrush is going to go, oh, this is where you wanted it.
So can you just walk us through what ZBrush is doing here?
So ZBrush at this point just kind of took note of where I positioned the proxy model and adjust all the subtools to fit that. It took a long time, as you can see. All right, so now we are in the render section. So now we can go ahead and start setting this up for render. And we got to kind of figure out which the angle we're going to do. I think this is our bet here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to double the size of the document real quick. That's okay. Yes. It's going to drop this image down into the background. It's okay. We're going to clear that and hit Control N. And we're going to redraw our character out and hit Edit. But now I want to make sure that I zoom out. So that's the full size of the canvas, right? So we want to make sure that we're rendering as much of the creature as we can in this space. It's okay if this cuts this off down here, because I'm going to just blend that out. And then we're going to go in here to our render settings. We're going to turn our details to 4, our pixels to 7. Let me see here. And what are some of the other things we want going on here? Okay. This is a little bit of a complicated part with the rendering. I try to keep it simple for demos and stuff, because you really don't need a lot. Everything else can be adjusted in Photoshop. So let's go ahead and do a test render, which might take a second or two.
Brian on the chat is asking, is this glamour shot going to make it onto a Maxon t-shirt next?
That's up to the man in charge right there.
The answer is we have approval.
We have approval. Awesome. Awesome. Excellent. All right. So now that we have that, we can start to comp these together. Let me see here. I just want to make sure we have the proper software. We got Photoshop on here. Let's go back to ZBrush while that's loading. And I can go in here into my render settings, and we have our render passes, and we can just start saving everything out. And we'll do it all in this new folder here. We hit OK, that's fine. I think there's a shortcut to do all this easier. I always forget it. I'm old and set in my ways. Leave me alone, Internet.
There's many ways to
There's
do
many
the
ways
same
to do
thing.
everything, yes. Okay, we'll grab the depth just in case we need it. Now, before I start putting all this together, what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that we have some variances in his skin texture as well as some lighting options. So this is kind of like my process and how I do these. So I'm going to go ahead and turn all of the material off, and I'm going to go ahead and just do another render this way. So I have a nice just grayscale image in case I want to go in there and play with different options. So we're going to go in here and render and just save out that shaded one right there, and we'll just do whatever number system you want to do. We can do this. You like that? It's very complicated. Save that. There we go, is that. And we want to do, what kind of material we want to do. Let's do something that feels like it's like a wet material, but I want to make sure that I have a neutral gray. And before I touch anything, I want to make sure that I also save this as a camera angle, because if you move it, you're going to have to redo the whole process all over again. So let's go ahead. All right, now we have this.
Sharon on the chat has got a good question, actually. Hey, Sharon. And she's asking about the next stages and, say, moving it to cinema with GoZ. You mentioned before that sometimes your workflow includes that, and sometimes your workflow is to create the creature and then hand it off to other artists.
Yes, it happens. It happens quite a lot. And in the past, I've been using Keyshot for my work through, but I'm in the process now of putting the GoZ, Cinema 4D option into my workflow, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
For those that don't know where GoZ is, can you just point that out in the interface?
Let me see here. GoZ is in the plugin section. Or wait, where is it? I can't remember off the top of my head. Where is the Go Z section at? I usually just have it. So usually what I do is I'll go to the render and external renderer and do this with Keyshot. But I'm trying to remember where. It's been a minute where I've used the Go Z. I unfortunately can't remember right now off the top of my head. Let's see.
No worries. We have got that entire workflow. We ran that on a recent demystifying webinar. So we can put that link in the chat actually for that, where we I think it was in June where we were working with Anna Carolina. We took her sculpt, the Kraken, all the way through to post-production. So I don't think we got time to show that stage of it today. That's where you can find it.
I'm going to do a Chrome pass here and do a render of that.
Kelfire is suggesting on the chat a speech bubble that says, "Where's the party?" But the only branding is a small Maxon cube on the back of the neck.
Nice.
Like Under Armour.
We can always make his spaceship the cube.
That's true.
We could do that. We're world building already. Glorbo's definitely going to be on a T-shirt. Let's see here, and then I want to do a basic material look, and now what I want to do is I want to make it super dark, right? And now we're going to get in here and play with the lights just a little bit. I'm going to add a new light. I'm going to turn off this light. And we are going to rotate it. We're going to do a little bit of a rim light here for the character. I don't need any shadows on that.
The art director just messaged us and said that they're interested in seeing the final result in 2 minutes' time.
In 2 minutes' time? Is that all we have? Oh my gosh, we do. A very, very short time allotted. Okay, so it looks like I won't be able to do my full-on lighting techniques, but that's okay. We're going to do this, and we're going to save this out. Oh, no, I don't want to save over that. This is L1, R, there we go. Okay, so now we minimize our ZBrush here. We open up our render. Maybe. Oh, there we go. And then I'm just going to grab all these other files and drag and drop those on here. We hit enter a bunch of times, spam it. All right, so now we have everything in here included. I'm going to start turning everything off so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Okay, so we have our base render. We're going to go up one. What is this? So this is our kind of our black and white. So we're going to go ahead and turn that to a multiply and play with the opacity just a little bit. We have our AO pass here, which is nice. We'll turn that on multiply as well. Let me see here. Depth mask. Which one is this one? We have a shadow pass. That will also be set to multiply and change with the opacity just a little bit. We have our chrome. I'm going to turn that into... Let's see here. What do I want to do? It's looking like screen, but I really want to lower that. I'm going to do it all the way to 0 and kind of just slowly bring it up just a little bit, so we're getting a little bit of that variation in the color. This is like the spec pass is what I use to kind of do it. Do I want him to feel wet, which is always an interesting discussion in the art department. But so we can go ahead and also put him on a screen layer, and we can play with the fill just a little bit. And usually I'll have a lot more time where I adjust with a lot of the finer adjustments to kind of get to what I want. And then usually the showstopper is when you do this, and we go in here with an adjustment layer. And we start to kind of kill all the black. And that kind of gives us a nice little rim light.
It's nice specular highlights as well.
So now we have our mask layer. How much time do I have left?
You got a minute left.
A minute left. I think I'm going to do it, guys. I think I'm going to do it. We're going to get it. Maybe. Wait, where's my... Shortcut keys are not working here. Where is my selection tool? There we go. So we make a quick mask. I almost jinxed myself there for a second. Did you see that? Let's do that. Let's do that here. All right. We turn that off. And now we can kind of play with the background here. And let's grab gradient tool here. And I just want to kind of just knock some lights in here. Maybe. Oh, I didn't put everything in here. That helps, usually. There we go. Time is crunching. Time is crunching.
That's a nice little trick to simulate background lighting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's see here. Brushes. And then I can just simply just start, color selecting.
Cool. This is Glorbo in all his glory.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wrap up because we're waiting patiently for Chris Schmidt to do some amazing stuff with Voronoi Fracture in cinema, just coming up in a second. But can we expect to see Glorbo on a social media
Absolutely,
channel
absolutely.
near you soon?
We'll finish Glorbo for sure and make sure that he gets his time in the spotlight.
Fantastic. Just before we wrap up, Justin, can you just show where we can find a bit more about
absolutely.
you and Sanctum Studios?
Awesome. So you can follow me on ArtStation and find all my social stuff in the About page down here. It also has all the personal LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, all the good stuff. And then you can follow what we do at the studio here on Sanctum Studios.
Amazing stuff. So it's so interesting to see that come together just from a simple sphere in such a short amount of time. So that's amazing. Thank you so much, Justin.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All
Thanks
right.
for having me.
High, low, in stereo. we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe.
everyone. How's it going? Welcome back to day 2 of Siggraph. I'm joined by amazing artist, instructor, founder of Rocket Lasso, and someone who I've learned pretty much everything I know from, Chris Schmidt. How's it going?
It's going very well. I'm excited to be here again as always. Thanks for
Good.
coming and hanging out.
We're excited to have you. And yeah, I know you're going to be showing some stuff in Voronoi fracturing, right?
Mhm.
Some tips and tricks?
Yep.
Cool. Let's get into it.
Excellent. Hello, everybody. I'm going to be talking decently fast today because we got lots of files to cover. And what will we be talking about? Well, first of all, I'm Chris Schmidt. I am the founder of Rocket Lasso, where we go and we make live streams every week. I do a live stream talking about Cinema 4D, answering questions. Oop, that's a thing. Yeah, answering questions during the live stream from people in the audience live, figuring out Cinema 4D questions, recreating cool pieces of artwork. Also, we do tutorials. I have tutorials online, lots of stuff covering features of Cinema 4D, a lot of the new features. Whenever new versions of Cinema come out, I always try and tackle everything and explain to everybody the best that I can, the new stuff that's coming out. And of course, we make plugins where we have a bunch of different spline tools where you can convert polygons into splines and be slicing things, and we've got Ricochet, which is this amazing laser that bounces around, but we're not talking about any of that today. Today, we're going to be talking about 50 minutes of tips and tricks all about the Voronoi fracture. This tool's been out for a while, but I feel like it's probably the tool inside of Cinema 4D that has the most settings, and there's probably a bunch of parts of it that you've never touched or you've never gone too in-depth with. So I'm going to assume that the people watching know the basics of the Voronoi fracture, so we're not going to cover the super basics. But let's move on into talking about some of the more specific features that you might not have played with. Now, to begin with, the super duper basics, what is the Voronoi fracture doing on the most basic level? Well, you might be feeding it a piece of geometry like this plane object, and then there's going to be the sources. So if I select the Voronoi fracture, inside of the sources, you see that we have some sort of source, and that's represented by these points here. So activating the Voronoi fracture, you'll see that we suddenly get all these spaces, and every one of these dots is inside of that cell, but it's not in the center. You can see that even on this one, like clearly that's way off to the side. So why are those not centered on it? Well, what it's actually doing is it's finding the halfway point in between all of the adjacent points. So you can see that this one, there's a point here and a point here. So this line is actually the perfect halfway point between them. And then from here to here, we're at the perfect halfway point in between those. Wherever those lines intersect, that is what a Voronoi fracture is. So that's the super basics of the concept. Jumping on here, we've got a bunch of different break patterns. Now, you probably know all about the regular source where you take a object, feed it into the Voronoi fracture, and it's going to break it apart into a bunch of different pieces. We can go into the sources and do basic things like crank up the count of them and get a whole bunch of different pieces. Moving into something slightly fancier, you probably know the basics of this, but if we delete the sources, we could do something like feed the same geometry in, so we're feeding the object into itself. If I hit NB, we can see the different polygons, and you can see that the center point of every single one of those is now, it's finding the distance from this point to that point, and the halfway line ends up with a bunch of different hexagons. That's pretty neat, and a basic setup. You can click on any object you feed in, change the creation method. Here it's vertices. We can do the center of the edges, polygon centers, the surface of the object. But you can add a lot more power to this immediately by maybe making a duplicate of the object. So we've got two different objects. Now, if I go into the fracture, delete this sphere, and instead link this one, I've now decoupled those two, meaning I could, let's visually hide the second one. Let's subdivide this a lot more. You can see right now it's very low poly. We can see how these edges are super sharp. But I can keep the same pattern by decoupling them. Let's crank this up to 64 segments. Very smooth, but the same hexagon pattern. Selecting the original sphere, we can change the count of that independently now of the point count of the original object. So the ability of decoupling them is very powerful. But going beyond that, we can start doing even fancier things by using the new capsules, the modeling capsules that were introduced in 25 and 26. Moving into the asset browser, let's move into nodes, and we have this entire list of geometry modifiers. Now, I've been mentioning these often, but I think a lot of people still don't know about them. I'm going to switch to list mode and shrink it way down, and what you're going to see is a list of procedural, essentially these are deformers. We can procedurally modify geometry in really interesting ways. So let's hide the fracture for a moment and just look at this sphere. The super duper basic one we can do is let's do an inset. So search this list, grab the inset and drag it as a child, and you see it comes in as an object. Now this is actually using the new node system inside of Cinema, but you don't even have to think about it like that. You can just drag it in as if it's a deformer. So here's that inset. I can change the inset to be whatever proportion I want. It's kind of behaving like a bevel right now. But a simple procedural setup here, if I turn back on our fracture, you can now see that we've got a very different looking pattern on there. By selecting the inset, I could increase the amount of that, and you can see that I have now got a hex inside of a hex, but rotated 30 degrees. So that's kind of a cool pattern we can layer up on top of it. But then we can do something like poke polygons. Let me drag this one over, turn off the fracture for a moment. And what's poke polygons do? Well, the poke polygons essentially puts a point right in the middle of every polygon and connects them. So you can see if you look at this one triangle here, I can turn on poke polygons. It's now turned into 3 triangles. Now, that by itself, inside the Voronoi, is just going to double the number of hexes, although you can see that they're overlapping in a slightly more interesting way. But yeah, we've just doubled the number of hexes. But once you start combining that, perhaps with the inset, and rearranging the order, we can start getting some more randomized shapes from that. And then let's grab, say, the chamfer, add that in. And what I'm doing right now is just layering a series of different patterns on top of each other, where our piece of geometry here is subdividing in crazier and crazier ways. Let me make this really small. In fact, I'd love to make it proportional. Set that down to less than 1. And you can see that we start making these crazy patterns just from this geometry, totally procedurally, but hiding that and going back into the fracture, we can now see how this is being referenced to create, kind of these, very repeating, almost stained glass window patterns. So always remember, you don't have to just feed the object into itself. You can modify it in all sorts of crazy, interesting ways, especially using these geometry modifier nodes. So that's some basics when it comes to the just feeding a sphere and feeding the object into itself. But let's move into the basics of using let me delete those. The basics of using the matrix object. So we create a plane here. The plane's got some subdivisions on it. We can get rid of those if we want. Drop that down to 1 by 1. And we can feed in a matrix object. Now, the basics, a lot of you probably already know. If we create a matrix object, then by default we get a grid of 40 by 40. We can now feed that matrix in as the source of the object. Visually, I'll hide the matrix, dragging the matrix in. You can now see that we have subdivided this into a grid. So that means anything we do with this with the matrix object, we are able to modify. As we modify the input, let's show the matrix again. I would like to create a bunch of this hexagon pattern, or this honeycomb pattern. Let's face it up on Y, and it's really big right now. T for scale, shrink it down, and now you can see we get a nice series of hexes layering up on top of each other. I always love playing with the hex pattern. Something about that is just inherently appealing. Increase the count until this is overlapping beyond. So okay, that's all working well. And you can make all sorts of modifications on your matrix, lines, linear. We'll talk about a couple different ones. But, here we're getting these perfect hexagons. But let's just modify those slightly. Selecting the matrix object, I'll feed in a random effector. Now, it's going to be super random. You see the matrix has moved all over the place, and so this starts looking like your vanilla source object. But let's make that a little more controlled. Drop this to 0, 0, 0, and let's just start slightly increasing this offset. Slightly increasing. So now you see we've kind of got these randomized hexes, a lot more, it's organic but controlled, but you can definitely feel the pattern. I really love doing those types of things. Keeping this, let's hide the matrix. So now that we've got this shape, let's play with it a little bit further. Let's, turn off the colorizing fragments. So now you just see the final geometry. I'd like to erase out a bunch of them, so let's feed in a plane effector directly into the fracture. What would I like to do with that plane effector? Well, let's scale everything down in a uniform, absolute way to -1. Everything gets erased because every one of the cells has shrunk down to nothing. Now let's limit what's being shown by creating a spherical field. So with a spherical field, I would like to get rid of the fall off. So under remapping, I'll crank this up. T for scale, make it larger. Kind of get that perfect shape right there. And back inside the spherical field, select the remapping and say invert. So now I've just got this circle of them. So that's working just fine for me. Maybe we could put a little spacing in there by saying, okay, Voronoi fracture. Let's add in a bit of a gap. So you can say offset fragments, and you get that space in between. So then we could start procedurally modeling on top of this as well. So I'll throw this into a connect object. So let's say connect. Those have now all gotten turned into a single piece of geometry. If I make that connect editable, you'll see I get one model. If you were to just make the Voronoi fracture editable, you'll get a whole bunch of separate pieces of geometry. So that's what that connect is doing. But now I could go back into our procedural modeling and do something like maybe select, where's the extrude? Here it is, extrude. So let's extrude those. So those are all extruding, pull out the offset, and we can add a bunch of offset variation on there. Let's push this up, and instantly, I just really love these types of kind of crystalline structures. Very clean, very random. We have the completely procedural setup, and that's something that we're going to be seeing over and over again in this presentation, is we could modify any part of this, and the entire rig is still built, the entire rig is ready to be manipulated in any way that you want to. So I could scale this original shape, make them larger, make them smaller. We can add additional layers. Let's grab another chamfer like before, and let's again change that to be proportional. Limit it so they can't go beyond the original, they can't overshoot beyond where they'd overlap another polygon. And you can see where we get kind of a cool looking crystal structure there. Let's push this beyond. Let's see, and change this from points to edges. So now I want to cross the threshold, so only these very sharp 90-degree angles are going to be affected. So I can pull this back, and as I do, let's make this even smaller. You see that we can make some nice sharp pointed crystals. We could pull these back and just get that nice bevel just barely on the edge. Or, like I said, we can push this as far as we want here and just get a bunch of random spikes. So just using Voronoi fracture in a very intentional, controlled way, procedurally creating these setups, it's just a lot of fun to layer these things. Okay, moving on. Let's take a look at another couple of setups. Here, exact same setup. We've got a plane. Let's make a brand new matrix, something as simple as throwing this into a radial mode. And let's make, let's make 100 subdivisions. Oh, that's the radius. Let's make 100 count. So a whole bunch of dots going all the way around. In the fracture, we'll set the source to be this matrix object, and we'll get a nice spiral going all around, all these little spikes. But again, let's modify that just slightly and make a nice shatter pattern by feeding in a random, which is going to, again, be super crazy. Although you see the detail is focused in the center, which is kind of cool. But under random, let's zero these out for position, and just start slowly increasing on X. And you can see how we start randomizing these spikes. Just a little offset, just a little difference. And you get so much more control over that pattern. If I hit T for scale and push the matrix, scale the matrix up beyond it, you see that we just get these nice, clean, randomized spikes where you can imagine, adding dynamics on here and crashing a sphere through the center. But, continue on, let's just talk about a bunch of different patterns that we can feed through. So here, a setup that, a basic setup here as well, where we have a plane, the fracture is being fed a matrix. You see the matrix is just a dot, a dot, a dot. And of course, because they're all just in alignment, the cuts happen perfectly in between each of the matrix objects. So you can see that there's a line perfectly in between these two. So that's why we get these perfectly straight lines. Let's feed in another random. And this random will be affecting this matrix. Visually, I like making a child just so I associate those in my head. So again, let's zero those out. Very random, but you see the crack, the destruction here is definitely in the center area. Let's zero that out, zero that out, zero that out, and start adding on a little bit of, even just like 2. Look, we get this nice crack traveling right through the center. So that's looking great to me. Let's duplicate that matrix, and let's make there be, right now it's a straight line of 222. Let's make there be 2 lines of that. Put a little spacing in there. Temporarily turn off its random. Let's feed that in as an additional source. When it comes to these sources, you can add in as many as you want. You could add in geometry. You could add in a bunch of different matrices. So let's do that here, adding a second matrix, and we get more cuts. Reactivating that random, we can add variation there. We can push both of these as far as we want. Let's keep on pushing this one further, adding more variation. But now you can see that these end up with big giant pieces. We get lots of detail here that aren't super large. So doing something right now like adding in a bullet. When they added the new simulations in 26, the old simulation system, the rigid bodies and the soft bodies are now called bullet tags. So let's add a rigid body on there. And I've got this sphere, which is keyframe to travel from here over to there. So let's add on a bullet collider body. I believe if we go to our bullet simulation settings, oh yeah, let's turn off gravity so nothing falls away. And if I hit play, hopefully right now, we're going to see that crashes through and only that part is really being damaged. So back to the Voronoi fracture, let's hide the colorize NA, and now we can actually see the final geometry. And just with a couple matrices, we have very controlled destruction crashing through. So I really love being able to act, controlled randomness is like where it's at. That's why everybody loves the Cinema 4D noises so much, where it's like, okay, there's these patterns, but based on the randomness and the chaos of those patterns, we have so much artistic freedom within that. So let's move on to another cut pattern. So here's a car out of the asset browser. What I'd like to do with this one is, well, let's fracture it up. I want to grab just the glass, throw that into a fracture, and get rid of the current sources. And this time, let's create a nice, simple sphere. I want it to be pretty small. I'll set that down to 5. And, it's kind of out of the way right now. An easy way to place the sphere is using our placement tool. So if I select the placement tool over here, I can now just move this around. You see it snaps directly anywhere on the surface on any of this geometry. I think I actually want that to be a little smaller. Drop that down to 3. So I can move that around perfectly on the windshield. Let's make that a source. Well, first of all, let me change the pattern type. I'm going to change the sphere to be a icosahedron. And then in our fracture, let's say that becomes the source. It's going to be viewing the points of that source, and you can see that we get a nice looking shatter right in that particular position. So I could, using the placement tool, move that shatter anywhere that I like, but you can push it further. If we hold down control, you can make, actually what I'd like to do is feed this into a connect object. And instead of in the Voronoi fracture feeding in the sphere, I'll feed in this connect object. So the connect object is kind of breaking it down into one model as we did earlier. But now if I select the sphere and hold down control, I can actually make an instant duplicate of it. And now just make that a child of the connect. And that has been added in. So I've got a second shatter in that spot. And I didn't have to keep on going into the Voronoi fracture and relinking every single sphere. So now it's really easy to make another copy. And let's make another copy. And another copy. And just place all of these exactly where we want the shatter to be. Now all I have to do is select them, drop them as a child of the connect, and each of them is fed through instantly into the system. So yeah, really fun to do that. In addition, let's grab the original sphere, and all the other ones are instances, thanks to the placement tool. Holding that control creates an instance for us. Let's increase the radius up to, 15. That's probably a little large. Let's do 8. So larger sphere, you can see it changes the pattern a little bit. We get nice kind of randomized breaks here. But we can change the fracture input. If we select it, right now it's looking at the individual points there. And of course, you have control of increasing the points here. So as I make more, we'll get more fracturing. Make less, there'll be fewer. But let's change this instead to not view the vertices, but let's view the volume of it. So the internal volume of each of those spheres. And it's currently trying to create 20 points total, which is not very many. But let's jump it up to, say, about 200. And now we get a more randomized pattern. Let's add another on there and make it about 2,000. We start getting all these little dots, and we get tons of random cracks on the windshield that we are easily able to art direct and easily place around. Moving on to the next file. Okay, this one, let's make sure that, hopefully this will work. Everything we've been doing right now had a lot of randomness, but what if you want to be very specific on where you place things? Well, a cool way to do that inside of Vanilla Cinema is adding a hair object. So I've got this cube and it's going to be fractured, but there's no source. So let's add on a simulation hair object, add hair. So now it's created a couple of hair guides on these different points. Let's change some settings right away. I want this to be very few points. So I'll say, hey, guides, you're only one, actually not a count of one, but let's make the segments only one. So there's only one point going across. Let's tell the hair that the hair shouldn't be interpolating between the guides. I'm going to say, actually, the hair, you're exactly whatever the guides are doing. So we'll say as guides. So right now there's only 4 hairs. And then under generate, let's say don't render hairs. Instead, return those as actual geometry. I'm going to say I want it to be a spline. So if I make this hair editable, then you're going to see it's a spline object and is only made up of these 8 individual segments. So hitting undo, if we move into, well, now in the fracture, let's drag in the hair as our source. There's a bunch of different ways of interpreting it. So selecting it, we can change the distribution type. What I found works well is I'll just set that to step. And now it's seeing every one of those hairs. So where things can get interesting is, well, let's go to simulate. hair selection. I'll say, we have to go to model, simulation, hair selection, and I'll say, why is that? Oh, I have to select the hair object. That'll help. Hair selection, and I'll say select all, hit delete, and now, no hairs whatsoever. Going into simulate, hair tools, add guides. So these are the default settings, but what I should be able to do is start painting on the object, and anywhere that I'm growing a hair, we're now using the hair tool to paint different fracture inputs anywhere that we want. So we can say, okay, it's just going to crack right along this edge. Maybe we come over to this corner. It's like, oh, this corner should be really, really damaged, so I can just keep on painting. Now, by default, you'll see that there's a lot of subdivisions on here, and that's because we have a large radius, so I can shrink that way down, and it's trying to create 10 hairs at the same time. So I'll say, oh, only create one. So now I could start painting a way more controlled thing. You see, I can get this very nice controlled pattern as I move it along. Something that you should keep in mind that's a little bit unintuitive is, of course, the breaks happen at the halfway point in between these. So if I wanted a nice clean line, say, traveling along that, the string of hairs I just made, I'd actually want to draw 2 different lines and make sure that that's at the halfway point. But just kind of artistically speaking, being able to place these exactly where you want to adds just so much power into it. And after you do that quick little setup, then you are ready to go. We could, again, paint a very small area, get lots of detail, put a couple of extra random runs right where we want the breaks. Lots of control, very fun. I think there's actually a plugin on Cineversity that does a similar thing without having to use hair, but I was trying to do the vanilla version of it. Let's move into the next file. And what is this one? Okay, this is all about refracturing something. So I want to talk about a little technique I've been doing a lot that if people aren't familiar with, you should totally start doing, because with ZBrush becoming part of the Maxon family, the first thing that they did is they ported over the remeshing algorithm from ZBrush into Cinema, and it's so powerful and it's so intuitive to use. So let's go and do that. What I want to do is turn this figure into a single mesh that's very controllable, but it's still pretty low poly. Like, have all the detail, but be low poly. So what we would have done in the past is feed this into a volume builder, and that gets fed into a volume mesher, but you're going to see that's very low resolution. We're losing almost everything. So then you would want to decrease your voxel size, so we go smaller. It's like, okay, we can kind of see it, but let's go even smaller. It's like, okay, well, the character's starting to come through, but it looks a little skinny. So we can use the dilate and erode. Essentially, we can inflate it. And I only want to inflate a little bit. But here you can see that it's like, okay, well, it's working well, but like the leg, those are blobbing into each other right now. So that means we have to increase the resolution even more. And then if you want to be running like a simulation or something, you see we've got like a really high poly count now. Like it's blobbed together well, but the poly count's just, not usable as far as a simulation would be concerned or something like that. But now we can take this and very easily throw it into a remesh. And all I'm going to do is say, hey, return 25% of the points. And now you can see that that's brought it back down again very quickly, very cleanly. We can even turn on the Symmetry X, and now you can see it will mirror, and it looks perfect left and right. So that's just a little bonus about a technique of turning something into a nice clean blob and a mesh that you can start to use. Now that we've got that, let's drop it as a child of this fracture. And, basic setup, it's got the default point generation, and it's breaking apart into 20 different segments. And there's a little bit of a gap. We got this gap of 1. Let's even change the gap to 2. What if we want to fracture this again? Well, let's just create a brand new fracture, and I'll feed this directly into it. And it's not going to look any different because this is being fed the exact same sources again. They both have the same random seed, so essentially it did nothing. If we click on this brand new second fracture that we made, though, and go into sources and select the point generator, there's a setting here that you might not have ever used called Create Points Per Object. And we know that we're feeding in 20 different objects. So if I turn that on, now every one of those individual segments has broken apart into 20 different segments. And we can change that to any count that we want. Change the random seed. We can put a little bit of offset fragments here, so I can shrink those down. So now we get a gap of 2 and a gap of 1, and we can fracture again and be smaller and smaller and smaller as we keep on creating additional segments. But let's get rid of that offset fragment and show you something that's even better. If we go back to this original fracture, in fact, let's turn off the second one. So we're just looking at this one. You see that we've got all these different points on it. What I would like to do, because this is a MoGraph object, we can right-click on it, go to the MoGraph tags, and add on a MoGraph weight map. This is very much like the Vertex weight map, where what it's doing is assigning a 0 to 100% value to every one of these individual cells, every single one of these clones. So if we say use fields on the tag, I can say I want this to be random. I'll add a random field in there, set it to just a pure random. And you should be able to see, if I select just the tag, that we've got all these dots, and we've got everything from yellow, which is 100%, and red, which is 0, and every orange in between. Now, if we go into the second Voronoi fracture, I can say we've got, in the main tab, this MoGraph weight map. If I drag this random weight map that we just created into here, now what it's going to do is re-weight how many cuts each of these segments is going to get. So you can see here that this one has quite a few, but where's one with low? Like right here, it looks like we only got 3 cuts. Let's make this a little bit more extreme by going into the weight map. And I really love, under the modifier layers, this nice simple curve where we can increase the contrast very easily. I'm going to increase this and increase the chances of a low number. And let's also increase the chances of a high number. And you can see that this one doesn't even look like it got cut at all. And this one got cut a whole bunch. Back into the random field, we keep on randomizing the seed, and it's going to apply the weight differently, which means different cuts happen in different places. And this is a multiplier on how many different cuts that there are. Inside of the second fracture, back to the sources, we can say, right now there's only 20 pieces, but let's jump that up to about 50, and that will cut even more. And it's just going to multiply that original value over and over again, so that, we have perfect control over what gets refractured via that weight map. So if you've ever wondered what this MoGraph weight map did, this is what it does. And that ties in, you have to have this create points per object turned on, otherwise that won't do anything. Okay, moving on. What do we got this one? Yeah, I'm going to skip over this one because we've got a lot to cover. Okay, another type of source that you might not have ever used is actually the shader type. I'm going to delete that for a moment, and we can create, empty sources, nothing's going on. We can add a shader source onto there. And what does this do? Well, it's going to reference a shader. We can, like a lot of tools in Cinema, we can feed a shader directly in, or it could reference a material you dragged on. But it works really well with the different noises inside of Cinema. So in this case, how about we create a noise? Inside of the noise, I would like something with a lot of contrast. And one noise that this might be neat if you've never played with it. We can go into something like the Voronoi 1, feeding a Voronoi 1 noise into a Voronoi fracture. So you see we get all, a very nice cell-looking pattern. But if we change the contrast here a bit, you can actually make a series of perfect little circles. So that's kind of the basis of this. So it's a cool way of creating spots, and you can always take this and add multiple shaders and start layering them up on top of each other. I'd like to make this way larger, so let's jump it up to about 500. And so we've got all these individual spots, and you can start seeing that we're getting clustering of this source. Back into the fracture, let's crank up our count. So how many do we want? Well, I'm going to say like about 500. And, there's going to be more points. And you definitely see that we get sort of a grid pattern going. You can hide that grid pattern by increasing your sample precision. It does slow it down. But by increasing the sample precision, you can now see that it's more clearly referencing those different circular blobs. So now it's a fun way of creating these different clusters. So we'll be touching upon that again. But if you haven't played with the shader input, then the shader source, then it's definitely worth checking out. Okay. New category of things. Let's start talking about the geometry glue, which is actually pretty awesome. So to begin with, here is a disk shape. Let's feed that into a fracture. And we're just creating a whole bunch of different subdivisions. Let's create way more subdivisions. Let's jump this up to about 500 again. And I'm going to hit NA, so we're just seeing the final output. Let's move into our geometry glue tab. If we turn this on, we've got a couple of different settings. Default is fall off, but let's start out with cluster. It's the most straightforward to understand. You know that we've got 555 pieces on this fracture right now, but if I turn on the cluster, it's going to say a cluster amount of 5, meaning it is going to start combining as many pieces as it has to until we only end up with 5. But now what we end up with is something that's way more detailed along the edges. So let's increase this up to something like, say, 55. And now we've got these really interesting looking chunks breaking up the surface instead of, those perfect, like, convex shapes. Simple cluster. If you haven't played with it, it's a great way of adding extra detail onto the object. Now, we could play around with this a little bit more if you want to make things even more detailed. For instance, I could feed this fracture into, let's feed it into a, how do I want to do this? Let's put it into a null. So I'm going to hit Alt-G to group it. Let's move into our geometry modifier nodes again. And a really cool node that we have access to is, where is it? Melt. We can grab Melt, put that next to the null, and now all of those individual sections remove all their subdivisions, and we've just got just that perfect outline of a shape. Taking that entire piece, I could feed it into a connect. So that is now welding all those different pieces together. Then, now that it's all connected, let's grab maybe a smooth. So inside our deformers, find smoothing, drop that in, and this is gonna make a really weird shape, but if I turn that on, we can start increasing our iterations. Let's go down to 0. As it starts smoothing, you're going to see we get, because they're n-gons, we get these really funky shapes. But look at this just crazy parametric pattern. Like, how would you generate this on a piece of geometry? Like, I just have no idea how I might approach that. So, yep, just throwing out weird things that maybe somebody's going to find interesting and, can make something cool out of. That's what I do. If you want something that looks really pretty, you got to go to somebody else. But if you want cool, weird, technical things, that's when you come check out Rocket Lasso. Okay, so moving on. This one we are going to be, right here we're just fracturing a cube stretched out. Let's talk about the next type of geometry glue, and that is using the, let's see, which one am I going to use? Let's use the cluster, oh no, I'm sorry, we're going to use the fall off type. So I actually haven't used the fall off object very much. If we turn on geometry glue, activate it, we have now a fall off, and you can click add geometry, add glue fall off. That's going to create a fall-off object for us. And by default, it's kind of empty. But the fall-off has become a lot more powerful because now fields are inside there. So essentially, this is just like, I'm just holding a field to pass the information on. So doing something real simple, if we make a linear field, I can tell that to, where's the linear field? Tell that to aim on Y. So now we got this big fall-off going. And you see that everything above the 50% mark has gotten merged into one piece. If we go back into our fracture, I can say glue the rest of it. So any remainders will get glued together. If I turn that on, we're now left with exactly 2 pieces. Now, something that's kind of cool here, because we're down to 2 pieces, I can feed in a simple step effector. Step effector. And I don't want to affect the scale. I'd like to affect the position. So let's just offset that a bit. And now you can see that we get this really cool crack traveling through that center point where all those pieces have gotten merged. But these are like perfect clean volumes. If we travel inside, you see it's going to be completely empty except for that piece. So a really controllable way of getting, in this case, just exactly 2 pieces. If we grab the linear field, hit R for rotate, we could spin it a little bit. We can place this wherever that we want. And because that's a big, giant linear fall-off, we could manipulate, we can make it more advanced on where it's getting applied. So inside of the fall-off, we now know that there's a big fall-off from 0 to 100%. Inside the field, I could create a random field, which is a big, giant cloud of noise. And I'm going to say, let's overlay that. So just like Photoshop, we've got a perfect gradient, and now I'm overlaying a noise on top of it. And if we select the random field, I think we got to make it way larger. As we start increasing it, we should start seeing a little more uniformity. And now you can see that we've got a little bit more interesting of a cut traveling up and down. So yeah, increasing that scale, we can change the noise type. It's Perlin right now. We make something super crazy like a Luca and keep on cranking that scale up, clicking the random seed, find a pattern that we like the look of. I think I want to go even larger. Yeah. So now, yeah, nice large one. And as I keep on clicking this random seed, you're going to see different breaks in different spots. Grabbing that step, I could increase the spacing between them and just get like really cool looking breaks in between those shapes. So that is using some fall-offs as our geometry glue source. Closing that, it's already built here, but here's the exact same idea applied. Oop, looks like it didn't want to apply correctly. There we go. So here's the exact same thing, but you can put it on a more complex piece of geometry, like this text right here. So using that exact same fall-off trick, this time instead of offsetting with a step, I'm offsetting with a plane. So I could tell this to separate out even more, pull them down, so you can have all these connected. What's even more fun, I could increase that gap, and now inside of just the plane, which is grabbing these chunks that are on the upper half, I can say, okay, let's add an additional fall-off. So let's say another linear field. This one will multiply on top of it. Let's make it, well, even that's fine. If I grab this field and go to object mode, and move it across, we can actually have each of these individually crack as we go through. And as your linear field is larger, you could space those out more. Oop, looks like I pushed that too far. But yeah, that's the idea, is like take these simple techniques and start applying them to more advanced models and projects, and you get some really cool, very quick results. Okay, what do we got? We're going to skip this one. Clustering, this one, super straightforward. I've got that, I was showing you the shader source with the Voronoi one with all the little spots. This is the exact same setup on this big complex object. So just to round out the geometry glue, if we go into that geometry glue and say, let's use distance this time, the point distance, if we turn that on, even, I think that's the default value. No, default value is 0. But if we set that to like 15, each of these clusters is getting merged down into one, and we end up with, let's turn on this push apart effector. Each of these is a way more interesting looking chunk because there's way more detail inside of it because all those points got merged into one piece. So just another way of using the geometry glue. Jumping on into the next one. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the detailing tab inside of the Voronoi fracture. Okay, basic fracture, seen this a bunch of times. I'm going to turn on this plane effector, which is scaling everything down to 0. So as I pass this through this geometry, you can see I'm just erasing out some of the chunks. Okay, so that's looking fine. But now, very simply, we can move into the Voronoi fracture. And if you haven't played with this, you definitely should. And that is, where is it? Detailing. So detailing, super simple. We can just activate detailing. Now, there's a lot of settings in here, but you're going to see right away that all the internals, let me turn it off and then turn it on, and you see all this extra detail up here. We'll turn it off, hit NB, and we can see our polygons very clean and simple on the inside. Activate the detailing, of course, everything gets very subdivided. The key setting here being the maximize edge length, and that's sort of your resolution. If I cut it to half the size, we're going to get way more polygons and way more detail. So that looks cool right out of the gate. You can detail things, of course. A couple settings that I hadn't played with that are actually pretty cool, and that is, one of them is our use original edges. You'll see on this object, like all these edges are very straight, like they're where the natural cuts of the Voronoi source would have been. But if I turn off use original edges, then those, or is it that one? Or is it noise surface? Oh, that, okay, sorry. Noise, if you activate noise surface, you'll see that the noise will actually apply to those edges as well. So, just a checkbox, I was like, oh, I'd never turned that on. That actually works really, really well. In addition to that, I'll turn it off. In addition, you've also got keep original surface. If I turn that off, it'll actually mess up the outer part as well. We'll be talking about that more in a moment. Turn that back off again, though. And here's another cool looking one, and that is the relax inside edges. Essentially, it's like smoothing, but it's applying not to the outer shell, but everything on the inside with a fall off. So if I start adding in, let's turn off the colored pieces here. So if you can see how, where'd it go? Detailing. If we have 0 relaxing, you see everything kind of just blends into each other. But as we start increasing these relaxed inside edges, you can see that these start separating out, and you actually get like a whole bunch of detail on these interiors. So like, if you were running dynamics on this, you could like really feel these individual pieces and where they're breaking apart. So I really love the separation that we get by adding in these relaxed inside edges. And again, we've got this plane effector. I could pull this in and out, and you see the outside looks great. And as we move in, we got all these details that don't blend into each other in a great way. Closing that. Okay, so this is just a fun little project for a way of using the detailing in maybe an unintuitive way. So here's just a basic primitive shape. Let's feed that into a fracture. And I would like to we're not going to subdivide at all. We have no point source on this one. Instead, let's move into our detailing, activate that, and let's start adding in some different, what do we got going on here? Oh yeah, well, we have to tell it to not keep the original surface, so the entire thing starts getting messed up. There's no pieces, and now we see it on the outside. So we can use any noise that we want, but I can start increasing our noise strength, and we start making like a really kind of crazy looking rock or boulder. We could, of course, do things like increase the scale of the noise. We could use different noise types, but I think it looks pretty cool when we just start like overshooting this. Let's find that right kind of blend where we get a cool looking shape. Yeah. So we get a cool looking shape, but it's kind of going too far where it's like, oh, that make a cool rock, but our geometry looks terrible. Like we couldn't actually work from this, and we wouldn't want to render it because all the fongs wouldn't be working and there'd be polygons intersecting and everything. But now with a bunch of those cool new tools that we have, we might be able to do something simple like throw this into a volume builder, throw that into a mesher, add as much detail as you need. Don't go overboard because the higher the voxel size, the quicker this will run. So you can probably leave it at 10. So now all those shapes that were running through each other just get blended into one piece, and then feeding that entire shape into the, let's feed that into the remesh, and we could even change the point count if we want to. We can now see that we get this nice smooth rock, decrease the poly count maybe to 50%, and yeah, very nice and clean. We make a crazy low poly, and just to show you, we could make infinite, this is just a random example, but we can make infinite variations on this. A fun way that I like doing is feeding this maybe into a cloner. So now this is going to create, in this case, 9 copies of it. If we make a duplicate of our remesh, I can say, hey, cloner, I would like you to not iterate between these 2 different rigs, but instead blend between them. And that means I can go into any setting here, and the cloner is smart enough where it will look at those parameters and blend from one to the next. So by moving into, let's say, this Voronoi fracture, I can say, the noise seed is going to be like a totally different number. So now every single one of these different rocks has been given a different seed, and now we've got infinite variation. I can make as many of those as I want. Change the number. You can imagine so many different ways of changing this. We could put in some deformers on the original piece of geometry, and each one could could be flatter or taller, and maybe we could actually turn on the fracturing and have some of these be broken apart into different pieces. There's so much potential for using this fracture in a very unconventional way. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out there. Let's move on, and we've got a collection of continued random projects. As I mentioned, I do a live stream on Wednesdays where I just answer questions from people, and over the years, we've done so many different projects that involve the Voronoi fracture. So this is sort of a collection that we're going to kind of quickly go through, just weird, fun things you can do with it, things that you might not have normally thought about. So, got some text. Let's fracture it up. We've already talked about that. I'm going to connect it so it becomes a single model, and then we can turn on this remesh, and that remesh is just going to make nice, clean geometry. And then I'll delete that and do it from scratch, there is the new simulation system that was added in 26. Right-clicking, I could say, okay, let's add a cloth tag onto there. So this is a new cloth, and let's see, did I turn off gravity? Yes, I've turned off gravity. That's one thing I did. So now we've got the shape. What would I like it to do? Well, let's have it be very bendy. So I'm going to crank that up, and let's have it be very stretchy. And I think if we just hit play right now, then we should be able to get, well, so right now you see that it's like a simulated object that's just kind of sitting there. But there's a really cool setting called balloon. And if we activate balloon, it's going to try and inflate anything that's a volume. So what I'd like to do is increase the volume up to, let's say, 10, but I want it to take a long time to do it. So we'll crank this up a bit and say that this will take 100 frames to do. So you see this very quick procedural setup, add the simulation tag, hit play, and now we can have each of these segments inflate out, and they're just going to drift away. So as simple as that, I was able to create this animation with 0 keyframes. Now if you were, the likely thing that you'd want to be doing would be maybe building the text out of this. So right now, an easy thing you do is bake this out as a lembic and then just reverse the animation. The entire thing would be shrinking in and then forming that final letter. So just a little project there. Moving on. I don't think we have time for this one. This is a 3D model of a duck. How quickly? Well, let's see if it works. We were already talking about using hair to paint onto a model. Let's see if it actually... No, I don't think it's... Yeah, I messed something up on the file. And it does take a while to do. Yeah, we'll skip that one because I got way more that there's no way we're going to finish. What's this one? Oh, this one's really fun. So this was another question during the live stream. So super basic setup. We've got the text. Here's the default Voronoi fracture. Let's crank up the input here. And let's say, what do we want? Let's say 200? No, let's go even further. Let's do 2,000. So about 2,000 subdivisions on this. Lots and lots of different chunks being created. So now, something we've already kind of done before, let's create a plane effector. So it's going to push everything up. But let's say, no, don't push everything up. Instead, scale everything in a uniform, absolute way to -1. So now we're just shrinking everything down to nothing. They disappear. So now let's limit where those are. Inside the field, let's drag the connect object, or essentially the text inside, as a point object. So now it's looking at the individual points there and creating fall off. Doesn't really look like too much right there. But if I select this connect and say, actually, I'd like you to look at the surface, it's now a fall off from the surface of the text moving inward. But what I'd love to do is crank up the contrast here so that it's either there or it's not. An easy way to do that is inside of your modifier layers, inside this field, I could say I would like a quantize and drop that down to 1 step, which essentially just means on or off. And now you can see that we've got only the interior of that. So you get this really cool broken apart object. If we move into the plane effector, I could say we can grab our radius and I can start increasing or decreasing that. So you can see how I'm erasing from the outside in until we get just these really cool looking chunks on the inside. Of course, it's going to be resolution dependent. So if you add more subdivisions, let's like jump this up to more than 5,000 subdivisions, we get more detail. They're nice and tiny. Let's get rid of our colorized fragments so they look a little more uniform. I don't know. It's just such a cool look, and there's so many ways you could use this. And again, procedural setup, we can just type in whatever we want here. Let's type in Siggraph, and the entire rig will just propagate up through and is ready to use on anything that you want. So really cool look there. And keep in mind, you always run like simulations and stuff on top of that as well. Closing that. Let's see how many of these we can get to. Okay. I don't know how practical this one is, but let's talk a little bit about adding simulations on here. So here's just a head. It's fractured, and I added on a simple simulation tag. If I hit play, the entire thing's going to fall away. It breaks apart. So you've probably played around with going into the fracture and saying, go to connectors and say, hey, create a fixed connector. So that creates a connector, and now the object is kind of stuck together. If we hit play with the dynamics, now you see it's wanting to hold together, and it'll only break when like a bunch of force was applied. So that's pretty cool. You've probably done that before. But did you know that you could change this connector to some different type? Let's change that from a fixed connector to a slider type. So now these pieces can only move along the x-axis of the overall object. So now when I click and let these drop, as it bounces, you're going to see that the head is constrained on that axis, and everything just stretches out in that direction. What would you use this for? I have no idea, but you can do it. Let's go back, and here's something that's even crazier. So that's adding in a connector. Let's delete that, and instead go into simulation, bullet, and create a spring. Let's drop that inside the connector, and the spring and the connector, I think they might actually be the same object code-wise. And what happens is you got object A, object B, and the fracture is automatically connecting all the neighbors. So now we've got a spring that's interconnecting all of these. If I turn on display, you're actually going to see all these connections being made on the model. So you can start, let's start out maybe a little bit practical and say that our rest length is 22. So essentially it's pulling everything tight. But keep in mind, these are springs. So let's turn off that display. If I hit play, you'll see that these will kind of bounce around, but they're springing together instead of just being glued together. You could make it even crazier still by increasing the rest length. Let's put that back up to say 100, and now these are attempting to stay 100 units apart. We could change the stiffness so they're like really trying to maintain this distance from each other. You could animate that like pushing out or pushing in. So you can definitely do some weird, crazy things by feeding in springs and trying some different some of the different connector types. What do we got here? Okay, very quick one. Here is a sphere. I've got some turbulence going. We're using the new cloth simulation. If I play, you're going to get this blob just kind of drifting around. Okay. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty well. So you can see this is drifting around. Let's activate the Voronoi fracture. And I've also got this matrix object. And I'm using 2 different randoms to have those different pieces drift around. So if I play, you're going to get this blob drifting around inside a cloud of matrix objects. So you got all these nice random cuts going around. But just to push it a little bit further, let's move into that geometry nodes. And what I'd like to do is delete the outer shell procedurally. So let's select the fracture object, and I'll say expose a selection. I want to see the outside faces. And then let's grab our delete. So if I drag this delete in, it's going to delete everything. But let's say that I don't want to delete default, which is all. I want to delete this selection. So as I drag that in, you see it automatically updates the text. So it puts in quotes the name of the selection tag. And now all of those outer pieces have gotten, all the outer shell of it's gotten removed. So if we increase our count a bit, you can see we get all these nice subdivisions, and we get this really kind of crazy looking blob. Let's put less space in there. I think it looks a little bit better. Just space of 1. So I don't know. It's just a really cool look where we got this blob traveling through a cloud of noise where we only see the interior geometry. So we are virtually out of time, unfortunately. I've got a whole bunch more stuff, like we got these cool cracking effects. Let's close that. I think I actually have the final file here, yeah, so we can skip to that. By using the MoGraph weight tag, which we already talked about earlier, we can use the growth from the freeze, and I can increase the radius of that, letting it grow, and then translate that into a, what do you call it, the MoGraph selection tag, which you can then use inside of the dynamics to limit where they're going to get applied. So now by hitting play, I can get these individual pieces falling away in sequence. I've actually got a really detailed tutorial on here. It's actually the first tutorial I made on Rocket Lasso. So you can check that out on YouTube. I can just have to do a follow-up online where you talk about a whole bunch more of these, because there's so many different fun things that I would love to talk about. We just don't have time. So let's move into this very final one, because I think it's kind of neat. So this will be the last one we do. What do I have here? Well, I've got a dynamic sphere, and if I hit play, and this is using the bullet simulation, it's just a sphere that drops down. So what I'm going to do is make a duplicate of that sphere and scale it up a little bit and throw that into a fracture. And then, what do I got? I've got this linear field on the ground. So I'm going to say, hey, this fracture, I would like there to be a MoGraph. Let's just go right to a MoGraph selection. And in that tag, I'm going to say, use the field. What are you referencing? Well, it's going to reference this linear field. So it's saying anything that goes below this pink linear field will get activated. So having to skip ahead, I'll jump straight to making a decay. Crank that up all the way. So now, once it passes through that linear field, it's going to remember that it went through it. So then, let's see, hitting play, I should be able to visualize this. Hitting play, this fracture is going to follow it, and you'll see that all those are getting selected as they go. So now, if we add on, from scratch, I can add on a simulation, a bullet, rigid body, and now we can limit to the MoGraph selection where you see those were getting activated, and the fracture is breaking apart into a bunch of different chunks. So it's moving anywhere this top sphere goes, but they get activated as a dynamic object when they pass beyond this linear, and they remember that they pass beyond it. So if I hit play, this, let's make sure that we've got this, well, file revert saved. Yeah, let's activate enabled, add in, oh dear. Yeah, so this is all set up there. I hit play, and now as that falls through, we get these different pieces that will pass through the linear field and get left behind as it rolls around fully dynamically. And you could apply this rig to anything you want. We can increase the shell size. It can be slowly growing as well. So yeah, lots of different details on that. So I'll definitely have a follow-up online with a bunch more stuff here, but hopefully you learned some things about the Voronoi fracture that you didn't know. Thank you, everybody, for coming and watching my presentation. A big thanks to Maxon for having me out. One last little detail. We are going to be having the Half-Res event in Chicago pretty much 1 month from now, September 9th. It's a one-night mini conference. So yeah, we're going to have a really great lineup of speakers. We got games and prizes. So it's just a really good time for motion artists in Chicago. So if you have an opportunity, you should come and hang out. And finally, you can follow Rocket Lasso at Rocket Lasso on all the different platforms. So yeah, that's where you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. So yep, thanks again.
Wow. Every new scene, I was like mind blown, and so was everyone on the chat, the questions area, and just saying this is wild, just how incredible this was. And there was a quick question actually from, oh, I can't read that name, but is there a way to create secondary destruction on collision? So it was as you were showing the sphere,
there was actually
coming down and breaking.
Yeah, there was a project that we had to skip where, yes, well, essentially, you say secondary destruction. That would be. Let's hold that. That would be an excellent question for somebody to ask me during my live stream, because that's like a 30-minute question, not like a 2-minute question. But we can totally tackle that and try and figure it out during a live stream.
That sounds great. Yeah, so many great comments. Yeah, mine's well and truly blown. Any questions from anyone here? Raise your hand if you have. But yeah, if not, yeah, give it up for Chris.
is what it's like to love in stereo.
Make their head drop.
back, everyone. How's it going? I am super excited to introduce this next presenter. Recent graduate, now working at Fox, Mahnor Barry. So you're going to be showing some tips and tricks inside of Cinema 4D version 26, combined with some Red Giant tools, right? Great, I'm sure we're all excited. So yeah, keep your questions coming in. I'll be keeping an eye on those. And if you're new to Cinema 4D or looking to move over, this one is definitely for you. So Manuel Barry, everyone.
Yes. You guys can hear me, right? Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Mahnor Barry. I'm a 2D and 3D general motion graphic artist. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am originally from Pakistan, but currently based in Miami, Florida right now. So I'm a recent graduate. I graduated almost like a year and a half ago now. So today I'll be talking about a little bit of everything. I would say I will go on to that slide as well, what I'll be talking about. But before going to that, let me show you a little bit of my work. That's my demo reel that I had when I just graduated from my college. So I'll just show you that right now. All right, let's go. Let's dive into it and let's watch that. Let's get out of there. This is my reel that's from like a year old. I would say there's a lot of other cool stuff that I've done recently because I'm working currently for Fox. So on daily basis, I'm working on like broadcasting stuff with news and sports, show intros and everything. But today I'm going to be going a little bit basic for the people who are newly on Cinema 4D and don't know much about it. So I'll be covering up like new tools for them and going over a little quick tips with the new R26. So let me open this and show you a little bit of, let me open that and what I'll be exactly going over. Here, so that's me again. This is some of my recent work that I did. Also, let's look over the work. Okay, also, yeah. So what I'm going to be talking about mostly is almost 2 weeks ago, I would say, that I watched the new Elvis movie. And the intro for that is what intrigued me most. I'm like, wow, that's a really beautiful intro. So I was like, that would be a great piece. And I was just playing around with it in Cinema 4D to see how I can create that. So that's what I'm going to be basically going over, like how I can like try the basic tools in Cinema 4D and then bring into After Effects and playing around with Red Giant. I see a lot of faces here that I had questions with how I can make this as well. So to do that, I'm going to be going over with how I can speed up your workflow and then creating this whole comp, even just some quick tools and bring from Illustrator to Cinema 4D and how easy it is to bring that. And then quickly over lighting tool and modeling in Cinema 4D. Also talking about rendering multi-passes from Cinema 4D and then bringing into After Effects and playing around in Red Giant. So I'll be going over the Red Giant plugin to bring life to our basic render by using chromatic glow and how to use the Red Giant's magic bullet looks to change the whole look for the comp and some of the real smart motion blur and other tools as well. So before I dive into, let me open my file in Cinema 4D that I created. Oh, well, that's Elvis Presley's thing. Let me open that as well and show you how it looks. I just took that as a reference. So this part, that in the beginning part, this is kind of what I'll be going over, but I switched it around. I made it a little bit of Baroque style. So let me show you. So this is kind of what I created in Cinema 4D, just to show a little bit how I can have that opening animation. And let me open my C40 file too. I played around with like most of it is cloner, and then just using the basic acid browser materials as well, and then playing around with it and how to like just create a simple basic composition and then bring that into C40 and giving it into After Effects, and to give it a little bit life to it by adding like blurs and then playing around with like multi-facet specular and all that cool stuff. So let's dive into Cinema 4D, and what I'm gonna start with right now is just the basic how to model like a little bit of something. Let me get out of this camera right here, and then if I go into these, let me hit S, and then to like creating this whole tool from different sides and creating this diamond. So I'm gonna start modeling that. So let me create a new project, Control N, and what I'm going to start with is creating a simple cone right here. So going into that, let me give a little rotation segments to 8, because that's what it is, and then I'm going to give height segments about 150. Yeah, I'm going to leave it as it is, and then I'm gonna go over the caps, and I'm gonna keep it 1, and I'm gonna turn it into the Y. So doing that, I'm gonna create height about 150, so that it's a little smaller and it's not that big. Let me open my right here in Garage Shading, so I'm gonna go to the display and then have the lines open as well. So right here, it's a little bit of like already looking like a diamond shape. So what I'm gonna now do is give a little bit of like more shades to it. Let me go here and then create S, make it editable, and right here I'm gonna be creating a little bit of, let's go into different here, and then let's start giving a little bit segments to it. So right here, I'm gonna go to the point mode, which is right here. You can go over here and then give a little bit of extrusion to it first. So let me go into the rectangle selection and to the edge mode, and let's start give the extrusion. So right here, I'm in the 4 shades, so I'm just gonna go here and then give extrude. So I'm gonna create one a little bit, and then I'm gonna create a little bit that's gonna go extrude out a bit more. Right here, and then I'm gonna extrude it out a bit more. So that's what I'm gonna bring it right here. Then that, I'm gonna be creating a little bit of points mode from here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have, I did the wrong, I am gonna create another one of this, and then have this right here, because I was in the other mode. I'm gonna go to the plane mode right here, select the live section tool right here, and then select all of this. And then from here, I'm gonna go and then extrude it out. A little bit, and then a little bit more. And then over here, I'm just gonna scale it a bit down to give a bit of diamond look. All right, so from here, what I'm gonna do is like a quick, I know the diamonds have a lot of like quads and stuff in here, so to create that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go right here into the plane, and then select edge tool and go into the 4 display mode and select some of the stuff that's right here. And from here, I'm just gonna create like a pretty basic diamond and give a little bit bevel to it. So right here, if I go and then create n-gons and then create a line cut tool. I'm gonna go right here and then create like a little bit of more of n-gons and give a little bit of bevel to our model so that it's not really a very sharp looking edgy model right here. And I'm gonna go only visible only. So I'm gonna select all the models right here and just get rid of, unselect all the models that are right here. I'm gonna hit Control and deselect all the models right here. Or I can just go onto the live section, visible only, and go back to live, rectangle, and hit Shift, and it's gonna do that. All right, so let me just check. I am not selecting any other tools. All right, awesome. So from here, I'm just gonna go into my perspective mode and create a bevel. I'm gonna create a little bit of bevel right here. That's too much, so that it is not as sharp as it was before. So now going back to my original file, I'm gonna create like a cloner for how it looks right here. There's different cloners that I applied to like creating the whole thing, but what I'm gonna create, most of it is just going over this cloner tool and create the whole ball animation so that how it can open up and how it can close in the amount of time. So I'm just gonna create like a quick camera and then create a quick animation for that. So going for that, I'm gonna create a new scene, Control N, and then have sphere in here and give a little bit of segments to like, because right now it's a bit edgy and it's so simple to create the whole thing. It's just like, I'm gonna give a little bit of segments to it. It's gonna be 60. And then I am gonna make the sphere itself a little small. And then I'm just gonna click S to zoom in. And I'm gonna give a cloner right here. So I'm gonna create a cloner and put a sphere. I can either make it editable or not. If I'm just not gonna make it editable right now, just go into the cloner right now, and with this, instead of doing grid, you zoom out, like it's grid right now. So instead of having the grid, I'm just gonna create it as linear, because what I'm creating right now is basically the whole line of these sphere balls first, the gold balls. So for that, I am just gonna give about almost few of them. When I have that, I think I'm gonna give about 43 of them, and so I'm gonna make, yeah, so this looks about right that I would want. All right, so let's do that. Once I have this sphere in the cloner, I'm gonna create another cloner onto the cloner. So I'm gonna make the parent of another cloner. I'm just gonna put it in there, and that gives me a lot of other sphere balls right here. So to make that scene, I'm just gonna create that into radial, and let me zoom in. And what I'm gonna do is into the radial, I'm gonna create the radius a bit. And first, let me give the 26 of it, and I'm gonna do ZY. So for that, I am gonna create radius to about, oh, that's a lot. So what I'm gonna do is get rid of this and have this first cloner and give about, let me have that and then get rid of that and have this sphere. So I'm gonna go back to my cloner right here, create the radial count of like, I would say 43, and then created ZY. And I'll give the radius about this. All right, let me go back to my cloner right here, and I'm just gonna create radius, gonna create a little bit bigger, and just going to have that linear, back to linear. And I am just gonna drop that back to the other cloner, and I'm gonna go back here, it's gonna be radial. And for the count, I am gonna bring down the count, and just gonna create right here. 26. So going back to this file right here, what I'm just going to do is create this balls, create the cloner, and going to take that, and then just paste it right here to show you real quick so that I'm not going over the whole detail part. And I'm just going to get rid of the band over here so that I can show you the whole thing. How would I be able to do that? All right, let's see if let me turn off the other cloner that I have so that that's not showing from the future one. And right here with the gold, so this is what basically is going to look like with what before. So now I know that the gold ball is here and it doesn't have any animation to it because it's just still right there. So to create the animation and to have it a little bit of bend, what I'm going to do is create a bend deformer from right here. And I'm going to make the bend child of the cloner. And I'm going to turn off my, so that it's not confusing me at all. So I'm just going to turn off the cloner and have that in just one of the bend, and I'll just open it right here back again so that it shows. So with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my bend and keep the length of it. And it's going to keep the length and fit to parent. So then it's just basically it's covering up the whole thing, and I can play around with my strength to see how it's going to bend and what the whole animation I want. So by doing that, let me create a keyframe. So let's keep it simple right now. Let's do 0. And then here, I'll just do at 30 seconds just to show you. And I'll create the keyframe right here with the strength. And then I'm going to go back to the 0 frame and going to create with how much bend do I want. So basically do around till here. So I'm going to create another keyframe. Either I can create it from here, keyframe, or I can keep it at the strength right here. So I'm just going to do it from this. And then when I play it, it's gonna give a whole it's gonna give a whole tilt to it. So I'm just gonna create it from here, strength, and what is it not doing? And I'm just gonna bring it down back here with how much I want, and then I'm just gonna do it here. So right here, it's giving the whole animation with the cloner. So I'm just going to turn my gold balls on, and this is what it's basically going to look like, the whole opening scene, and right here. So what I can do is I can create a camera, and then let me create the radius a little bit bigger so then it can give the whole thing that I wanted it to look like. So it can have the whole cloner opening with what I want, with what I wanted. And then either it's going the other way around, but like I can change it by changing the whole length of it. Right there. So this is what the cloner tool would help you out, creating a bunch of tools right here. And then when you look at it right here, it's the whole scene that's opening up. Okay, another thing that I wanted to go over while I'm working on this is going over a little bit of tips as well while I'm working on this. I know that this already has lighting and stuff, but let me create a light onto this thing, and I'm going to take advantage of the asset browser. So I'm going to hit Shift F8, which is the new thing that's in, I'll just open up the asset browser because it's over here now. So I'm just going to hit Shift F8, and I'm going to go create any kind of texture that I want. So I'm just going to search for gold right here, and then I go to my materials, and right here there's gold material. So I'm just going to use that and drop that. It's already there, so I'm just going to have that, drop that, and click on my gold ball. So it's there. So right now what I'm going to do is, tip that I find it really helpful is just I'm going to create a light right here, and either you can create a tag for the lighting by going to the animation, and then you can just create a target light and you can point it out to your model itself. Or what you can do is, that I find super helpful, is if I click Shift C, which is our let me hit that. Shift C, which is our enter your command, so I can search up anything right here. And I find this super helpful. I feel like not a lot of people use this, which is like super helpful, anything that you're doing. So right here, let me do this. So I use this lighting tool a lot. Either you can use, like I said, either you can use the tag, or you can use this lighting tool around here. So this helps me a lot, like with wherever I want the specular to go with. So right here, like if I click this, it's gonna point the lighting like exactly where I want it to be. Let me just create a quick plane so that, or a cube right here, so it will show you exactly what I'm talking about, because this is kind of a little bit all over. So when I click the lighting tool and I have the lighting tool point out, so I can just have it wherever exactly I want it to be. Like I can point it out and see, let me zoom in right here, let me go to my cube, press S, and then I can just have it however I want the light to be. So creating, while I was working on this project, like I wanted the light exactly to be hitting the specular right here. So if I would create the light again right here, and then go to my specular tool, lighting tool again, and I can just move it around, and let me turn off the lights here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. I just think it's super helpful when you have your lights, so you can just have it like exactly where you want it to be, and you can have your specular wherever you would want it to be. Right here. So you can see the specular is like, you can have it wherever you want it to point it out. Another thing that I wanted to go over while I'm doing this as well, the new tool that's in R26. I mean, it's been there before as well, but also it's super helpful for the people who are in the ZBrush. And I got this question like a few minutes ago because she's a ZBrush user. So she told me like if I have a, oh yeah, another thing. So while I'm working on this project, you can see in art whenever you open the R26 right here, so you see these all the menus that are like yellow color right now. These are because that mentions that all the new things that are like yellow, that means there's something new in there. So whenever you create, so there, that generator is yellow as well, so that means there's something like new that's in there, like even just the remesh, and also how you can see there's a yellow dot on them. So that means like that's a new tool, so you can play around with it. Just like that, if you go into spline, mesh, or anything and add, that means there's a new tool in there and it has the yellow dot on it. So that means like that's something new that came into our R26. Another thing that I wanted to go over was, oh yeah, the remesh thing. So let me just create a new new scene right here so that I can go over that. I can take anything. I can either take cube or tube, landscape, or anything. I'm just gonna, for right now, I'm just gonna have figure right here. Create, hit S to zoom in, and I'm gonna go into my asset browser again to give it, okay, let me open the display and have the garage shading right here. You see how low polygon this this figure is. So if you go to the Shift F8 and you go in nodes, which is like also another new thing that you can have and take advantage of. So I'm just gonna go into geometry modifier. I'm just gonna hit the list view and zoom out so that I can see. Right now the polygon is like pretty perfect, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop the triangulate as the child of polygons to give it a little bit of messy geometry. So right here you see it, that how like there's a lot going on in here. I can go to the figures, segments a little bit more. So you see like there's a lot going on. So if you bring in your model from like ZBrush or anything and you don't know like how to, like in old days, like few years back, I did a model, like I modeled a Voldemort in ZBrush, and then I remember bringing the paint into other softwares and to retopologize the whole thing. But instead it's a new thing. So now you have figure. The only thing you need to do to like have your polygons perfect, you just go right here, you have a remesh, and you just drop your figure into remesh right here, and look how easily and how quick it was to just like make your topology look perfect. Here you can go to the remesh. That the new thing in here is Z-remesher and mesh density, so you can play around with this, like how much mesh density you would want it. Right now it's at 100%. You can bring it down to 0 or to 1 to see like how less of a density. It depends on what you're working on, and if it's for like something rigging, you would want it a little bit more so that you can have more polygons. Also here, right here, it's adaptiveness, which is also based on like what you're working on exactly, like with the circles or anything. It depends on how you would want it, how you would want the circles to wrap around here. So it just depends on exactly like what you're working on. But I just find this tool, super helpful remesher. I've been playing around with it a lot, like bringing my ZBrush models in and then just see the magic happens itself. Talking about this as well, how quick this was, but it depends on your project, on your model as well that you bring in, how it goes. The new thing that I find super helpful is when you go to Windows, we have a task manager now, which is pretty cool, like how you can see everything that's going on in the background in Cinema 4D, and if there's something that's taking really long and you don't know, like, and you know that it's going to crash your file or anything, you can just go into task manager and you can end your like whatever it's taking forever, so you can end it, so that just saves you from crashing your Cinema 4D. And also talking about crashing, another thing that I find super helpful, and I feel like nobody, like a lot of people just don't use it, or the new students. I just had this question a few days ago from one of my students asking, hey, like, I know that they have, like they're just, they don't have the autosave thing open up, and they just crashed their Cinema 4D and they lost everything. So I would highly suggest you to go to edit or preferences right here, and then you can go and files, you can save, like right now it's turned off too, like you can turn it on, this autosave thing, you just save it, especially me living in Miami where there's raining all the time, and then you never know when the thunder is going to hit, and then boom, the electricity is out and you lost everything that you did. So so with this autosave thing, that's kind of like a lifesaver for me. Like I just have it on always, because in 5 or 10 minutes, like you just, like you can do a lot. So I just usually keep it at 5 or 10 minutes. That's basically, I'm just saying for all the students out there who don't really use this. So it's pretty good. It's important to have it so that you're not losing anything that you did in the past 5 or 10 minutes. Talking about if I'm preferences, another thing that I would suggest, I got a question a few days ago, and me myself like got into it, and I was like, where so people who are used to having a Redshift tab on the top, and they're like, they open the R26 and then they're freaking out, where's the Redshift tool or the bar in the main menu, and it's not there. So you can have people who are used to it, so you can have access to that when you go to edit preferences, and then you go right here to renderer and you go to Redshift. You can have the Redshift main menu open, and then it's just gonna show your render, your Redshift menu on the top. Then if you don't have it checked, then it's not gonna show. I just find that useful, and it was not showing up for me before, but then it did. So I would just suggest you to have that open as well. Also, another question I know that I recently got as well before this is for the students. I know that in After Effects, like you have your file and you want to make it a little bit more less like complicated when you're done with your project. You just go to the dependencies and you collect files. But in Cinema 4D as well, you want to make your projects a little bit more something like you just want to delete things that are not, that you didn't use it at all, especially for like the materials. You just want to make your file less like complicated and have things that you have only used. So let me just search up some of the materials right here. Let me open this. So just for example, I dropped this to it, and then I have materials. Let me open the materials tab right here, and then I have another one of gold material that's in my material tab, and let me just have another one of this. But I'm only using this gold material right here on my figure, and these are the two ones that I'm not using at all, so they just don't take advantage of like deleting or not like having these files in these materials in there. So what you can do is just hit go to edit right here, and then just do delete unused materials, and that's just gonna delete all the materials that you were not using at all. So I just find that helpful, because otherwise I'm playing around with a lot of materials and I'm just not using them, and they're just sitting there, and in the end you're just like, okay, where did it go? Okay, I'm a little bit on time, so let me go back into my my final file so that I can talk about the multi-passes as well in here. So right now I did this whole thing in just like standard and physical, so that people who are just getting started with the Cinema 4D know how to play around with it. So right here I would go to my edit render settings so that I have multi-passes. Let me hit Shift F8 and get rid of that. So I have all my multi-passes rendered with standard or physical. Let me go to my render settings, and then right now it's on physical, and then I rendered out all these like shadow, specular, ambient occlusion, or global illumination. So all you need to do with them is just like you have multi-passes, and you just go to effect, and from here you can add, right here, you can add all the multi-passes from here. So you can render them. Just when you go to the save, you have this, and then let me check box the multi-pass so that it will give me this option. You just save this, and then wherever you want to save them, you save them. So let me go into my After Effects file, because I'm not going to render them right now. Let me just go to After Effects file. So in After Effects file right here, I brought all my passes already. It's just going to be, I put it in my clips right here. And then these are like all the GI pass, and then all the reflection passes, and the specular pass, and everything that I brought in, so that I can play around with all the, let me have this off. I brought the specular passes and everything in it too, so that I can play around with it. So another thing that I'm going to be working on in After Effects is just that in this example, you probably saw like there's, let me turn up the quality. There's a little bit in the background. There's like a particles that going around, and then you can create those, like when you probably see this. There's particles that are like moving in the background. Either you can create them in Cinema 4D, but I would also, to make my workflow a little bit faster, I created them in After Effects as well, so that playing around with the particle. Let me open this. Playing around with our the particle red giant trap code tool. So that just helped me a lot to like give a little bit more detail to my scene right here. So then it's just like there, it would seem like it's done in Cinema 4D, but it's actually like done in just After Effects, and it just saved me a lot of time by not rendering them separately. So right here, what I did, otherwise if you see my thing itself, it was just like very like just straight, and there's like no specular, nothing added to it, and no red giant stuff, anything added to it, not played around with level, curves, or anything, or depth. So what I did basically to create that whole thing was just I played around with the red giant for the RSMB, or a red giant, the shine, and also the trap code stuff. So I'll be talking about that as well. So let me go and have that open. So let me just have that. Oh, another thing that I find super useful as well, while I did not, you can either have your render in Cinema 4D and have the render settings go right here. You can have when you go to the passes, you can either have the motion vector thing rendered out with it as well, or you can have it if you don't want to do that in After Effects and post-production, you can have that as RSMB, or you can have because RSMB I find it pretty cool as well. So it will give you the real-time motion blur, and so that's pretty helpful. So if you go into our in here, so right here, if I zoom in with the whole, it just gives you a little bit good of blur in here, and then it creates a live by each pixel. It just gives you a better look of motion. All right, so let's dive into the specular, and then this chromatic glow that I use. I just feel like that was pretty helpful too, to give a little bit of jewelry look to it. So how I created that was just I go to reflection. Let me just turn this off and have this on, and then either you can create like an adjustment layer, or you can play around with it so that you can just have it on top of each other. So for that, you just go to the effects, and you go to universe chromatics, and then you can have it glow from here, or chromatic glow right here. And then there's a lot of things that are in, if you click the open dashboard, there's a lot of other glows that you would find, and you can play around with them too, whichever one you think it's like better. There's a whole library to it. If you go to the universe, there's like blur, there's glow and everything. So the one that I used was chromatic glow. I just thought like this is would be pretty good for my scene, because there's a lot of jewelry going on and there's a lot of reflection. I just think like it would give a cool effect to it. So I just applied that. Applied effect, and then there's a lot of other options into it too, so whichever one you want to use. I think I just use the default one, so I just apply the preset, cancel, because I already have it in here. So let me just turn that off, and then I'll play around with it right here. So you go to the chromatic glow right here, and then you can play around with the threshold with how much you would want it to be, and then you can play out with the intensity, how much you would want the intensity to be. I don't want it like that much, so I just have it a little bit of it so that it's not going on a lot. You can play around with the glow radius however you would want it to be. Going back to my specular mode as well, I put a shine tool on it so that it will give a little bit of shine while it's in the background, so that it will give a little bit of glow in the background as well. And if I do it right here, I just have it like as a shine when it's like animating in, so it can just have a shine in the background, just giving a little bit of cool look in the background. Another thing that I play around with the particles to create that, I just created like a new solid, and then I just put, let me do this, and I would just go to the trap code right here, and or the trap code. Let me just go right here, and then do the particular, and there's a lot of whole gallery for the particulars as well, like whichever one you want to choose. Give it a bit of a second. It's going to take a second because there's a whole library, like you go into designer right here. It's already giving. Let it load for a second. There's a lot of other cool options that you can choose from it. I have like created cool fireworks from it too. Let me go into the presets right here. There's a whole library of whatever you can choose from here. I have created like a cool fireworks as well for one of my projects recently. From here, you can choose anything that you want to, but for this, I pretty much use the blue. I don't know, I don't want to butcher it, how to say it, but lacosas. So I use that, and it just gave a pretty good, like a diamondy look to it. So I just created that for the background. And then for that, you can just play around with the whole emitter and how big you want it to be. So let me have that right here, the green, or even the blue. So it's just like here. Oh, and then I just changed the color to it. So you can go to the either emitter right here, and then you can play around with the velocity with how much you would want it to be. I already have the keyframe set to it so that I want it a little bit slower, and then start a little bit faster and then go a little bit slow. So then you can, it also depends on how much you want it to be. And then the particle size right here, you can play around with this. It's 5. I created a little bit of, because for the green one, I did a little bit smaller, and then for the blue one, I did a little bit bigger of them, so that there's a different variety of all the particles in there too. So and then another thing that I want to talk about is the whole look that I said about the red giant. I just find that super helpful because without it, it just was pretty like there was nothing going on. But when I created the look, it just gave a whole different look to my scene, to my whole composition. So for this, I just created like a new adjustment layer so that it's on the top. So, and I would just go to the effects right here, and then I would go to the red giant magic bullet, and then from here I would just choose looks. And you can go to any there's a lot of other options that you can choose from. There's a variety of them. Let it open first, and then I'm just gonna go right here. There's a lot of other of them. You can play around with the graph. Let me just make it a little bit smaller. There's whole controls for it that you can play around with it. There's like hue, saturation, like if you want to change the color and everything. And then from here, let me open up the other controls as well. Like you can go to the looks right here, and then there's whole like different type of that you want to choose that can change the whole scene of your whole composition. So right here, I chose the one that was something with cooler heads or anything, and because that was giving a pretty good of a like a blur in the background as well with the depth. So I just like a lot that one. So I pretty much used that one. Either you can, I really like the brewing as well. It was giving a pretty cool look to my whole composition. Either you can have this one as well, or bookworm. I just think if you want to go towards more of a cooling side, then you can have the bookworm, or if you want to go towards a little bit more of like a warm side, you can choose another one. But for this specific scene, I chose the pearl and cotton, so that just gave a good amount of blur and everything to my scene. So here you can play around with like how much you want it, and then you can go around here, you can play around with like within it how much you would want it to be. There's a whole, like right here, like there's a whole scene to it, like how you would want it, and then you can add the film grain. I just find it super, like it's a cherry to on top of like anything that I'm doing. Like it just gives it creates a whole different look to my scene right here. And you can create with the softness, how much softness you want it to be. Let me just zoom in a bit so that you can look at it. And let me just zoom it out, and let me hit this and then edit. Let me go back to it and then have it choose again. So anything like ice place, for instance, you can play around with this and how much you would want the vignette to be. So you can just do a lot. You can play a lot with this renoiser or anything. If you want to make your scene a little bit more sharper, you can play around with this as well. If you want a little bit of more control with the more contrast and everything, you can just play around with a lot. Over here itself, it's like a filter that you put on top of your scene, and it just gives a whole different look to your scene itself. Yeah, there's a bunch of variety that you can choose from. There's a lot of cool of them. The one today or for night, it's more of like a dark scene that if you want to go towards, and yeah, there's a lot of them that you can, either this or the loop. There's just like a lot. It's just making your scene a little bit more brighter to it, and then you can just change around the colors if you want it to be. So the one that I usually use are the Blockbuster one as well. I just think they themselves are like pretty cool, so you can change anything that you would want it to be from here. But okay, it's 12:54, so let me have Ellie. That would be it for right now, and if you guys have any questions, let me know for sure.
Nice. That final piece is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, so it's really great to see you like combining Cinema 4D and like Red Giant, and that Magic Bullet looks just really adds that final bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from Ryan, who was saying that Manuel Barry is so talented,
Thank you.
and people were really kind of like bigging up the Red Giant presets and saying how powerful they are.
Yes, for sure. It's super helpful.
Yeah, so we didn't have too many questions in there, but if we did, or anyone from here, stick your hand up if you have. And where can people like connect with you?
Oh, yes.
Where's sort of, like, the best place?
It's my social media that you can go up to, and then you can check some of my work at Vimeo as well, and then you can just go to Instagram. There's a couple of my stuff that's posted there, and there's a lot more coming up. And you can just reach out to me through DM or anything. Just email me or anything that you would want to. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so feel free to get in touch. And yeah, don't forget you can sign up to the 3D Motion Show to receive notifications for upcoming shows, and stick around because next we have Joey Camacho from Raw and Rendered. Woo!
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Make their head drop.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
This is what it's like to love in stereo.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Maxon booth at Siggraph. I'm here with an incredible artist, designer, Canadian artist and designer, Joey Camacho, also known as Raw and Rendered. And we're in a previous hometown of yours, right?
We are. Vancouver is home away from home for me.
Yeah, you've been showing us around some of the nice local sites, haven't you?
More colorful areas.
Yes, you have. Yeah. And you're going to be breaking down a recent brand reveal that you've been doing, which I've seen, and it's stunning. Not to take away your thunder.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, yeah, everyone give it up for Joey. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Ellie. As Ellie said, my name's Joey Camacho. I go by Raw and Rendered. And I'm just going to bring up my presentation here. So, Vancouver is my home away from home. I spent about 7 years here and just moved back to Calgary right when COVID started. So, yeah, it's good to be back. I want to say thanks to Maxon for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here. I've learned a lot from these types of presentations. So I'm hoping I can return the favor and hopefully give something valuable back to the community. My personal work is something that I like to lean into. I kind of remove a bit of the perfection by going after progress on a daily basis. Here are a few examples of work taken from this series that I started in 2014. I kind of use this as a daily practice, which is now in its 8th consecutive year. And it's just a way for me to kind of stay consistent, show up every day, and stay connected to kind of personal connection or personal expression and technical exploration. So my work tends to kind of naturally gravitate towards abstract and surreal concepts, mostly in technology, but also in adjacent fields. I use Cinema 4D at the core of my pipeline to create work that is rich with texture and light. And I strive to kind of combine art with my visual communications kind of design principles that make work that looks good and also says something. So here's some more examples of that personal work. I love particles, I love textures, I love materials, I love light, and so I've also had the pleasure of working with brands, studios, agencies, and worked on projects that span across all sorts of mediums. I've done, experiential installations at Coachella. I've done commercial advertising work for companies like Nike, Under Armour, Aveda, Arc'teryx, and I've worked on title sequences for Amazon Prime's Electric Dreams. I've done work with studios on Star Trek's Picard, and so I, use Cinema 4D at the core of everything that I do. And so, at the beginning of 2020, when COVID hit, that's right when we moved, and it was a bit of a crazy time, and it can kind of be summarized with this. It was a lot going on. And I took a bit of time to reflect and look back at my work and realize it was kind of an opportunity at this time to have a little bit more fun, be more expressive, and you can kind of say I was like in a creative rut. I was feeling the itch to work on some new ideas, take on some new challenges, and kind of get outside my comfort zone. So that was about the time I was introduced to a company called Pixel Vault, which it's a fantastic company. They work in the NFT, kind of crypto, blockchain space, and they can be described as a intellectual property development group focused on elevating crypto native assets across a variety of mediums. And that is just a way of saying that they leverage the technology of blockchain non-fungible tokens to kind of elevate traditional mediums like film, gaming, television, and create experiences. So over the span of about 6 months, I worked with a team at Pixel Vault in a incredibly fast-paced environment, helping to create artwork for some of their their main initiatives, brand activations, and kind of what we call could be like crypto product launches. So we created things like mint passes, coins and collaborations with Bored Apes, and did a bunch of gear pods, planets. There was some cool Adidas collaborations in there as well. And so inside of this process, they also wanted to, as they were growing, they wanted to extend their brand into to more traditional mediums like sports, games, filming, and animation. And their brand needed to kind of evolve into something more simple, recognizable, memorable, and I was kind of tasked with coming up with this new design. So beyond the logo itself, Pixel Vault needed a way to communicate this evolution in a fun and compelling way. So this video is kind of the result of that process. So. Okay. So today I will be breaking down my process and some of the techniques used behind the shots. We'll be using Cinema 4D as the core tools, and we'll adapt some complementary plugins and bridges like Rhizome UV and Substance Painter into the mix. So kind of 4 parts to this presentation. There's I'm going to touch on kind of how we got to the logo and some of the thinking that I put into when we were creating the logo. We'll go into a section of like lighting and rendering in Cinema 4D and compositing in After Effects, where I'll talk about takes and kind of how to manage multi-cam setups. And then I'll go into a procedural-ish, what I call procedural-ish MoGraph technique. We're just using pose morph fields, cloners, and effectors to get our square pixel into our rounded pixel stack. And at the end, I'm going to go through kind of an asset customization or asset creation workflow, so you can kind of take, if you're in a rush and you've got assets and you've got things that you need to work with that you haven't modeled, or maybe you don't have good UVs or something, you can really make kind of ownable kit bash elements in a short amount of time. So the design process for the logo was really based in the pixel itself and then play. So there was these references, we've got Space Invaders, we've got Minecraft, we've got these things that are quite familiar to us as people, and this is a shot of the original logo with the artwork done by Chris Wall, who's a Marvel comic book artist. He's done work for DC Comics. He's just a super talented guy all around. And we had this original logo, which was fantastic, but there's just some things that it fell apart, at like small sizes, and it really wasn't, you know, from a design perspective, didn't kind of like do the things it needs to do across a lot of different applications. So we wanted to kind of step up the game, simplify things, and really bring the design to a new level. So the shape language that I started exploring with was based off some sketches. So kind of in step one, you can see, you know, just kind of breaking down basic shapes, extracting kind of elements, and working with shape language in order to see what would work. And then in stage two, kind of just dropping that in to some of the word mark, but then itself, like some of it ended up looking quite, like we got X-Men, we've got things that seem really obvious, and then we've got something that looks like a keyboard stroke that was done incorrectly. So definitely those are the ones we tossed out. But there was something that seemed to start feeling a little bit more like game theory, which was this kind of like X pattern, which was the negative space of our cross pattern, which is why that explosion in the video does what it does. So we started working with that, and then stage three, and then we move into stage four. We're kind of happy with using this X as is in a very simplified format. Now, the problem with this is that the icon on itself works, but only in conjunction with the word. So once we extracted that as an emblem, it just looked like 5 squares. So it didn't work. I wasn't super happy with it. So I went back to some of the original inspirations and started bringing in maybe elements of color, and then started kind of bringing these elements of like map, and you know, we started to develop in stage 5 this it almost looks like partly schematic, partly kind of like a heads-up display element. Obviously, it looks like a dice, but it started getting it quite a bit busy. So you know, that was like an additive process. So then when I got to stage 6, I was like, okay, what can we start to take away? So, you know, we removed some of the pixels, kind of brought in the kind of the walls, let's call it, and then started to see the fact that there was this beginning of the letter P. And so in stage 7, it was really just all about refining that letter and really kind of like changing the shape language, again, the curvature, and really just like dialing it in. And so where we ended up was we've got these 3 components. We've got the pixel, which is the creativity at the core of everything that Pixel Vault does. They've got the explorer, which is kind of like the discoverer. It's like this thing that you know, it's like the community, it's the people that see what's inside. And then there's the embrace, which is kind of this thing that either kind of keeps the creativity and the ideas and then lets them loose, or it's a place for things to feel safe and included. So that's where we ended up, and these are kind of some other iterations, and we finally ended up on this final version, which was you know, a little bit more, the font ended up being a little bit more techy and kind of supporting the shape language of the icon itself. So that's the design process, just to kind of show you where we got to. And here's the updated kind of application. So once we got out of that design phase, we quickly moved into a storyboarding phase, and this is kind of quick and dirty sketches that I did in order to kind of like plot out how we could assemble this new evolution of the brand, so that we saw where we came from and saw to where we were ending up. And so this is those boards, and then these are the frames. So some evolution happened through the process. We, you know, instead of just starting on a desk, we started in a room. Instead of, you know, peeling layers off, we added kind of more technical digital layers on, which felt more appropriate. So so that said, we're going to jump into cinema now that we know where we came from. I'm going to break down the opening shot, and yeah, just show you how to manage these scenes using takes, render settings, AOVs, and a couple other things. So. Okay, so I'm in cinema. This is my setup. My stuff is very customized. I got a lot of stuff going on that may or may not match what you're seeing, but if you have any questions, I'm definitely happy to answer these on how I got to this state. But I have my final render up here, and the reason I kept the opening shots contained in a single project file, I had, I think, 3 or 4 shots, is I knew feedback would come at later stages. Things were being swapped out, elements were being changed, artwork was being changed, so I decided to avoid updating multiple shots across multiple project files. I used Cinema 4D's really powerful take system to create the flexibility I needed in later stages to accommodate last-minute feedback. So my approach to lighting was to work backwards because I knew the lights would turn on in this scene, and I wanted the final lighting in the scene baked in, and then I would manipulate these through passes in After Effects rather than keyframing everything. So in the camera setup, there's 3 cameras. There's these original cameras with the X's beside them. These were just, you know, simple linear moves like dolly push in, you know, and what I did is I just added those cameras and added a Grayscale Gorilla Cam tag and added just some subtle imperfections so they weren't super technical. Like any type of dolly in film, even though it's smooth, it's not perfectly smooth. So these are very subtle additions. So quick tip, something that I learned, and I've been using Cinema 4D for quite some time, and I didn't know that you could do this, but you can update all of your HUDs in one fell swoop, which I didn't know, by holding Shift. Rather than updating one HUD at a time, you can hit Shift V after you've selected all those, and you can add whatever parameters you want to see in your heads-up display. I knew you could do it on one, but I didn't know you could do them all at the same time. So if I want to see my total polygon count, or let's say my frames on all my HUDs, now that they're all selected, just a quality of life thing. Okay, so the lighting in this scene, so there's my cameras I explained, but the lighting in this scene, there's 6 lights. There's an IES light, which is, there's lights over the pictures. There's a blue light under the desk. There's a light on the right side. There's a light on the left side coming through the window, which is really sharp. There's a volumetric light coming from inside the bulb. So there's a lot of lights, and there's also an HDR light. And yeah, so what I did was I rendered all this stuff out using takes, and I can give you a quick overview of the AOVs once I get there. But what the takes actually did for me in the take manager, and I'll just break this out real quick so you can see what's going on here. There's 3 shots technically, and each take is connected to each camera that I've created so that I can easily move through each shot and sync up with each camera. So those takes contain the camera, and then those takes also contain the render settings, and I've created a number of different render settings to accommodate each shot. So the sampling and whatever's inside the render setting is managed by the take. So if you look at my HUD, I've got my takes referenced in my heads-up display, so I can always see that my take is referencing my shot, and my shot is referencing, and my take is also referencing my render settings. So by doing that, I was able to, obviously like a multi-pass lighting workflow is I would open up my Redshift render settings, and in order to render out the AOVs, I would show my AOV manager, and inside of these passes, these are the passes I include. Let's say with this opening shot, I would include, a beauty pass. These are all the main passes, but inside these passes, I would break out each light pass so that I could use it and kind of manipulate these lights in After Effects. And in doing so, these light passes show up in my Redshift render view, so I can preview them and say, okay, these are the things that I'm going to get in Cinema 4D. I'm going to get, a light pass from under the desk. I'm going to get my volumetric pass. I'm going to get, my overhead lights. I'm going to get my warm right light, and then I can assemble these. And I got a crypto map pass, which we can possibly dive into later. So that's what I rendered out to After Effects. And once I was done that, I assembled everything, and I'll take you over to After Effects now in order to show you kind of the end result of that. So now that we're in After Effects, this is the same comp that we saw before with all the passes kind of assembled. And the way that this works is I knew I wanted the lights to turn on. Obviously, our outside light is turned on, so that's the first thing you see. And then as I animated the passes, these light layers came on, and I animated the emission and the beauty of the light bulb, and that just kind of flickered on, and I was able to keyframe that and then turn on the light behind the LED, and then turn on the lights that were on as if this room was coming to life. And I can manipulate this and offset the timings of things if I wanted to, and maybe turn on our desk light earlier, et cetera, et cetera. So as that was happening, I then was able to composite these passes, and I knew that I wanted some kind of additional flickering in and of the side. So I would take let's look at this right side light. So that's our full right side light, and that's just kind of just there. And then we've got an additional duplication of that, which is a right side flicker, and I'm going to turn off this track mat. And basically all this does is it's just flickering. And then I reduce that effect just a little bit by creating a track mat above it, a Luma mat, and then it's just very, very subtle. You almost can't see it in the preview, but I use this a lot to just add breathe a little bit of additional life into these scenes. So yeah, that's kind of how all these layers ended up coming back together, and I'll just take you through the stack here. So if we've got our main pass, which is our bulb, or a volumetric, we've got our emissive pass, then we got our desk light, then we got our overhead IES lights, our right light on the right side, and then we got that flicker pass, we got a leather light pass, and then we've got our window light flicker, and we're doing a profile correction, and then just some grading stuff. So that's how I approached this shot. All right, done with that. So next up, I'm going to show you how to do this procedural pixel animation using pose morphs, effectors, fields, and keyframes. So we'll hop back over to Cinema. We'll close this. And so I'm in Cinema, and I'm going to, I've got this pixel, our main hero pixel animation. And what I did here was we've got just a simple spline extruded, and it's got some rounding on the radius. And this was animated, there's two states. There's a really narrow radius, and then the next state was just a rounded radius. So there's two states that I've broken out there. And then I baked those out into kind of like what I call as an A and B state. We want to start from here, and we want to end in B. So once those are broken out into kind of editable states, we've got what I call our actual hero pixel transformation, and all that's happening here is the corners are moving in at different rates, basically. And I'm using fields to do that, and I'll show you how to build that right now. So we'll build it from scratch here. I'm going to remove all the fields, just start from nothing. Okay, so we've got, one sec here. Okay, we've got our pixel transformation. We've got A and we've got B. And those are kind of just both overlap there. So I'm going to turn off B. I'm going to start with A. And we're going to use our pose morph tag to drive the difference between the points transformation in space. So I want to record, or I want to affect points. So it's recorded the first pose, and that's pose A, let's call it. So that's referencing this. I'm going to move my second state into here. It's going to ask me, yes, I want absolute reference. So I've got my second pose, and so now it's taken on that second pose because it's at 100%. So I can drive this strength value between the two of them just using the pose morph tag. But what we want to do is we want the corners not to just kind of turn on and off like that. We want to drive that through fields and have them show up on different rates. So I'm just going to drop in a morph deformer. Oops, oh, sorry, not another morph tag. I'm going to morph deformer, and I'm going to have, actually when I do this, I'm just hitting Shift C to bring that up, but I'm going to make sure I have A selected, and as I bring in my morph deformer, it's going to automatically, I'm going to move it under here again just for visual reference, but it's referencing the pose morph tag that's here, so now those are connected. So I can drive the strength of the second pose using the morph deformer. And so what I did then is I didn't want everything coming on, so that morph deformer gives me access to fields, which then I'm going to bring the old ones in from the previous one, this replacement. And now I've got these 3 fields. I'm going to go into my morph deformer and go into the fall off. And I'm going to add these fields that I've created, these box fields, into the morph deformer. And so now, what I'd previously done is animated each box field. If I bring up my timeline, you can see in the timeline that these 3 box fields, or these 4 box fields, are all offset in time. Now nothing's happening yet, and that's because I need to create these box fields need to occur in a additive state. Oh, let me just see here. Set our pose morph. Let me see what's going on. Let me just try that again. Make sure I grab the right ones. So when I bring these back in, we're in the wrong state here, sorry. Oh, I missed a critical step here. So if I go back to our pose morph tag, this is very important. It needs to be in an animate mode, or else it's just kind of be frozen there. So now when I bring in the pose morph tag, now when I bring in the pose morph tag, this will all work. Oh, sorry, the morph deformer. So we're going to bring in the morph deformer, which is going to reference that pose morph tag. I'm going to add the box fields that I had previously to the morph deformer. Whoops. So I'm going to add these in. And now we're seeing things come to life. So if I animate this, we only get actually like one of these box fields is working, and that's because these fields work like kind of like Photoshop. They have blending modes, so I'm only seeing the effect of the top one. So if I change all these to add or max, it'll just drive the full power of each of these, which again I've offset in my timeline so that each one animates its strength and effect in a different manner. So now I've got more of like an organic kind of like secondary animation, which is super helpful. All right, so that's how we got to the transformation on the pixel. And now that's just one pixel, and in our shot we had a stack of pixels. And I will show you, this is kind of how our shot looked in the sequence. Just bear with me. Okay, so this is kind of how our shot looked in the sequence. And these things kind of, they kind of were floating and moving, and then their corners just kind of, you know, all go around it, and then they fly in, and then they kind of like land in this staggered state. So I'm gonna reverse engineer this so you guys can see how it was built. So once we had our 1 pixel transformation, I put that inside of a cloner, and that cloner, just bear with me, I'm gonna turn this off. I have a vibrate tag that's kind of working in the background, which I need to turn off. So we have this vibrate tag that's turned off. I'm going to reset my PSR here. All right. So now we have kind of our basic stack of animated pixels, and they kind of all do the same thing. And they all happen at the same time, and it's kind of boring. So I use this formula effector with kind of an equation that Rick Barrett's got a tutorial on how to kind of rotate these at 90 degrees and constrain them. So now they're stacked the same way, but some of them are turned, so they happen in different sequences. The next step is ironically a step effector that is being driven by a linear field, and that's just separating the clones. So that's the first part of the animation, and that linear field is right here, and that's moving through as these corners round. It's moving through and down, or up, I guess, and reducing the effect of the step effector. So it's like one part, step two, okay? And then on top of that, after you've added that step effector, I want these things to be scattered to resemble the end state of where they exploded to. So then I've got a random effector, which is affecting their rotation and position. So it's scattering in space, and they're where kind of I want them to be. And I'm using another linear field here that's kind of moving across the screen. Let me turn off the step effectors field. So you can see as these are floating in space, this linear field can move through after that step effector before the step effector stops working, and these reduce that random effect. So they're reducing the random effect and then reducing the step effect, and then we're getting kind of our sequential animation. So the next and kind of final step with this was, obviously these things can't just be, the shot can't just go from movement on the previous shot to like just frozen in space. So the vibrate tag, all that was doing is creating some random movement, and that was animated and reduced over time. So they start moving right away. So when I got to this shot, they still feel like they're floating, and then I reduced that down on the amplitude, and then they started their sequence again. And so that's how we got to our final pixel animation, which is fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to close that and move over to our next part of the demonstration here. Is just this asset customization workflow using Cinema 4D, Redshift, and I'm going to show you a fast, I think very powerful, easy way to kind of elevate, maybe what you call stock models, or quick things that you just want to make look better. So, all right. So we've got Cinema 4D, and on this desk there was some cats, and these cats, there was some feedback, and we wanted cats to be here, they wanted to be there, they needed to be this texture, to be that texture. So there needs to be kind of like little Easter eggs scattered throughout this scene. And I wanted these cats, I got them off, I think a Turbo Squid or something, and ended up, they didn't have UVs, there was nothing on them, there was no materials. So I ended up, this is kind of how I approach customizing 3D assets, because I don't have time all the time to model something from scratch. There's a lot of better modelers out there. So I'm going to take a look here. This is our, just going to render this real quick. So that's kind of like where I ended up with this texture, and I'll show you how I got there. So we're going to start from 0. Again, we've got this cat model. We've got no UVs, so if I go over to my BP UV edit, we've got no UVs, there's nothing there. And using a Rhizome UV plugin, I'm going to knock this out to Rhizome UV using this little script. And what that's going to do, it's going to bring Rhizome UV, and the reason it's a really fast, there's a lot of algorithms in here that can really kind of like make UV unwrapping a lot less painful. And so you can see we've got no UVs, and I can come in here and I can kind of select my edges and try and do all this, but nobody's got time for that. Like, we definitely didn't. So instead of me spending time kind of doing a perfect unwrap, I wanted to get these over to Substance to kind of a quick and dirty unwrap. So Rhizome has a lot of powerful little algorithms. I'm going to use this UV Island algorithm, which is just going to do an automatic unwrap. It's gonna cut it up. It's gonna unwrap it. It's gonna pack it, and all I have to do is do this, which is fantastic. So these are my UVs. They're not pretty, but they do what I want. And because I use that script in Cinema, you know, I don't want to leave Cinema in order to go do unwrapping or to go do texturing. I want Cinema to always be plugged in so I can iterate and improve quality fast, rather than going out to a specific piece of software, making adjustments, and then coming back in. So because I've used that script and I've done a quick unwrap, I can hit save, and that should bring us back to Cinema. I've got my UV tag, and because that UV tag is there, I can check, and there's all the exact same UVs that I just kicked out from Rhizome. Now that I have these, I can use this in Substance Painter. So I'm going to open Substance Painter. And you're going to see how kind of awesome this is, I think, to be able to kick this out and get what you need in a short amount of time. So Substance is firing up. We've got it open. And so same thing, I've got this bridge that plugs into Substance. Using Cinema as our hub, I'm going to knock it out, and it's going to notice that Substance is open. And I've got my model selected with the current UVs. I'm going to hit send. I'm going to do a 1K texture. And I've sent that. And if I head over to Substance, we've got our cats. And we've got our kind of quick and dirty UVs. I'm going to do a quick bake and bake those out. So we'll do this very quick. And basically how Substance works, it's going to take the bake data, and it's going to, you know, using smart materials or however you want to do it, you can paint, you know, over top of it. It's going to allow me to use that information. And let's say I want to, instead of wood, I come back in here and I want to, you know, use this metal. I now can use that, and it'll take all that information, and I can go, you know, maybe customize how much rust I want in here. Oops. And then maybe I don't want as much rust, so I'm just going to, you know, turn down the ambient occlusion effect, and it's going to reduce the amount of rust that's in the ambient occlusion space. So let's say I like that. I'm like, okay, you know, maybe I'll add one layer just so we can see this in effect. I'm going to paint, you know, whatever. So look awesome, wide-eyed cats. And because I've used that plugin, it's got a second part over here, which is it's the Substance Live link. So it sees that the Maxon Cinema 4D is open. I'm using Redshift. I'm using a legacy material, and I want to knock these out at 2K. It's called a default material now, but you can change that to, let's say, cat metal. And what's fantastic about this is now that this is done, I can hit send, and cat metal material shows up in Cinema 4D. I've got my entire material in the shader graph here. I can duplicate my or move over my displacement from the previous texture. And now that that's done, we can see how that looks using Redshift Render here. And I'm going to add those materials. Let's see what happens. Looking pretty good. So what's awesome about this is that if we are going back to Substance, and let's say we're like, okay, you know what, client feedback, I'm not sure if we like yellow. I'd like to change it to blue. I can go down to my properties. We can knock out to blue. And let's say we don't want rust. We can just turn off the rust. Maybe we want a little bit more dust. We can turn up dust. And we can click update over here. It's going to register that cat metal is still open over here. This might update in here, but either way, I'll just do another render. and there we go. Our cat is blue. So I use this in a lot of shots for a lot of the models that were in the actual shot to kind of customize, elevate, just tweak them so you're not actually, it's just a way to customize your kit bashes if you do need to use an asset that you're not starting from scratch, or if you don't always have the time. So I used it for the cup. I used it for the pencil holder. I used it for a lot of things. I used it for the baseball, which is really cool. So I can quickly show you kind of what those look like in here, like a Okay, so I'm going to let Substance open again. We should see our baseball. I'll just show you kind of like what I was given. And what's great about Substance and using this workflow with Cinema 4D is that even if you get like a starting point with like a quick asset and you want to customize it, these textures came from the asset and I brought them in to Substance, and then all I did was just, add some other layers to them to make it, just for me feel a little bit more real and integrated with the scene. So that's a little bit of how I work and how I approached a lot of these shots, managing scenes, managing the workflows, doing a bunch of stuff, and that is it, my friends. Thank you for tuning in, and yeah, if you have any questions, I think we're good.
Thanks, Joey. That was great. That was so good. I love that UV texturing workflow, as you know, because I was asking you about it a few days ago.
Yep, painless.
Ricardo was saying these are some life-changing tips, and I'm sure we all agree. Back to your AOVs.
Yep.
Do you export as like individual multi-layer, or are you exporting as like direct? And what's your kind of format of choice?
I'm exporting. Those are EXRs. Those are 32-bit EXRs, 16-bit float. So you get the full dynamic range, and then I'm extracting the pass out of the EXR that I need. So, yeah.
Cool, yeah. So we didn't have too many questions, but if you have any questions for Joey, kind of like let him know on the questions area.
Yeah,
I'm sure I've got 1,000 questions for you for later on. And yeah, don't forget to check him out, Raw and Rendered. He's got his information up here for you guys to see. And yeah, sign up to the 3D Motion Show for notifications, upcoming shows, all this great stuff that we have going on. And yeah, up next we have the insanely talented Wimbush. So stick around.
What up? What up? Okay.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. is what it's like to love in stereo.
Hey everybody, welcome back. And I'm delighted to welcome longtime friend, longtime collaborator, Wimbush, back to present for us. And Wimbush is an amazing educator and especially well known for connecting the dots on technologies. So connecting things like cinema and Unreal and recommending workflows. So he's going to share some things in fact, I think they're up on the screen now, about where you can find out more about this. But you can find out more about this right now because this is first of two presentations where he's going to take us on a journey, as I understand, with a magical journey, including cinema and Unreal, and how to connect those technologies. 100%. So take it away, Wimbush.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Simon. So, all right. What up, what up? Wimbush here. And today I'm excited to be here in Van City in front of you guys with courtesy of Maxon. If you want to follow me on social media, you see it up there on the screen. YouTube.com is where you can normally find me. And I'm going to jump right into the presentation. So let's get right into it. And so, excuse my voice there. This is the scene that we're going to be building out here. And so right now I'm inside of Unreal Engine. And I wanted to build like a fantasy type scene, something that you would see probably in like The Legend of Zelda or Borderlands 3. And so my workflow is I start inside Cinema 4D, bring everything into Unreal Engine 5, as you can see right here. And this is the final result. So we have like some toon shading going on. Actually, let me start up my camera here. So let me open up my camera. And I'm just going to play through this for you guys real quick so you can see what the end result's going to be. So we're just going to be kind of walking over the bridge, looking at the well, pulling up into the end scene where we see Zelda's sword, actually Link's sword, inside the Power Stone there, and that's going to be the end result. So I'm going to show you guys how we could build this fantasy side world starting inside of Cinema 4D and moving into Unreal Engine 5. But before we get into the workflow, I actually want to announce that I'm running a contest with EJ, aka iDesign. We're doing like a tutorial series, getting Cinema 4D artists kind of more familiar with working with Unreal Engine 5. And so I'm going to play a trailer, and then I'm going to tell you guys about some of the prizes you can win. And so let me get that taken away. We're going to have...
I've teamed up with Unreal Engine guru Jonathan Wimbush.
What up, what up? Wimbush here.
To create this tutorial that's actually a little bit more like a visual podcast. So in this video, Wimbush is going to be walking me through how to create this forest scene inside of Unreal Engine. And along the way, we're going to be seeing how Unreal works in relation to Cinema 4D. Seeing what features are similar, just to help us make those connections in our brain to try to understand how Unreal works and all the features and settings that may be pretty similar to what we have inside of Cinema 4D. We'll also be discussing how Unreal Engine is being used in motion design right now, and how we think it's going to be a massive player in the motion design field in the years to come. We even talk about a contest that we have going on that is going to incentivize you to learn Unreal Engine with some pretty awesome prizes. So if you want to learn about that, check out the links in the description. Now, if you just want to check out how to build up the forest scene without the back and forth banter between myself and Wimbush, you can check out that step-by-step tutorial over on Wimbush's YouTube channel. But this video is very much a conversation between myself and Wimbush on Unreal, and me trying to make observations and trying to lean on my knowledge of how Cinema 4D works and trying to apply those similar concepts and seeing how those translate to how Unreal Engine works. And we had a lot of fun recording this, and I hope you have just as much fun watching it.
So that's currently what we're working on right now. And so EJ's coming from the Cinema 4D side. I'm coming from the Unreal Engine side, and we're kind of just talking back and forth over the course of a few hours. And he's kind of letting Cinema 4D artists kind of see where the similarities are in there and everything. And so some of the prizes that you could win, a 3090, courtesy of Puget Systems. We're going to have a complete year of Maxon 1, as you can see everybody's been displaying here. So Redshift, ZBrush, Cinema 4D, Forger, AutoRid Giant Sweep. So you're going to get that. Along with, we're going to have a loom pad to give away. So that's a holographic display. Go to my YouTube channel to check some of that stuff out. And then we have Epic Games, which just jumped on board as an official sponsor. So I have $1,000 worth of credits to give away for the marketplace. And also Pixel Labs is giving us some of their kits. So they have a bunch of like Redshift kits and Octane kits, materials, kit bash and stuff. that we're going to give away with the contest as well. So make sure you guys enter because it ends on September 1st. But enough of me rambling. Let's get into making this scene here. So as you guys can see, I'm actually inside of Cinema 4D version 26, the latest and greatest. And I'm going to get started off by creating the terrain right here inside of Cinema. And so let me go. I'm going to adjust my screen here a little bit. And I'm going to come up to where we have this cube right here. So if you're new to Cinema 4D or you're not familiar, if you come up to your cube, this is going to bring up all the different geometries in which I'm going to use this landscape here too. I really love using this landscape just to kind of give myself a basic terrain. And I usually bring this in from Cinema 4D into Unreal for like my terrain building and stuff. So I have some of these attributes kind of memorized. So I'm just basically building out like my hero hill there. And so I'm doing it like 1500 by 300 by 1500. You can see that we're starting to build up our little hillside here. I want to add a little bit more polygons to this because when we bring it into Unreal Engine, the more polygons we have, the better whenever we're going to do some vertex painting, which I'll show you here in a bit. But let me start adding some more segments to this. So I'm going to crank this all the way up for like the width and the depth segments up to 400 by 400. My rough furrows, I think, let's say we want to get maybe somewhere, I think 35 will be suffice. For my fine furrows, probably just zero it out just to kind of smooth everything out in there a little bit. And I know I was working on this earlier, so I know I want to do like a seed of 4 because I really like this different formation that we have here. So you can see we have some really nice curvatures going up to the hill. And this plays really nicely for the steps that we want to have come up to the top. And so the next step that I'm going to take from here, I'm actually going to add a camera to my scene. And this camera is not going to be functional. The reason I like adding a camera is just so I know exactly where the center point is inside of my road. So you'll see here, if I come over to my coordinates and I actually zero everything out, this is where my camera is at 0 axis. And then I just take it on a Z and pull it back. And I know now this is exactly where my orientation should be. So that's something that I typically do when I'm working, just because whenever I just randomly start throwing stuff around the scenes, sometimes you could get discombobulated when you're working. So I love working in axis of zeros and kind of building everything out from there, if that makes any type of sense. Maybe I'm just a weirdo in that regard, but you know, it works for me, so it's all good. And so I know that I want my camera to be facing this way, which would be north. And so from here, I'm actually going to create a spline that's going to go along the curvature of this landscape here. And so in order to do that, I'm actually going to come into my top viewport here, and I'm going to pull back a little bit, and then I'm going to change it for my shading. I'm not even sure how to say that. Is that like garage shading, something like that? I don't know, just garage shading. That's what we're going to call it. So I'm going to do that so I can see the curvatures and everything inside of my landscape. And then I'm going to come up here right next to where my geometry is, and we have the spline pin. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to do a basic spline pin, and then I'm going to come down here, maybe to like the edge of my geometry. I'm going to do a click, and then I'm just going to left click and drag, and we're not seeing it because it's actually putting it underneath the geometry, but I'm going to do like a projection trick that's actually going to align our spline onto our geometry and make it line up perfectly. And so I'm probably just going to do like one more point here, just click and drag out like so. And then I'm going to hit escape on my keyboard. And then I'm going to go back to my perspective view. If I actually hide my landscape, now you can see that I have my spline here, and this is how I'm going to have my steps aligned across my terrain here. And so what I'm going to do is actually get out of point mode, just go here into object mode, and I'm just going to drag my my spline up north a little bit, like so. And then I'm going to turn back on my landscape here, and now we can see I have my spline hovering above my terrain. And so I could get this to precisely go along the curvature of my terrain by doing a projection. It is super easy. Basically, I'm just going to go back into my top viewport here. And if I go back and forth, just say, hey, stop going back and forth. I love going between the different viewports to kind of get the perspective that I need for that moment. But I'm in my top viewport. I'm going to go into point mode. Then I'm going to select all my points here. And then I'm just going to right click. And right here, under move, you can see we have like this little camera looking icon, and it says project. So I'm actually going to click on this, and for my options for my mode, I want to do view. Now this is why I'm doing like the top viewport, is because when I hit projection, it's going to take it from wherever I have my viewport looking at, and it's going to actually push the spline down into my geometry, which I'll do here in a moment so you guys can see it. So I'm just going to hit apply. And now you can see, well, you probably couldn't see it in the top viewport, but let me go back to perspective. And now if I'm in my perspective, you can see that my spline is perfectly aligned across my geometry there. And so this is cool because I can bring in different objects and put it into like a MoGraph cloner, and then I can have those objects actually go along the contours of my landscape here, which I'm going to actually do right now. And so for this demonstration, instead of building everything from scratch, I actually created like this Wimbush kit bash with like all these different fantasy items and stuff in here. So a real basic kit bash. I like doing this whenever I'm creating because it's kind of like playing with Legos at this point. Like I could just pull from my kit bash that I made, start dropping them to my my scene and everything there. And then if I later want to start creating like custom items, at least I know and have a point of reference of stuff that I want to create or kind of like move out from there. And so I'm going to start off with these steps that I have over here. And these were all done in like this cartoony style here, which is kind of what I was going for. So I'm going to select these 4 different stones here. And all I did was hold down shift and just click each one individually. Then I'm going to come up here to edit. And then I'm just going to come back over to my scene and hit edit and paste. So I'm going to click on yes for this just to bring my textures over. Go back to object mode. And then, like I said, I like zero everything out. So everything is in direct center. I'm going to hide my landscape again. And I'm going to start working with my cloner tool inside of Cinema 4D here. So I'm actually going to hold down the Alt key and left click on my stone 3 and 4 because I want to work with these large ones first to kind of get the curvature of my landscape and everything. And then I'm going to show you a trick on bringing in the little ones that kind of added like randomization and kind of vary it up. And so from here, I'm actually going to go up to MoGraph, come down here to cloner, and then I'm just going to select both of these steps here that I brought into my scene, bring them into my cloner, and you can see that we have them as a grid array in which I want to actually use the spline as the object to move it along my contours there in my landscape. And so in order to do that, I'm going to click on cloner, and then I'm going to come down here into object, come down to mode, and then I'm going to come down here where it says object inside of mode. So right there, you see we have like a little panel here that says object, and we can actually just left click and drag our spline into there. And now we have all of our different stepping stones, and they're going perfectly aligned to the contour of our landscape there, in which they're extremely large. So I'm probably going to go back into my cloner, come down here to transform for my scale, maybe do like 0.5, something like that. And then come over here, start working with these rotation attributes like so. So probably like 180 for that. And then I think let's do like 90 for the top one, and then 0 for that one there. And now you can see that our steps are kind of going funkily. I guess that's a word, funkily, along the spline here. And it's like once we get up to the top here, everything is congested, and that's because I only did my spline with 3 simple points. But if I go inside my cloner, I can actually tell my steps to align perfectly along the spline like so. So if I come down here to my object, and then right here where we see distribution, you can see like I have 10 steps right here. And like I said, it's kind of going along the vertices of my spline, in which I don't want. I'm going to click on count right here, and I'm going to click on even. And now my steps are evenly distributed going up my my landscape here. And then even from here, it's like I don't want my steps going all the way up there, because this is where I want to have like my little hero section right here where I have like the sword and the stone and everything. And so I'm going to come back down here to cloner and maybe come down here to start and just start dragging these up a little bit like that. And then on end, I'm going to drag these down here. So I'm not sure if you guys can see that. Let me actually pull this up. And so I'm using this start and the end right here. And so all I'm doing is basically, it's like a train. It's just like moving it along the railroad right there until like I get into a good spot that I find suffice for my scene here. Maybe I can move this closer to the edge like so. So something along those lines are going to fit perfectly well. And if I want to like change this up later, like inside of Cinema 4D or Unreal, I'm able to do so. And so I don't want to miss too much time up here. I'm actually going to bring in, actually I already have them in here. So let me hide this landscape. And I'm going to start working with the smaller stones. And I'm going to add them along the path as well. But I'm going to have them replace some of these bigger stones here just to add a little bit of variety. And so what I'm going to do first is actually make sure these are zeroed out. So these are zeroed out, and then I'm going to come over here to object, and I'm going to group them into their own object. Now you'll see why I want to do this here in a second, because I'm going to take this null. Actually, let me name this one first, stepping stone, and I'll name it stepping stone 1, because I'll probably do a second one here as well. So I'm going to click and drag this into my cloner, and you can see that it started to replace some of the bigger stones that we have in there, but it looks like we only have one stone. Now the reason that I like putting it inside of a group object is because if I click on the individual stone here inside of the null, inside of the cloner, I can actually start individually moving the attribute of that individual stone. So if I didn't put this inside the null, it wouldn't work like this. Like you can see, I'm actually moving the stone like this, like so. I'm gonna do it for the other one as well. And I'm able to manipulate the transformation of each individual object as long as it's inside the null there. And maybe we just add like a little rotation on each of these stones just to vary it up a little bit, like so. So this is a cool way to just kind of customize it, like make it random, but still customize that randomization without using the randomizer in there. And if I wanted to, I could hold down the control key, left click, drag, and that's just going to make a copy of it. And then I can name this one Stepping Stones 2. And I'm just going to actually switch these around. So maybe I have this one on this side instead. Have this one go up here instead. And so now we're just adding a little bit of variety. Like you can keep going, but you guys kind of get the point of what I'm trying to do here. So if you look back at my scene now, we have a combination of like these little stones and then big stones and little ones. It's kind of doing it in a pattern right now. Like if you wanted to randomize it, I could go back to my cloner and come down here to clones where it says iterate. And if I just click random, it's going to totally randomize everything that's in there. And of course we have a seed here as well. So I could just kind of randomize it until I see something I like. Maybe I like something along those lines right there. And of course I'm going to hit Control S. I'm going to save this just so I don't lose anything. So I'm going to actually name this one Siggraph 22 build _ version 2. So I don't save over my one I was working on before. So I'm going to click on save on there. And then let's see what I want to go from here. So I think I'm going to go back to like the Wimbush kit bash, and maybe we'll add in, let's say, that bridge. That's going to be an easy one to add in. So really love this bridge right here. We have like a fishing pole and a bucket. So I'm going to click on bridge, click copy, come back over here. And from here, it's pretty much just going to be like playing with Legos. I'm just going to be bringing some stuff in from my custom made kit bash kit there and just start dragging and dropping it into here until I find something that I like. And then we're going to bring it into Unreal here in a little bit. So just kind of building out my scene here. Let's say I want to have this bridge, probably not that close to the edge. Let me see, move this down a little bit. So let's move this up like so. And I'm just trying to align it with my steps. Again, I can always go back in and manipulate this as I see fit, but something like that will look pretty dope. So I'm at my bridge. You can see the stone path going up here. And that stone path is going to lead into our little stone hero area, which I'm going to just bring in right now. So I'm going to go back to my kit bash, come over here, and I have this little hero stone that I want to have the sword hanging out of. If I click on it, you can see, actually, I think I jacked that up. Okay, so this is good because you can see right here, the axis is off. I like having my axis at the center of my object so I could go in and manipulate it. So if you ever bring in like an object and you see like your little pivot point is off right there and you want to center it to your object, it's as easy as going up to tools and then coming down here to axis, and where it says axis center right here, you're just going to click on this, and this is just going to bring up another window with this other attribute window. And what you want to make sure, I usually just click everything on. So I have like point center here, include children, objects, and this is if you have it in a null, but this is just an object, of course. And then it looked like it already did it because I had auto update. But if you didn't have that selected, you hit execute, and you can see that my pivot point went into the exact center of my object there. And so from here, I can actually go and move my pivot point to the bottom of my selection, but it's still going to be inside the center of my object here. So I'm going to go into like a front view over here like this. Then I'm just going to click and drag my pivot down. So it's still inside the center of my object, but I can have it at the base of it as well. So again, if you missed that, it's over here on the left-hand side where it says enable axis. That's how you're able to move your pivot point and everything. And then as soon as I select that off, now it's in that point that I put it at. So I'm going to go back to my perspective window here, pull back a little bit. And I'm just going to copy and paste this one into my scene as well. So click yes, and then I'm just going to zero out and have it at the center point of my scene here. And then maybe I can move it a little bit forward so it's a little bit more aligned with our steps here and everything. And so I like the sizing of it, so I'm not going to change anything else there, but I do want to maybe add a couple of stones that's going to surround this area here. So again, I'm going to use the cloner again to do that, but I'm not going to do it with a spline. I'm just going to do it with a radial. So I'm going to start off with maybe these type of stones here because they're in the same type of vein of like my big magic rock here. So I'm just going to gather a few of these stones, copy them, and then I'm going to put them inside of a cloner and just kind of have it surround my little stone here, my magic stone. I'm going to have my, what's Link's sword called? It's not the trident, right? So I forget what it's called, but we're going to have it in there. And then I'm going to put this inside of a cloner, and you can't see it because it's below my geometry, but I'm going to actually pull it up after I put it inside my cloner. So I'm going to name this one Cloner Magic Stone. Magic Stones maybe, because it's plural, there's more than one. And then I'm going to come down here to with my objects, and where it says mode, I'm going to come over here to radial. Then I'm going to drag this up into my scene. And now you can see we have more than 2 rocks. We have the same 2 rocks, but we have a bunch of them. And we can actually make these 2 rocks look like they're a bunch of different rocks by adding like a randomizer and stuff in there. So I'm just going to put this, maybe let's add a couple more. So maybe like a count of 7. And then I could change the radius out just a tad bit. And maybe for my start angle, let's move this somewhere around like this. So I'm just going to have it surrounded, but I didn't really want to cover it. So if you're looking right here under angle, you can actually change the angle of my radial curve here and just like change the different degrees here and move this around. And then I think I just want to randomize it a little bit with like the rotation and the scale and everything. So again, I'm going to come up here to MoGraph, make sure I have this cloner selected. I'm going to come up here to MoGraph, come down here to editor, and then I'm just going to randomize it. And you can see that it jumped around, and that's because if I come to parameters, it actually comes with the position already turned on. So I'm just going to zero this out. So I'm not really too concerned about position. I more want to change just the rotation. So I'm just going to change these heavy like that, just to add a little bit more randomization in there. Then I'm going to change the scale. I'm going to click on uniform scale and absolute scale, and then just maybe shrink these down a tad bit. Something like that. And then I do have this other stone in here that has like a little bit of like moss at the bottom. It has like a different tone than these rocks, but if like you go hiking like I do, you know, we have like a variety of hikes out there when we're out there in the wilderness. So I'm just going to add this one in here just for some variety. So I'm actually going to hold down the control key, left click on magic stones, make a copy of it like so. And then I'm just going to name this one Cloner Stone. I'm just going to put the 1 in here, but they're not magic stones, they're just regular stones. So I'm going to click paste and bring this one in. And I'm going to zero this one out so I can just drag it into my cloner. Make sure I delete these ones first. And then I'm going to bring my, let's see, there we go. So now I have a little bit more variety in here. Maybe we just add, I can start twisting these around like that. And I'm cool with it kind of moving into each other because I'm going to add like foliage and other type of shrubbery and stuff around here. So I just wanted to get like the basic setup for my rocks in here. Maybe I could like manually put like one of these bigger rocks or 2 into my scene. So I'm going to paste this one in here as well. Let me drag this up. So I like it maybe behind it. Then if I hold down control, left click drag, just make a duplicate of it as well. maybe we bring this one over here and make it maybe a little bit smaller, like 0.6, something like that. So, I mean, this is what kit bashing is all about, right? It's just like playing with little Legos, putting your pieces together and seeing what you come up with. So anytime you're on like some type of like creative rut or something like that, I usually like to mess with like kit bash pieces. Just throw some stuff in there, see what comes about, and then just kind of take it from there. It's a good way of getting out of your creative rut if you're trying to think of ideas and stuff like that. Like I love going to like ArtStation or Sketchfab and just grabbing different objects from those different sites, throwing them into a scene and seeing what I could come up with and kind of taking it from there. So I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to add into my scene? Yeah, let's add like a gate. So I promise it's going to get a lot more funner after this too. I'm just kind of setting the scene up here. So I'm going to quickly just start throwing these objects into here. So I'm going to have like this little like ruin gate. And I love how it's kind of going through the geometry and everything as well. So maybe let's have it like that, because it's like as our hero comes up the steps, there's like this little hieroglyphic like rune gate that's going to be surrounding it and everything. And maybe let's do a duplicate for the other side. So I'm going to bring it on the other side just to properly enclose it. So as you're coming up to the top of the mountain here, you're going to be greeted by this little hieroglyphic ruin gate, in which, since it's like ruins, maybe we just add a little bit of tilt, you know, add a little bit of gangster lean in there, because it's been up there for a little bit. So it's not going to be perfectly up and down. It's not going to be perpendicular. So maybe we add a little bit of shoulder lean to this one as well. Let me come up here. There we go. Something like that. And then I do have like this big Giga sword back here that I want to add behind it. Kind of just like a pillar to let people know like, hey, this is going to be the area. If you're like playing a game or something, you usually have like these landmarks that show people like, hey, this is where the item that you want to get is going to be at. So this is going to signify that this is where our sword is at inside of our little make-believe game level here. So let me move this back here. Again, I'm just going to maybe put it like on a little tilt, something like that. And that should be cool right there. And then I have this little well, because I'm actually going to show you guys how we could bring interactive water into our scene in Unreal. If you caught it from the beginning, I actually had like an interactive lake that was moving around in there. So of course it makes sense to have maybe like a well on our little island here. So I'm just going to paste this one in here as well. So let's go bring this and just maybe have this at like the foot of our bridge here, something like that. And then maybe we'll have some pillars that will greet you once you come across the bridge. So this will be the last item that I bring in. Actually, no, I'm going to bring in my sword here as well. So again, just going to copy and paste these into the scene. We're almost done setting it up. Then we're going to bring it into Unreal Engine here in a bit. So I can actually probably even scale this down a little bit with my transform tools, something like that. And then I'm going to make a duplicate of this one and bring it onto my other side here. So just as we're coming across the bridge, we're going to be greeted by these pillars. We're going to have this well over here, and then we're going to climb these steps all the way up until we come to our hero stone right here, in which I'm going to add the sword right now. And that's going to be the last piece for this little kit bashing session that I came up with here. So say yes one more time. And I'm going to have the sword just sticking out of the stone here, like so. So let's bring this over. I'm going to rotate this one. Let's see. So I'm going to bring it down by 90 degrees, something like that. And then maybe we'll just rotate it so it's facing forward a little bit. Don't want to have it going perpendicular, because we want to give the hero maybe a little bit of trouble as he's trying to pull it out of the magic stone there. So there we go. I think that's going to be the basic setup for our scene here. Maybe I can add a material to my landscape there just to signify that it's going to be grass, but I'm not going to do texturing inside of Cinema for that. I'm going to do that part inside of Unreal. But what I like to do sometimes is just make like a basic color setup, so I know like whenever, especially if I have more complex scenes, I know like this is going to signify grass. So when I bring it into Unreal, I know that I want to get maybe like a Megascans grass texture or something like that. And since like Megascans is actually built into Unreal 5 now, you could take full advantage of, like 8K textures, and everything would just come in, and all the PBR setup and nodes and everything are done for you. So I like doing that inside of Unreal sometimes instead of texturing stuff in Cinema, but I like doing a combination of both because it's like I have a certain stylized style for all my objects here, in which I have like this cartoony type look here, in which I wouldn't have done inside of Unreal. And so, it's a little give and take depending on what you want to do. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to save this scene, and I'm going to delete my camera for right now because I'm going to show you guys my workflow for bringing stuff over to Unreal Engine. So I know this is a big question that I get when moving from like Cinema 4D to Unreal. A lot of people ask me like, if I'm bringing in my entire scene and I have an animation of like 1,000 frames or something like that, and then when you try to bring that into Unreal, each one of those frames have to be interpolated inside of Unreal when you're bringing it in. So sometimes it's going to take a really long time depending on the specs of your machine and everything. And so the way that I like to work is if I have static images in my scene, I'm going to bring that in separately because there's no animation. And then my animated objects, I'm going to bring those in separately. And then all the keyframe interpolation and all the math it has to do is going to be significantly smaller because it's not taking this scene and like interpolating it 1,000 times, if that makes any type of sense. And so I'm going to take this scene that I have right here and bring this over into Unreal. Into Unreal. But I'm going to leave this as my build scene. The cool thing about Cinema 4D with these tabs up here and everything, you can actually easily just right click and duplicate your whole entire project. And that way I don't have to mess up like my build scene. Like I could just make a separate scene, and then I'm going to set this. Oh, actually, let me exit that out because I want to make sure that this scene is set up properly before I bring it over. Like I want to make sure that it's 1920 by 1080. And then I'm going to do 24 frames per second. I like working at 60 frames per second, but my friend James Ramirez swears by 24 makes it look more cinematic. And so I'm doing this for you, James, if you're out there watching. I'm going to make sure my scene is 24 frames per second here. But the caveat is this isn't the only place that we want to make sure our frame rate is 24. We also want to make sure, like down here in the right-hand side where it says project, you can see that it says time and FPS. You want to make sure that these two different times correlate, because even if you're rendering natively out of Cinema 4D, sometimes it will mess up like the frame or the animation interpolation and everything whenever you render it out. So I know sometimes I've tried to align like footage that I've tracked, render it out of Cinema 4D to 3D part and recomposite it inside of After Effects, but it doesn't line up. And that's because you might forget to change it down here where it says time FPS. And so if you can't find like this little project mode here, all you would do is hit Control D, and that will bring up your attributes window, and then you would make sure that you change this here as well. So that's a really big tip, whether you're rendering natively inside of Cinema or you're bringing it into another application, make sure that you're working with correlated frame rates in there, and you should be good. So from here, I think that's going to be good from my setup. So yeah, 24 frames across the board, hit Control S, then I'm going to come up here, right click, duplicate project. And then I'm going to make sure I hit Control D again, because we have this little Cineware tab, and this Cineware is going to actually be vital for the information that we want to bring over to Unreal Engine. And so if you click on the Cineware tag, you can see that we have a tag here that says Save Polygon Cache. So you definitely want to make sure you have that. I don't have any animations in here, which is going to save us a little bit of leeway when we bring it into Unreal. And then we do have materials, and so I do want to save a material cache. And I'm going to make these materials 4K because that's what I was working with initially. So 4096 by 4096. I'm going to do like a PNG format, and then I'm going to move over to 16-bit. Now I'm just going to hit Control S. Actually, no, I'm going to do Save As because this was the copied one. So no longer do we have to save project for Cineware. Whenever I was first introducing people from Cinema 4D to Unreal in the past, this is the way that you had to do it. But with the recent updates with Unreal 5 and Cinema 4D, all we have to do is basically save out a project file. So no longer do we have to have like astronomically large file sizes with Cineware. We just come over to Save Project As and just save out your project as you normally would. And so I'm going to make this one Siggraph 22 _ scene version 2. And I'm going to click on Save on here. And then let me open up Unreal Engine. Actually, this is my other scene, so I'm going to start this one completely from scratch. And so let me make a copy on my desktop real quick, because I do have a scene that I previously set up with some materials and some plugins already turned on, because I didn't want to bore you guys with that aspect of it. And so I'm going to actually open this one up, and this is going to open up Unreal Engine 5. And so while this is getting set up, basically the reason that I pre-made the scene is because we have some plugins in here that every time you turn on a plugin in Unreal Engine, it's going to restart the entire project. And so like I wanted to make sure I had the C4D plugin turned on, and then the new water node stuff in here also turned on as well. And so actually, now that we're started up, I can show you exactly what I was talking about. So if I come over here to edit and come down here to plugins, I'm going to start with C4D. So just here in my search menu, I'm going to search for C4D, and you can see that we have Datasmith C4D importer, which is vital to have turned on. This is how we bring our Cinema 4D project into Unreal Engine 5. And then the other one that I have turned on is water. And so this is brand new as well. If you look here, it says water. It's still in beta. It's experimental, but it's really, really cool because it says like you can have a full suite of router tools. You can make like really large oceans. You can make interactive oceans, rivers, lakes, you know, custom bodies, anything that you want to bring in here, which is really, really cool. And so now that I have all my plugins already turned on, the next thing I want to do is bring that scene in from Cinema 4D that I was previously just building out. So I'm going to start by deleting some of the stuff that's already in here by default. So I'm going to delete the floor plan. I'm going to delete this little controller here because we're not making a game, we're doing a cinematic. And then I'm probably going to delete like this reflection capture as well. And I'll leave everything else in here. Like whenever I'm here for 2 days. So the second day I'm going to cover lighting and everything like that. But for now, I'm going to do just the basic lighting inside of Cinema 4 or inside of Unreal Engine. And I'm going to bring in my Cinema 4D file now. And so we have like this cube file up here with this little green plus symbol. If I left click on this, you can see that we have a Datasmith importer, in which I'm just going to click on file import. And then I'm going to look for that scene that I just saved out of Cinema 4D, which is this one right here. I'm going to click on open, and that's going to bring up this window. I'm just going to leave it inside my contents folder, nothing too fancy. Click OK. Then that's going to bring up our Datasmith import options, in which I'm just going to leave everything on that was already turned on by default. Not going to switch anything out, don't really need to. Then I'm going to give this a couple moments just to install everything into Unreal Engine here. Excuse me, I was taking a swig of water there. But you can see right now, it's actually starting to interpolate all those different frames and everything into Unreal, in which if I would have did this for like 500 frames, it's going to have to do this calculation per each and every single frame. And that's why whenever I was inside of Cinema 4D and I was setting up my scene, I just have it for 0 frames there. So whenever I go into Unreal, you can see that we have our scene in here and everything is built out. And so everything is brought in exactly how we had it inside of Cinema 4D. All the materials and everything came over. All the different transformations came over from our cloner. Like everything we did inside of Cinema 4D, 100% transformed over. Now, I know the big question I also get is about third-party renders. Like a lot of people ask me like Arnold, Octane, Redshift materials, like that stuff isn't going to translate into Unreal Engine. Like you have to work with the standard Cinema 4D materials, at least for right now. And so if you look, like I just pretty much have like standard texture materials in here. Like procedural materials won't work either, but if you have like textured materials, those will work. So like PNGs, target files, things of that nature. And then like if you use like the color channel, the luminance channel, the normal channel, bump, you know, alpha, all this stuff will come over, but like any type of third-party render engines or anything, those won't come over, at least as of right now. But I feel like this is a pretty decent workflow if you want to get your stuff into Unreal. And so from here, I think what do I want to add in next? I'm trying to see how much time I have here. We got a little bit more time. So I'm going to actually work on a camera move, but I'm going to do it in a different way. Like I'm not going to animate keyframes on my camera. I'm actually going to set up like hero camera shots and then let Cinema 4D interpolate all the different frames in between all my hero shots. And so I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, but let me first save this right here. Make sure I have my Cinema or my Unreal Engine file saved. Then I'm going to jump back over to Cinema. I'm going to go back into my build project here. And I'm actually going to make this, let's do like 400 frames. So we're doing 400 frames, 24 FPS across the board. And I'm going to start setting up my cameras in here. So I'm going to start with maybe this first camera. And I'm going to start just making like a bunch of cameras inside my scene. And the way I came up with this is I do a lot of work with like Discovery Channel and National Geographic, and I'm building like these big CG worlds. And sometimes I have to show different landmarks within these CG worlds. And so I would always go to, maybe like the showrunner, show them a couple of different like camera compositions. Be like, hey, if I'm looking at the cabin, is this composition one that you like? And then take another camera, show them a different part of the world. And then once they sign off on the camera compositions, then I just let Cinema 4D kind of work its magic from there. So you'll see exactly what I'm talking about if you're not familiar. So I'm just going to actually hold down the control key, left click, make a duplicate of my camera. I'm going to name this one camera 2. I like naming these cameras like 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's easy to kind of just keep track when they're in like numerical order. So maybe let's say we started at the bottom of the bridge there, and maybe we start pulling up. I'm going to maybe do it from like a POV looking straight, and we're starting to look maybe over towards our whale area here, like so. And then I'm going to make another camera. And so this is what I'm talking about. Like I'm just setting up like camera positions that I like. So I'm going to make another one. And let's say for like camera 3, we're going to be across the bridge, but maybe we're starting to look a little bit forward. So maybe, oops, hold down the Alt key, move forward here, somewhere like this. So it's like camera 2, we started to look there. Camera 1, maybe let's start from like maybe a smaller, let's do it from like a cat POV. Just finished playing Stray on the PlayStation and PC, so really loving the cat POV stuff right now. So let's say we're at like a lower angle, we move up as we cross the bridge. Maybe we come over here, and then camera 3, maybe I can move it back a tad bit because maybe we still want to be looking at the whale. And then camera 4 is maybe where we start straightening it out. So do camera 4, and I'm going to look through this camera, and then I'm just going to zero out my rotation. And maybe this is where we're starting to align more with our path here. And so let's say, okay, we're looking at a path. I'm going to make a 5th camera here where we're going to actually move up our hillside here. So now I'm looking through camera 5. I'm setting up my composition for this one as well. And then let's say camera 6, we want to do like a pan zoom type thing. So I'm going to make this one camera 6, look through my camera here, and then I'm going to come down here to where it says objects. And right now, like I was working at like the default camera length, but this is something cool too that we can actually play around with. Maybe we do like on our last camera, we want to do like a super wide shot, and then we move it in, and that gives us kind of like this cool like forced perspective type move once we morph like all of our cameras together. So I'm going to hit Control S to save this one out, and then I'm going to save this in numerical order, which is really important. You'll see why here in a second. So I'm going to select my first camera, hold down the Shift key, and then I'm just going to select my 6th camera. So that's going to keep it in order from 1 to 6. And then I'm going to come over here to create, and down here where we have our virtual set, we have these different camera things that we can add in here, in which I'm going to do the morph camera. So camera morph right here. And now you see like it brought up this different null, and we have a camera in here that's called morph camera. Now the cool thing about this actually added all 6 of those cameras that I have inside of my scene, and it's going to basically do a camera move with no keyframes at all. So if I look through my morph camera, it's going to bring us back to camera 1. And then if I click on the tag here, you can see that under our tag parameters, we have something called blend. And so I'm going to start at like the first keyframe here. I'm going to start at the first frame of my timeline here. I'm going to left click, add a keyframe, and then I'm going to go to frame 400. And then I'm just going to drag this all the way up. And now you can see it's actually going along the path of all those different cameras there, which I think is really, really dope. So actually, if I go back to the beginning and I just let this play out, no keyframing at all, it's basically making a path along that our camera is just going to kind of go through. So if you have a whole bunch of different cameras in your scene, if you do it in order, the way that I just showed you, it's actually going to, animate our camera according to that path there. And if I actually bring it into my top viewport here, you can see, actually let me hide these cameras here like so. So I'm going to left click, hold down the Alt key, and that's going to hide them. But you can see these are actually named in the order of cameras that I had there. So we have camera 1 here, camera 2, camera 3. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it actually made like a spline path, and that's going to be the path that our camera trajectory is going to go along. So if I just scroll through my timeline here, you can see that the camera is actually moving along that path. So we literally did that whole camera move with only 2 keyframes. Everything is nice and smooth, because if I go back to my projection here, or my perspective view, you can see now everything is playing through. And if you didn't like the way that like this took off, like it has like an easy ease at the beginning, we do have like 2 other interpolations that we could use. Like by default, it says soft 1, but we also have linear, and then we have soft 2 as well. So I kind of like going between soft 1 and soft 2, just kind of given, or just depending on what it gives us. So I'm going to click on soft 2 and just kind of see like the trajectory that is going to give the velocity of the camera. Sometimes it just depends on like the distance of the cameras between each other, how smooth and how fast it's going to be moving. But typically, I think soft 1 usually gives me like the best results. And then if you wanted something more hardline, like an old school amusement park, like if you go to linear, there's going to be like no easy ease between any of these frames at all. It's just going to be all hard cuts. So as it's playing through, you can see like it just did a hard cut there, hard move, almost like those old school amusement park rides. And then, yeah, nothing smooth about it. So I think I'm going to stick with interpolation soft 1 for this example. And I'm going to hit Control S and save it. And then again, I'm going to come up to my tab, and I'm just going to duplicate this project, because as I was saying before, I like bringing my animations in separately into Unreal Engine 5. So I already brought my static stuff in there. As you can see right there, that's all the static stuff that's not going to be moving. And so now I'm actually, with my duplicated project, I'm just going to delete all the geometry out of my scene here.
This is your 10-minute warning.
Yeah. Cool. So I have my cameras in here, and that's all I'm going to leave in there. And I'm actually going to come down here to edit, and I'm going to delete unused materials, because I don't need to bring any materials in here as well. And actually, now we could do this one of 2 ways. And so I could bring this in as is, like I don't have to do nothing else in there. But like whenever we bring animation into Unreal, as I was saying before, it has to interpolate each and every one of those frames. And depending on the specs of your machine, if you have something that's not as powerful as some people, maybe you have like a mid-level computer, then basically it's going to take a long time to bring that in. And so why not have Cinema 4D do the heavy lifting, because this is all happening natively inside of Cinema 4D, and it's going to go a lot more faster if we interpolate all the keyframes in here first. And so as you saw at the top here, I went to like my animation tab, because I'm going to come over here to my morph camera, left click, drag it down here into my dope sheet, and then I'm going to make sure I have my camera selected, come over here to functions, and then I'm just going to bake that entire trajectory into its individual keyframes. And so again, you don't have to do this if you have a more powerful computer, but I wanted to show you guys a way, like if you don't have a powerful computer, you can still bring your animations into Unreal Engine and still be able to work sufficiently on your system. So I'm going to click all parameters right here, and then I'm going to click OK. And then as you can see, like it did it instantly. Like you can see inside the viewport here, if I come out of camera mode, this is all the keyframes for the trajectory of that camera, all built inside of Cinema 4D, which happened instantly. Like honestly, it's going to be a lot faster than it's going to happen inside of Unreal. And so from here, I'm just going to keep that camera, and I'm going to name this one maybe like camera main, like so. And then I'm going to delete all these other cameras, because I no longer need these anymore. I just need my main camera. And if I go through my timeline, you can see we still have our camera move and everything in there like so. So I'm going to go back to my standard view here, and again, I want to make sure that I save this out with the Cineware parameters. So I'm going to hit Control D on my keyboard, and that's going to bring up the shortcut for our project attributes down here. So if I bring this up, make sure you have Cineware selected. Again, I'm going to save polygon cache, I'm going to save animation cache, and I don't have any materials that I'm going to bring over at this time. So those are the only two things that we need to check mark at this moment. And so now I'm basically just going to save out this project. I'm going to come down here to File, Save Project As. Remember, no longer have to save project for Cineware. I'm just going to save project as. And then I'm just going to name this one Siggraph 22 camera, but I'm going to make this one version 2 because this is the one that we're doing live here on the fly. And that's about it. And so now I'm going to come back over to Unreal Engine, bring up the scene that we had here before. Same way we did it before. I'm going to come right here where we have this cube with like this green plus symbol. Click on this, come down here to Datasmith, File Import, and then I'm going to find that camera Cinema 4D project file that I previously made, which is this one here. I'm going to click on Open. I'm going to make it inside of its own folder, inside the content folder here. Click OK. And then for this one, the only thing I need to bring over is my camera and animation. So I can actually deselect these ones here. And then I'm going to hit Import. And just like that, it all came right in. If I wouldn't have baked my keyframes first, that might have took like 5 to 10 minutes because I'm working on my laptop here. And so that is an easy way that you could kind of bake your keyframes in, bring them into Unreal Engine, and have Cinema 4D do all the heavy lifting. So now, once I'm inside my content browser, I have this little folder here called Animation, and this is going to be the animations brought over from Cinema 4D. And so we have this little clipboard here. It's your timeline. It's called the sequencer inside of Unreal Engine, but if I double click it, you can see now we have our timeline, and it has all the attributes already set up that we had set up inside of Cinema 4D. So my frame rate, 24 frames per second, as we had set up. If I actually look through my camera, this is going to be HD, so 1920 by 1080. And if I click play, you can see now we have our camera move and everything running inside of Unreal Engine. And so that was a quick and easy way that we were able to bring all of our different parameters inside of Unreal Engine and bring it into our scene here. And so I'm actually going to click save just to make sure I have everything saved here. And again, like I alluded to at the beginning of the show, I'm actually here for 2 days. And so I broke this up into 2 parts. Like today, I wanted to show you guys how we could build up this basic scene here inside of Unreal Engine and Cinema 4D. And tomorrow, I'm going to close this part out so I can show you the other scene that I have built here. So open this one up in here. But tomorrow, I'm going to show you more stuff. Like we're going to go back into Cinema 4D. We're going to create like a huge terrain. Like today we just built like the hero area that we kind of want to focus on, but we're going to need like background landscapes. We're going to need foliage. We're going to need all types of crazy stuff in here. So by the end of tomorrow's show, this is basically what we're going to build here, in which we've been building here from scratch at the show. So if I just play through, same basic type of camera moves and everything, but you can see like I have painted vertex painting for the ground. I have the grass in here. I have the moving trees. If I pull out of my camera, you can see we have real-time water working underneath our bridge and everything here. So I'm going to show you guys how we could do all this stuff tomorrow. But for today, I think we're in a good spot. So anybody have any questions? I'm sorry, I can't hear what he said.
Yeah, we got a question here. Shout it out.
It didn't? Let me double check.
So the question was the camera angle didn't change.
You talking about the how we did like the rock focus pull thing at the end? Let me check. I didn't notice that. Let me see. Because yeah, once you bake all the frames, like all that stuff should come in there. So let me see. But while this is opening up, do we got any more questions here?
I did have a couple of comments from earlier on when you were
Right,
building all the rocks and everything. And it was about the building
Oh,
in
it
from
didn't
the...
do that. So I must have not baked that frame, but we'll get that tomorrow. So you're back tomorrow, yeah? Yeah, it's definitely possible there. For some reason, it didn't bake those frames, but yeah, 100% you could do it. No worries.
One of the questions was loving your kit bash technique, but
Yes.
also do you ever use the place tool for taking stuff? Like if you're using the asset browser and placing stuff in rather than organizing it around?
It's a combination between both, just depending on how I'm vibing that day. You know, if I have some some Red Bull before my session and I'm feeling kind of crazy, anything can happen. So
see, that's the beauty. There's so many different ways to do lots of different things. Absolutely.
I mean, if we want to get into, this is something that if we have extra time tomorrow, I wanted to show. But since you brought up the asset browser, we do have a motion capture library that not a lot of people know about. So, like, I was going to bring in a character that I already had pre-rigged, show you guys how we could take like a T-pose character, use some of the animations inside the asset library, bring that into Unreal, and you have animated characters and everything as well. So
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's one of the cool things about of the cool uses of having an asset browser to populate stuff really quickly.
Yes.
So that's fantastic. And the other thing was some great axis tips there. A great way of working to zero everything out.
Yes.
And also the axis center. So people were loving that too.
Awesome.
And also we had several what ups on the chat at the beginning, of course.
What up?
But I'm really interested for part 2 that you're going to do tomorrow, because there's so many questions we get about what is the best practice for bringing stuff over to Unreal, and stuff we were talking about before, about the animations and also the lighting and the scenes. So that's something that you'll be covering tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, and if there's anything specific, like I do this on the fly. Like I told you, I do this in my sleep. So anybody wants to throw anything at me, if they have any questions that they want me to cover tomorrow, throw it my way.
Fantastic. And we did have one very popular question was, could you bring up that link that you mentioned at the beginning for the competition?
Yes, I think I do have internet here. So let me go to my YouTube. I'm actually going to turn off the sound because I know it's going to get kind of crazy here.
What up? What up? Make sure we have the right link.
Okay, so I didn't turn off the audio. But yeah, so if you go to either my YouTube channel or EJ, so youtube.com/Jonathan Wimbush, we have this announcement trailer, which is actually going to play a commercial, but it has all the details in here and everything. So just go to my YouTube channel, look for Unreal Engine Challenge with prizes, Pug Forest Challenge, hashtag. All the different parameters that you need is in here. Everything is due September 1st, but as I alluded to, we have Maxon as one of the sponsors for the contest, and so we have the full suite, Cinema 4D, ZBrush, Universe, Forger, Red Giant, all types of good stuff in there. 3090, courtesy of Puget Systems, and a holographic tablet. So we do have a template in here, and if you go to the video, we go through everything, but you do need to use the template because we do have like a setup that we did set up inside Cinema 4D first that we brought over to Unreal. So we just asked that you build around those parameters, and yeah, can't wait to see everybody's entries.
Fantastic. And I'm sure the team back at home are going to put that link into the chat as well. So thank you in advance for getting that. And thanks for showing us it again. So brilliant. Once again, the fantastic tips. And you're just such an amazing eductor, Wimbush.
I appreciate
it's
you,
just
man.
Fantastic to have you here.
My new BFF right here, Simon.
Thank you so much. And stay around, because we've got Ross Gaultier, who's going to be following up from his presentation yesterday about all sorts of amazing things you can do with AOVs and compositing, and the link between Cinema and After Effects. So stay for that. That'll be up in a couple of minutes.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe.
And we're delighted also to welcome back amazingly talented designer Russ Gauthier. And it's not just us who think you're an amazing, talented designer, because it's also Territory Studio, who's hired you as creative director. I think it was Monday that you started this week, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Monday was my first official day as creative director, Territory Studio in San Francisco.
Fantastic stuff. And so Russ is going to run us through designing the future, but also how to save time and multiple iterations and all that magic that you can do with multiple passes from cinema and then working with them in After Effects. So
That's it.
Really looking forward to this. So over to you, Russ.
Oh, thank you so much. So, again, my name is Russ Gauthier with Territory Studio. I am the newly minted creative director at the San Francisco studio. Just a little bit about Territory before we begin. Territory started 13 years ago in London. A few years back, they opened up San Francisco, which was their second largest studio. And this year, they've expanded quite a bit. We've opened up a studio in Barcelona. And we have also acquired a studio called Cantina Creative that does very similar kinds of work. In the realm of FUI for TV and movies and all kinds of things. And they have offices in Los Angeles and Vancouver. So we are all over the place. And just a little bit about what we do. These are kind of the three pillars of the work that Territory does. We work really heavily with storytelling, design, and technology, all in varying ratios for all kinds of clients across all kinds of different areas, movies, TV, technology, automotive, games, titles, everything, all kinds of things. So film, games, brands, products, all falls under the sort of Territory purview, if you will. And here are a handful of the movie titles that we've worked on in the past. Doing all kinds of things from holograms to on-screen interfaces and all sorts of things. Tons of games, game title sequences, user interface, everything. And then, of course, the world of automotive tech, all kinds of stuff in there. It's fantastic work. So let me go ahead and show you our reel, our branding reel, and that should give you a pretty good sense of what we do. All right, so that's our reel. So on to today's topic. We're going to be discussing this. This is a project that I built for this presentation. It is a sort of typical FUI use case where we're really trying our best to convey a lot of information with a single visual, something that could potentially really build tension in a story. What we have is we've got a kind of a good guy that we're tracking here being chased by a whole group of bad guys, and this is kind of a, like I said, a very typical use case for FUI, where a picture really is worth 1,000 words. If you had to like build this into a script, it could be really awkward. But with a graphic, we can actually show these things taking place and really kind of build that story this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this project. I'm going to show you exactly how I built this, and talk to you really about why I made the decisions that I make. And through that, you'll see why I personally love working with Cinema 4D, Redshift, and all of the fantastic Red Giant tools as well. So what I'm going to do is just start at the very bottom of my composite here. I'm going to start with my base comp. And I'm just going to pop in here and we're going to look at some of the components. Now, when I'm working with designing frames, usually what I like to do is build for maximum flexibility, if that makes sense. So I like to have a bunch of layers, a bunch of information that I can mix and match in comp. I can quickly adapt to things as clients have changes, as we need to change things in the production. You never know what kind of curveball somebody's going to throw, and all of a sudden you're off in a different direction. So I like to plan for as much of that as possible. This is sort of my first rough base comp, but just to give you a sense of what this actual render looked like, I'm going to go ahead and open up, say, this dome light here. So this is what my render out of Cinema 4D looks like, which is quite a bit different, right? Than something like this. So the reason that I ended up rendering this is just a single light pass, and we're going to go into Cinema and talk about how that was created. So I'm using actual real-world height map data from this really amazing tool that I found. So if you just literally Google height map, it's this guy here, this Tangram height mapper on GitHub, and it's got this really fantastic sort of simple user interface, and you can zoom into various parts of the world and just render out a really high-res height map of anything in here, and use this in Cinema to create all kinds of like very natural-looking landscapes. So I found this an amazing tool to use, and figured I would highlight it here. So I have a super simple scene here, just to start, and that's how we're going to begin. We're going to begin very simple. We're going to add layers of complexity as we go. So what we're going to look at first here, let's turn on our scene so we can see what we have. And so I'm actually going to begin this. I'm going to show you how I made this thing in the first place. Let's go ahead and start a brand new file. I'm going to make a plane object, and let's turn on hidden line instead of that. So that way I can actually see all of my density. And we're going to make this roughly 1100, whoops, by 500. Let's make that 1100, not 110. There we go. And I'm going to add a bunch of subdivisions. Let's say 300 in width and 150 in height. And that gets us roughly something that feels like squares, like that. Okay. So to get that height map data in here, I'm gonna make this editable, and I'm gonna use our displacer deformer, which is in here in our tool menu. I'm just gonna drop that right underneath our plane object. And the displacer deformer is looking for all kinds of different information, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create just a standard, regular old Cinema 4D material. And I'm gonna go in here to our tabs, and I'm going to turn off color and reflectance. I'm just going to use luminance for this one. So we're going to give a texture in our luminance channel. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up, and I'm going to grab my height map data. I'm going to say, no, we don't need that. So I'm going to take this, and I'm going to drop it onto my plane. We're not going to see much happen just yet, and that's because I have to tell my displacer to look for the luminance information that's on the object. So I'm going to go to shading. And it's by default, it's set up to custom shader. I don't want that. I just want to look for the luminance channel. So there we go. Now we can actually see we have some stuff happening here, which is cool. It's not quite doing what I want it to do. Right now, it's pushing some of the geometry below the 0 point on the y-axis. So I actually want it to stay at 0 and just push it up. And in order to do that, I'm just going to select my displacer, come back to object, and instead of intensity centered, I'm just going to tell it intensity. There we go. So now the 0 point is always at world 0, and it's pushing up from there. 10 is a little small. I kind of want to go up to like 70 so I can really see this. So you can see what that's doing. That's taking that height map data, and pushing all of those points up in Y based on the luminance values in that height map data. So it's fantastic. It works really well. The other thing that you'll notice if we go back to my render, the edges are all flat, but here in my height map data, the edges are definitely not flat. They're all over the place. And in order to change that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a field. And I used a capsule field. So you can see this field basically generates a 3D fall off for where the effect of this displacer is going to be. And I'm just going to rotate this into place, and we're going to scale this up a bit. And you can see as I'm doing that, how that's affecting my geometry. And I'm going to look at this from the top-down perspective. Let's go ahead and let's say like 250, and I don't know, let's try 480. Let's try that. Okay, that seems like it's going to fit pretty well. All right, so I'm just going to turn the visibility off on the capsule field so we don't have to see it there. But you can see what that's doing is it's sort of flattened out those edges. It didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. I kind of want this, I want it to be a little scalloped, you know, like this is a very linear fall off. I just want to change that so that it scallops just a little bit in there. And I can do that in the remapping tab. If we take our inner offset down just a little bit, so you can see what that's doing right in these areas here is changing the way that that falls off. But what I really want to do is change the contour mode. Let's change that to quadratic. And let's change this curve. Yeah, see, there you go. And you can see it's changing this profile here. This is showing us the area of effect, you know, how that fall off is actually contributing to the field's effect. So now we've got this kind of nice scalloped look, that's exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so that's how I ended up generating those things. Let's jump back into my project file and we can talk a little bit about some of the lights. Now I do need to, looks like I need to relink my texture because it's being uncooperative. So let's go ahead and do that so that we can actually see this thing displacing. See, okay. All right, there we go. So you'll notice I have two versions. I have a low poly version, which is the one that we're seeing here, which is basically what I just created. And I actually have a high poly version as well, which is 4 times as dense. So it's a much denser grid, and we're getting much more detail. Because the image that you get off of the Tangram height map is really, really detailed. I think that image was like 11,000 by 6,000 or something like that. So you get a lot of fine detail information that you can get with a finer grid. So I have a fine grid and I have a lower poly grid. And usually what I do is I just turn off the little stoplight visibility on my high res one, but leave the visibility on the render, and then do the opposite for my low res one. So that way I can still see what I'm doing, but I'm rendering the high res one when it actually comes time to render. So you'll see here I actually have a whole bunch of lights, and we'll talk about these lights here in just a minute. Those are lights directly relating to our actual subjects on the map. What I want to do is talk about these lights first. These are kind of my primary scene lights, and they're the ones that really go into making this image here that we have, which is sort of my initial target. And what I've got, if I go ahead and shut all of these off, and let's open up my render view and just give this a quick render and see what we get. It should look very similar to what we saw earlier. Oh, it helps if I link my HDRI, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get the right image in this HDRI. There we go. Now we should be able to render something that looks very similar, if not identical, to the image that I was showing over in After Effects. There we go. So we've got all our lovely high poly data. We've got this nice flat edge, but it doesn't look like where I started. And we'll get into that in just a moment. But what I wanted to show here is the ability for Cinema and Redshift to render multiple lights in multiple passes simultaneously using light groups, it's one of my favorite things to do. And generally I will fully admit I go a little overboard with the light groups sometimes, and I end up with way more passes than I actually need, but I would rather have more passes in the design phase. So I will usually go a little overboard with that in the beginning and then whittle it down as we're getting closer to something that feels like a final product, so we don't render 30 passes out of Cinema for every single frame. What we can do is we can set up these light groups here under the detail tab of each of these lights. So this one is set up as my dome light. The next light I have over here, I've got this light over here to the left of camera. That's going to be my fill light. And these I just add a new light group and you can name it whatever you want. These are just the names that I chose. The next light is this one back here, and that's my backlight. And then I've got one more over here on this side, and that's my right rim light. And this is usually how I start when I start a design frame from absolute scratch. I don't know where I really want the lighting to go necessarily just yet, but I want the flexibility to have a whole bunch of lights that I can mix and match and I can play with as I need to. Now, the other component of that is that we want to make sure that we set up our AOVs to output all of those. So in my Redshift render settings, I usually set mine to advanced, and I usually turn off automatic sampling, and I usually start around like 16 samples minimum, 128 max. We might take that down to 64 just to save a little bit of time during the presentation here. But if I go to my AOV tab and I open up my AOV manager, you can see my AOVs are dead simple. I just have the beauty in here right now. And the most important thing is to make sure to check on use all light groups. And that's going to mean that any light that is part of a light group will render as a separate image or as a separate pass. So we can take a look at that. If we go back to my render view and I hit the play button, we can see what this ends up looking like with all those lights on. So this is with all 4 of those lights turned on, but I can come in here and actually isolate the look of each one of those. So like I can turn on my backlight and I can go in here and make adjustments to my backlight individually if I wanted to. So I can go in here to the backlight and let's say I wanted to make that brighter. Let's make that, 50. All right, well that's a little too much. Let's try 10. So I can make those adjustments to those individual lights without having to like turn off all the other lights and mess with that. And this gives me the flexibility in After Effects to mix and match and kind of create whatever lighting I want to create. So my dome light, of course, which we saw earlier. There's my fill light, which is this one that's sort of off to the camera left. That's sort of generating a fill in this space. And then there's my right rim light, which is the light on the right-hand side here. And when I rendered those out, and I brought them into here into After Effects, I ended up using my dome light, my backlight, and my rim light, that right rim light. Those are the ones that I ended up going with. And I started with my right rim light. And I ended up crunching the levels. When I brought it in, it was feeling a little soft in general, and I wanted to kind of punch those levels up a little bit, make that a little more contrasty. And that's just where I started with my background after doing some experimenting. And then I added in my backlight, which is kind of a nice balance for that. And I'm just screening that on top. And I think, this one's set at opacity of like 76. But we can dial that up and down as we want, and we can completely change the way that this ends up feeling just by adding an extra pass on there. And then I threw in the dome light for a little bit of color. I set this to a soft light mode, which is it kind of adds just a little bit of extra contrast, and that one's only at 50% opacity. So like you can see if I go up to 100, it gets really punchy, and obviously if I go to 0, it's basically gone. So let's set that back to like 55. And that's where I kind of ended up at a base. But the problem was that after I rendered this out, I don't really want to see these edges, this like kind of squared off edge. I didn't have what I needed to get rid of that. So what I ended up making was a height map kind of projection, if you will. So the way that I ended up doing that, I just built that into my Redshift material, and I created a custom AOV to output that at the same time as I was outputting everything else. So let's go through that process really quickly. I'm just going to add a new camera, We're going to call this something different. Let's call this Proj Cam, just for projection camera. And I'm going to look through that. I'm going to turn off my regular camera. We don't really need to see that at the moment. And we're going to change my coordinates. Let's start with like 1,000 in X and 0 in Y and Z. And I know I'm going to need to rotate this so that we can see it. Okay, there we go. All right, so what I'm looking at is basically the right-hand side of my my landscape here. And I'm going to back off my camera just a little bit. I want to make sure that I get all the way to the edges. I can see the edges in my projection camera here. And I want to just center this again on Y and Z. And then I'm going to take this protection tag and just duplicate it. I'm using Control and drag to just duplicate that protection tag. And all that's doing is just locking that camera in place so I can't accidentally move it around, because that's going to be pretty important. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a projection to this camera and output it as its own separate AOV here in my material. So I'm going to open up my Redshift material that I've made. My material is very, very simple. I actually started with the LED preset. I really love the preset options that you get in Redshift materials. They're super simple. They look great right out of the box. So I started with LED because I knew I kind of wanted a little bit of a metallic-y surface. LED started with a roughness that was really high, and I ended up backing that off just a little bit and bringing up the diffuse weight for my material. Since any metallic material is going to start with a diffuse weight of 0, I ended up bringing this back up to 1 so that particularly that fill light would catch a little bit of that geometry. And then what I ended up using was just a default Fresnel node in the reflection weight. So this is a Fresnel node. I didn't change anything. I just plugged it right into reflection weight so that those front faces don't end up quite so shiny. Now let's go ahead and add in a camera map node. Now the camera map node is pretty cool because this allows you to use a camera as a projector for a texture. So we have to define two things. We have to define what texture we want, and we have to define which camera we're using as a projector. So I actually have just like a really dead simple gradient. Like it's just a black to white gradient, vertical, really simple. So we're going to throw that in there as my texture, and then I'm just going to drag my Proj Cam here into my camera picker. And usually what I like to do just to test these kinds of things out, I'll take the out color of my camera map and plug it into my surface just like this. And we're going to open up my Redshift render view, and we're just going to see what that looks like. I'm going to go back to beauty so we can see it. Right, so this is what that ends up looking like. And it's really subtle, it's really soft, and that's fine. I personally like to render EXRs, 32-bit EXRs for everything. So I'm not concerned that my flat parts aren't totally black, and my highest peaks aren't totally white. It doesn't really matter because I'll have all of the luminance data to work with EXRs anyway. So this is just fine. I'm seeing a little bit of a difference between my peaks and my valley. That's good enough for me. Now, I need to get this out as an AOV so that when I render it, it'll be a part of my actual render. So in order to do that, I'm going to use Store Color to AOV. That's this guy here. And what that allows you to do is basically take any pass you want, and I'll do a couple of these. It'll render simultaneously with everything else. The first thing we need to do, though, is set our beauty input. And this operates as a pass-through. So right now, this isn't doing anything. We'll never notice. There will be no difference if I hit the render button now, because we're not adding any AOVs to our render. Let's go ahead and add this camera map. So we're going to do an AOV input 0. I'm going to plug this right in here. And I need to define a custom AOV for this. Let's call that grad. Okay, so now if I go back to my Redshift render view, and I hit the render button, you'll notice that I have grad as an option in here, and that's going to show you exactly what I just made. Really simple, super powerful. The other things that I like to do sometimes, especially when I'm dealing with holograms, I like to output a Fresnel. And a Fresnel is a really powerful one, especially for doing these kind of like hologram kind of things where you just maybe want like a little edge light or something like that, or a little shimmer. So we're going to output a Fresnel just because. And we're going to plug that in here. And we're just going to call this one Fresnel. Just like that. And I like to do an AO too, just because AO is a nice thing to have. And we're going to plug that in to our last output here, AOV2. Plug that in, and we're just going to call this one AO. There. And now you'll notice when I render this yet again, we'll have all of those new custom AOVs in our output. So let's look. That's my beauty pass. I've got an AO pass, so it's showing us that kind of nice AO look where those valleys are really nice and dark. We've got a Fresnel pass, which is just like this. So, you know, lighter on the edges and darker on the facing edges or the facing faces. And then, of course, my grad. So those are kind of my basic passes that I'm outputting. The other thing that I want to talk about really quickly before we jump back into After Effects and move on is these other lights, my sort of hero light and my enemy lights. Now, I knew that I wanted to have some kind of representation, a graphic representation of the good guy and the bad guys, so that I could, you know, I could move them, I could have them kind of progress as the shot progresses. We need some kind of visualization of that. And I figured I might want to have those things glowing, and it's always nice to have a glow sort of fall onto the landscape itself, even though this is, you know, sort of a holographic landscape. It's also being treated a little physically. So I added these lights, and of course they're all, you know, these are just basic redshift area lights set to sphere. And I gave them their own light groups, of course. So I've got a hero light, and all of my enemy lights, they all fall within the enemy light group. So they'll all render on the same pass. But you'll notice the other thing that these have is these external compositing tags. And this is going to become really important here in a minute when we jump back to After Effects, because that's going to allow me to bring their position data into After Effects so I can use them as part of my composite, which is super powerful. So if we go back to my render view, I can actually show you I've got my hero light, which it helps if I render it when it was turned on. So let's try that again. That's going to go ahead and kick off here in just a second. There you go. All right, so that's my hero light, which is this guy over here. And then I have my enemy lights, which are these guys back here. And so all of these passes are going to render all at the same time. And then we can bring them back into After Effects. So back in After Effects, what I ended up doing, I used that height map. Let's look at that really quickly. I'm going to take this out of this mode. So when you bring that height map in, this is how that renders, of course. We've seen that. But what I ended up doing was kind of crunching those levels really aggressively so that we end up with this. And let me show you I'll just do that from scratch so you can see how that works. I'm just going to throw in our levels. And you can see from the sort of levels graph here, this is where all of the data lives. You know, it's this sort of soft medium gray. And I'm going to go ahead and bring that lower levels way, way up, and then this one way down. And what I want is kind of pure white, where I want that landscape to be really visible, and then I like it to fall off over a little bit of a distance before it goes to pure black. The problem I have at the moment is because I'm working in 32-bit and I've crunched these levels to the point of being insane, you can see from my info window I actually have values that are going way above 1. I'm getting like 3.5 in places, so I just want to make sure to turn on clipping, clip out to black and clip out to white, just to make sure that you don't end up with like weird results. Working in 32-bit, you kind of get used to thinking about numbers that go above white and below black. So that's how that works. And then I was just using that in this comp, and I was setting that to stencil Luma, and what that's going to do is it's basically just going to act, well, helps if I do stencil silhouette. Helps if I turn it on. Russ, there we go. All right, there we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. So there we have our kind of base landscape here. Now, if I go back out to my main comp, you can see I've also got my hero light and my enemy lights in there too. And those, of course, all came out of the same pass at the same time, the same render. And I'm using, you can see I'm using that height map, again, in the same kind of way to define those. And then I'm just using a hue saturation effect to give them a little bit of color, right? So my bad guys are going to be red. Red's a bad guy color. And my good guy is going to be this sort of like cyan blue color. So when I was talking a little bit about those external compositing tags on those lights, this is why. And if I go into this next comp up, my marker comp, you can see I've got these little triangles, and this is just a dead simple shape. You know, something felt really directional, so you could tell like what direction they're moving. And what I ended up doing was bringing in my actual Cinema 4D project file in here, and when you bring it into a comp, let's go ahead and do that. Let's take this, let's bring this into a brand new comp, and we can actually go through what ends up happening here. So we've got our Cinema 4D file inside of After Effects, and if I hit the extract button, you can see I've got nulls and I've got cameras, and so this proj cam, we can get rid of that. We don't really need that in here. And I can turn off my visibility on my C4D file, and I can actually just remove that. But you can see that's given me null objects where each of those lights are. So I don't have to make it up. I know exactly where those things are. And then they'll, of course, animate and everything as you need to. But for my purposes, I was just designing a frame, and it just made it really easy for me to generate this sort of triangle graphic to sit them in the right spot. So let's go ahead and turn those on, and we can see those. So there we've got my kind of triangle graphics. They're sitting right where the lights were casting light, so we get this like graphic effect inside of After Effects, but it's reacting to all of my Cinema 4D geometry because it's all generating from the same spot. The great thing about this is that I can iterate inside of After Effects super quickly. You know, if I've got a team of designers who are making me little icons and things, I can ingest icons, I can change these things out all day long, and I don't have to go back to Cinema 4D to re-render this stuff, and I can still have it look really cool. All right, so the next layer up here, I was just using my AO here as an overlay, so it just adds a little bit of extra punchiness. So if you remember that AO pass that I kicked out with everything, that's where that ended up getting used. The next layer up is really fun. It's this sort of topographic map layer, and I love maps. I love the way that maps look. I love the way that like topographic maps look in particular, and this is like, it's one of my favorite techniques that I've been using now for years to generate topographic map data inside of Cinema 4D. So I'm going to run you through how that works really quickly. I'm going to grab my landscape object here. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it into a new file. I'm only doing this just to simplify things down a little bit because this process does involve a few steps, and I want to make sure that we have a nice clean slate to work with here. I'm going to turn on my hidden line mode, so we're going back to looking at lines. Sounds great. And in order to do this, what I want is to eliminate my displacer and my field from the equation altogether. So I'm going to right-click this, and I'm going to come down to current state to object. And what that's going to do is it's basically just going to flatten or bake in the effects of those into my geometry. So I can actually just remove all that. And I can remove these too. I don't really need those at the moment because I'm no longer generating any data with them. Okay, so here's my landscape as a flattened object. Now, topographic maps, the reason they end up looking like that, if you haven't spent a lot of time nerding out about maps like I have, each of those lines is a elevation, and it's all very evenly spaced. And we have a great tool within Cinema just to do that kind of thing. So I'm going to make a plane. This is going to be my slicing object, and I'm going to just extend this plane so that it sits larger than my geometry. And I'm going to throw that plane into a cloner object, and we're going to clone that plane. I'm going to set this to linear, and right now it's by default it's set to 3. I want to go with like 10, and 10 is going to make it so it's really high, and I don't really want that. Let's take that down to 7. All right, so if I look at it from the side, you can see this is my 0 point, and this is like the highest peak of my mountain. And what I want to do is just make sure that all of my slices fall within my geometry. If it falls outside my geometry, it's not going to do me any good. The other thing I want to do is make sure that my cloner isn't sitting exactly at world 0. I want to push this up just a little bit because that flat base is going to cause this thing all kinds of issues if we don't move that off of world 0 a little. So the next step here is I'm going to use a Boolean object, and I'm going to set this Boolean object to intersect. And I'm just going to drag my cloner and my landscape into my Boolean object. And fair warning, this can take a second for it to process. It's, you know, doing Boolean operations and figuring out where all the intersections are. And when we get the result of this, you're going to get this thing. And this looks like a weird mess. And you're like, I don't understand. Why does this look all broken? This is exactly what we want. So I'm going to go ahead and make this whole thing editable. So I'm going to hit the C key. And again, it's going to take just a second to think. And that's going to allow me to come in here. We're going to grab my landscape, drag that out. I'm just going to delete the rest of these. And now we have this weird mess. But like I said, this is exactly what we're looking for. Because what I want to do, I want to be able to select all the edges. And in order to do that, I'm going to first start with points. I'm going to select all my points. I'm just going to go to point mode, hit Control A to select all my points. I'm going to come into V, the V menu. I'm going to shrink my selection. So what that's going to do is it's just going to shrink the selection from the edges. Now it's deselected all of the edge points. From there, I can invert my selection. So now I've only selected my edge points. But I want those selections to be edges, not points. So I'm going to go up to my select, and I'm going to convert selection, and I'm going to say from points to edges, convert. There we go. Now I've got all my edges selected. And the last step in this, we can go up to mesh and do edge to spline, which is like one of my favorite tools in Cinema 4D. I love edge to spline. And that's going to give us this, which is a perfect topographic map. You can see from the side, like that's, you know, it's these lovely little slices right where my cloner geometry was, but you can see the kind of complexity that that's created that's really, really fun. So when I end up rendering this out, we end up with something that looks really cool. We get, in order to render that, I've got my spline in here. I've got a redshift object tag on here that's set to curves. And I've got my thickness set to 0.1, so it's, you know, it's very subtle. And I just have a regular old default redshift incandescent material on this thing. And if I give this a quick cook, we can see what that looks like. And you see it also renders really, really fast. So here's all those splines, all that geometry, all the actual physical geometry that's rendering is being generated at render time. It's one of the reasons I really love working with Redshift in this way. And once we render that out, we can take that back and we can comp it in here. Now, what I'm doing is I'm using a little bit of hue saturation, of course, to you know, go with this kind of like nice blue cyan color. I'm kind of pumping those levels up so we get a little bit of overbrights in here. And then I'm using a glow effect. And I've got a couple of these in here. This one, I just have this comped with a little bit of noise. I just have some noise in there to generate some extra kind of noisy hotspots in there. So if I turn back on all my layers, you can kind of see how that fits on there. Now, I did turn this up quite a bit. Let's take this back down to like 30% or so. So you can see that that fits kind of perfectly around my geometry, kind of creates this really interesting topographic look. It's one of my favorite things to do. Now, the next thing I have in here, I've got this kind of stage set up. And I think I'm actually going to move past that for the moment and talk about my grid, because this is using a very similar technique, but using individual points. And I had some really good questions about this the other day when I was doing my discussion. So let's go ahead and talk about how that gets created. So we're going to use a matrix object to generate all those points. And a matrix object and a cloner object, they're very similar. And this is, I had a really good question the other day when I was doing this presentation about why I would use a matrix object over a cloner object. The reason is, and to be fair, you can use both. You can use a cloner object and you can put like any shape you want inside the cloner and have it clone all over your geometry. But for me, the matrix object removes the need to actually have the geometry physically represented inside of Cinema, because the matrix object actually just generates the point data that Redshift uses to generate geometry at render time anyway. So I'm going to go into my matrix object. Interface is extremely similar to the cloner. We're going to set this to object mode, and I'm going to make my landscape low my object. I'm going to drag that in here, and you're going to see I've got these squares that kind of populate all over my geometry. Now, it's not going to render squares. Those squares are just a representation of where those points are. And right now, it's set to a distribution of surface. That's not what I want. I want to go vertex. So now you can see I've got those squares populated all over the surface of my geometry. And at the moment, if I were to render this, let's go ahead and turn off. Let's go ahead and turn off my scene altogether. If I were to render this, we're not gonna see a whole lot because Redshift doesn't know how to render the matrix unless we tell it how to render the matrix. So we're gonna go into tags, and we're gonna go down to render tag and drop in a Redshift object tag. And you can see we have this little particles tab. Now I'm gonna set this to optimize spheres, which is just going to populate with spheres, and I don't really care because they're going to be so small. I'm going to set the size to 0.1. The optimized spheres are great. They're just, spheres, but this can be any object you want. And this is sort of the advantage of using the matrix over the cloner in this particular case. If I wanted to populate this thing with little squares or little plus signs or whatever I want, I can just generate that geometry, drop it into my object list, and it will render that object at render time without actually having to physically represent it here inside the viewport. It just makes things so much faster. So I'm going to throw on I'm just going to make a regular incandescent Redshift material just to give these some presence. And we're going to hit the render button again. We're going to see that. All right, so there we go. Now we have all of those little grid dots represented, which is great. And I can, because it's a matrix, I can do all kinds of things that I could normally do with a cloner. I can randomize the scale. I can randomize the color. I can, have them shift in position based on a field, whatever it is I want to do. Extremely flexible. What I don't want is I don't really want to see through my mountain. So I'm going to go ahead and matte that out. Let's generate a matte for that. I'm going to go ahead in here into my landscape low. I'm going to duplicate this. We're going to turn on the visibility for that, and I'm going to drop it a Redshift object tag as well. And this one we're going to set to matte, and I'm going to take my alpha all the way to 0. So in theory, we should be able to no longer see through my mountain of points. There we go. So now my mountain is occluding all of my points, which is great. So the way I ended up using those inside of After Effects, you can see just the points alone kind of looks pretty cool. I'm using the Fresnel pass that I'd rendered out earlier, which is just this. And I think I ended up crunching the levels just a bit on that. So this is my default render that you get out of Cinema, and I ended up just punching the levels up a little bit just to taste. And then I'm just using this as a Lumimat for my grid. And this is what you end up getting. And I mean, that by itself looks kind of cool. Like, that looks like very holographic, and it has that kind of style to it, right? The last piece that I have in here to talk about is that stage object that I have, which is just this. And if I open this up, you can kind of see what that ends up looking like. It's really just to give my hologram a bit of an environment, a place to live, so it's not just floating off by itself. And in order to do that, that one was really simple. All I'm doing there is just using a cloner and a cube. So we're just going to make a cube, and I think let's try 100 by 100 by 100, so we get a little bit smaller cube. We're going to throw that into a cloner object really quick here. And let's look at it from a couple different perspectives here. let's set the size of this to 100, 100, and 100 so that they all sit directly next to each other. And then, nope, let's not do that. Let's go ahead and make sure that this covers my entire piece here. So I'm going to move this up a little bit in Y, and let's add a couple more here so we just get this stage, this thing that kind of covers the entire surface. I'm going to drop this down here. I'm going to make this editable, and I'm going to make all of the cubes inside editable. Nope. Let's make sure we select children. Let's make those editable, and then I want to connect all of those and delete. So let's do a connect and delete on those. And just like with my topographic map, I just want the edges. I don't really care about the actual volumes itself. So I'm going to go to my edge select mode. I'm going to select all of my edges in the object, and we're going to go to mesh, edge to spline. And that's going to give us our splines that we're going to end up rendering. And when we do, we end up with something like this. Now, I did actually clone, I think, little cubes at each of these vertices as well, just to kind of give them a little extra punch. But here inside of my comp, I ended up kind of matting out a little bit in the middle there, just to keep them off of my, my main kind of subject, which is my storytelling elements here. Let's throw my grid comp back in. And the great thing about working in this way, and this really flexible kind of fashion, is like I can literally change the look of this entire thing by just swinging a couple of colors on a couple of layers. And like I said, I usually have 30 passes out of here. Oftentimes I'll output individual light reflection, specular, refraction passes, diffuse passes, and everything, just so I have maximum flexibility here inside of After Effects. And the last couple of things, I like to add a little bit of sauce on top of this. So in this one, I ended up lifting the blacks a little bit with this sort of screened royal blue solid. And then I used a little bit of optical glow. I love the look of that red giant optical glow. Gives you that like amazing kind of realistic fall off. Just softened that up so nicely. And then I ended up using a little bit of mojo and just threw in a little camera lens blur to kind of give it a little bit of a shallow depth of field look. And then a renoiser at the end. And I love the fact that this renoiser has a preset called Hadley's Hope. I'm a huge Alien fan, so the fact that it was called Hadley's Hope, that's close to my heart. Love that. So that is what I've got for you guys today. You can find myself and Territory Studio at Territory Studio on Twitter, at robotastronaut_. That's me on Twitter as well. Please reach out to us with any questions, whatever you have. I hope you learned something out of that.
Fantastic stuff for us.
Thank you.
Really, really great. I'm so absolutely. I'm so pleased that you mentioned that Hadley's Hope preset and renoiser, because that was based on the experimental grain he used on the original film.
No kidding.
Yes.
Oh, man,
so,
that's
but the
amazing.
irony is, as I understand it, is that for the recent versions, they went in and removed a lot of the grain.
Boo.
So I know, but that's good. That's my go-to one in there as well.
Yeah.
And also that inverse square fall-off of optical glow. Nice use of that as
Yes.
well. That's very good.
Love the optical glow.
Absolutely.
Love Mojo and all of those plugins. Use them all the time.
There was some discussion about the steps that you have when you're making these sorts of scenes, and you've very eloquently shown what you can get more of some of the parts using this kind of workflow. But I just wanted to ask you in terms of that, because there's obviously an iteration element.
Absolutely.
And you can, especially if you've got a longer animation and the camera's moving, then this makes a lot of sense to do it. But would there be times where you would render out rather than do multiple passes, or does it save so much time because of the changes? Almost never.
Almost never.
Okay.
I'm so rarely interested in getting the look nailed down in 3D. I'm a very much a proponent of getting the look in comp, mainly for that flexibility. I like to get out of 3D and into comp as quickly as I can, especially in the design phase, because it allows me to really iterate quickly and very flexibly, and it allows me to account for any client feedback that might come up. You know, like when you're designing those little FUI bits and pieces, little like graphic data stuff. You know, if the client's like, "Oh, we've got a font we want to use," like, all right, we just throw it on in there. It takes me no time at all to just switch that out in After Effects. And then if they say like, "Oh, we want more light on this side versus this side. We want to make this side green and this side purple." Okay, that's fine. We can totally do that. And you just switch a couple of sliders in After Effects, render out your new frame, done. And you can have many, many iterations. If they want to wedge it, we can wedge it. That's fine too.
Absolutely, because on that inevitable possible chance of client changes.
Yes. Always.
Yes. And also, we did have a question from Mr. Foria. You've rendered very lovely, or used Redshift to render out all those different passes.
Yep.
But the question was, can you do that, render out spline data and AOVs with the standard renderer, or maybe another renderer, was the question.
That's a great question. So if I were to do that in standard, you would have to turn all of that into a sweep NURBS object. So you'd actually have to generate physical information. You might be able to do it with Sketch and Tune. Sketch and Tune renders some spline stuff. But what I would do is I would tend to lean into a sweep NURBS object so that I'd have like a high degree of control and make sure that like I can physically see it in the scene. But being able to render spline data and point data at render time is like absolutely one of my favorite things in Redshift. So
that's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's a nice segue, because keeping on that Redshift theme, coming up, we have our very own Ellie Wade, who's going to be talking about more Redshift techniques and also some sneak peeks. So stay tuned for that. And also don't forget to sign up on the 3D Motion Show site so you can get announcements and reminders of the schedule that we're doing, not only for this show, but for future shows as well.
Wonderful.
And we would very much like to have you back on future shows, Russ, because this has been fantastic workflow, and all the very best for your new life at Territory as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And thanks for having me.
Oh, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much, Russ. Really appreciate it. Wonderful. So, yeah, stick with us, and Ellie will be up in a couple of minutes.
Wonderful.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touch in stereo.
Hello there and welcome back again. And for this session, we have our very own Ellie Wade from the Maxon training team.
Whoop.
And it's don't just take my word for it, but very often we get fantastic feedback from our audience when we run our webinars, because that says Ellie is not only an amazing artist, but is really good at manifesting how you do the stuff and explaining it. And
my
so
mum's
on.
the best.
Yes, she is. She comments all the time.
She does, yeah.
So I believe, Ellie, you're going to be talking about Redshift, but
Yes.
you've got some interesting things to share about Redshift that people might not know, especially because they're recent updates and so on.
Yes, that's right, yeah. And just to kind of like set expectations, it's the same presentation as yesterday. So if they saw that, then they will know them. But if not, then yeah, some new stuff.
Similar content, but new jokes.
No, they're all written down.
There's no one. There's only one joke. Yes.
That was it. It was the mum one.
Yes. Excellent. All right, over to you, Ellie.
Cool, thanks. Hey everyone, how's it going? Good to be back again. So yeah, just to kind of like set those expectations, this is the same presentation as yesterday. However, if you do have questions for me, I've sort of said to Simon that feel free to kind of like interrupt and we can go off on a tangent, which you know I love to do on live presentations anyway. So yeah, my name's Ellie Wade. I'm part of the Maxon training team. I'm a trainer and 3D workflow specialist, and I specialize in Cinema 4D and Redshift. So yeah, a lot of my job is doing these live sessions, live events, demystifying post-production, working in an incredible team, a whole variety of things that I'm going to show you in just a sec anyway. But I'm also on Instagram. I'm on at it was Ellie. Don't even know my own bio apparently. So feel free to follow me at DM me if you have any questions with like projects or you want some help with some stuff. I also give all my project files out on there, and any kind of like materials and assets I create are all like for free. So feel free to like check them out and you can have them and you can use that stuff. I deliberately use or build things from scratch or use kind of like royalty free assets so you guys can have those project files from all the live sessions that I do. And just to kind of like cut out a way, this is something I didn't really talk about yesterday. And that is the Maxon training team, the incredible Maxon training team, like a great group of artists and kind of creatives that I work with and that I learn from every single day. And they have a whole bunch of live sessions that they do. And so I wanted to talk about that, what we like to call housekeeping on our live sessions here at Maxon. And so the first thing I want to talk to you about is the events page. If you just head over to maxon.net/events, you can see all the stuff that's coming up, the live events, and then we also have the kind of like the live sessions or the webinars or the workshops that we do as a training team. So on Mondays we have Demystifying Post-Production, where we tend to pick a new topic every single month, and then we tailor those Monday sessions to those topics. And we do it across a wide range of the Maxon tools. So everything from Cinema 4D to Redshift to Red Giant to Forger to ZBrush, all of that great stuff we do on there. And also, we do love to hear your feedback, so let us know at training@maxon.net what you'd like to see, because genuinely, believe it or not, we read all the comments, we read all your feedback, and we do tailor these sessions and kind of like the workshops that we do to the stuff that you guys want to know, because at the end of the day, that's why we do this stuff. And I do want to talk about the Maxon Training Team YouTube channel. So if you don't know, I mean, I don't know how you don't know, because I talk about it all the time. And we have our own Maxon Training Team specific YouTube channel. So all those sessions I was just talking to you guys about like the Maxon events page, all of that stuff gets recorded and gets uploaded onto the Maxon Training Team YouTube, which is this little guy here. And we also put everything into relevant playlists. It's all time-stamped thanks to the amazing Dr. Sassy. So even if it's just a little quick tip that you want to know, you can check that out. And yeah, all of the different series are all on here. So this is something I didn't get to talk about yesterday, but of course is very near and dear to my heart. So getting back to what we're actually going to be doing today. So a quick overview of the stuff that we're going to be talking about. As we said, we're going to look at some of the new features that have come out recently in Redshift. So the Redshift dev team works super hard and they're getting releases like on kind of like a monthly basis. And recently we had 3.5, 0.5 and 0.6. And that included some volumetric updates, random walk, subsurface scattering, blackbody emission, and some extra things as well. So I'm going to see what my time is like and how many of those I can get to. Again, if you have questions, let me know. But if I miss anything or if we run out of time, then not to worry, because, as I said, this was yesterday's presentation. So random walk is the first thing I'm going to look at. Subsurface scattering, which is just so much more simplified now inside of the in the new standard material in 3.5, which came out in April. So let's dive into Cinema 4D and let's have a look at that. So I'm just going to build a nice simple scene from scratch just so you guys can see how easy it is to actually create these materials. So I know sometimes, like, if I have my lights, my beautiful lights set up and I create a material, some people will be like, hey, yeah, that may seem easy, but you've already got like 8 lights. Well, I'm going to show you with a couple of lights, a simple object and one material. So in the asset browser, I'm going to grab this dragon model. So if I just open this up, this is from Eric Smith. So thanks, Eric, for modeling this so I don't have to. That is fantastic. And I'm just going to take this model and drop it into a new scene. Let's come into here, and we don't need that material because we're going to create our own one. So my reason for this is nice and simple. We have some nice detail. We have some nice thin areas and some nice thick areas. So when it comes to working with subsurface scattering, it's going to help us because we're going to have some light traveling in certain areas. We're going to have some kind of like saturated color. It's just going to be a nice way of representing subsurface scattering inside of Redshift. So a few things I need to do. I just need to change my renderer, and I'm going to just change my output. And then I'm going to throw in my Redshift render view. And so this is where, for anyone that doesn't know or hasn't used Redshift before or any third-party renderer, my render view is going to show me all the kind of updates that I make inside of my viewport, and it's going to give me a bit of a render preview. So when I add some lights, and I add some materials, I'm going to see it in the left-hand side of my viewport. So if I kick this off, it's not going to look too nice, but we can, it's a good starting point. Cool, so we can see now as I sort of like come in and out, you can see it update on the left-hand side in here. This is the way I like to work. There's also a viewport IPR, so I can change this area if I wanted to, but I like to work this way. So we can agree, not looking too fancy, and that's because we need to set up a few things. And so what I say about subsurface scattering, there are 3 really important things. The first one is lighting, because at the end of the day, subsurface scattering is how light travels and gets scattered inside of a medium or inside of an object. If we don't have lighting, we don't have light scattering, therefore we don't have subsurface scattering. So those are the things we need to set up first. And the second thing is going to be object scale and size. That is very important, and we'll see why in just a sec. And then the final thing, of course, is going to be our subsurface material. So let's start off by creating some of our lighting. So our lights can be found down this little area here. And we're going to grab ourselves a area light. And my nice lazy person way of targeting a light is to throw on a target tag and then just throw in whatever object you want your light to be targeting. And let me just move this to the back, maybe move it up a little and out. And now we can see on the left-hand side, we have some lighting showing up. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Cool, yeah, happy with that. So again, you know, we don't have enough light in our scene to see everything in detail, but what I do like to see and what I do like to do with this area light is it's already going to give me an idea of where the light is going to scatter most and the more intense parts of my object. So we can see these white areas is where our light is going to scatter more, and we're going to have more of that light traveling into that object. And then we have these darker areas which are going to seem a little bit more diffuse because we're going to have less light being able to kind of travel towards them or through them. So let me just throw in one other light just to create some overall ambient lighting. And the way I do that is to throw in a dome light, and then with a dome light we can drop in a HDRI image. Again, let me just take it from the asset browser. So that's what I love about the asset browser. I take so many kind of materials, HDRIs, like surface imperfections, objects, all from this asset browser without having to leave Cinema 4D. Or to have to kind of buy some. So let me drop my texture, my HDR image into there, just this GI empty room. It's kind of my most, if you've seen any of my sessions, you'll know that it's one that I use most frequently. It just creates this really nice lighting. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually just disable my background because I don't want to be able to see this background here. So I'm going to switch it off. Cool, so nice and simple. If I switch these off, we've taken it from this, which we can all agree, not looking too great. I mean, we're all artists here, right? And then we can switch this back on, and we got some nice lighting going on. And this is going to help when it comes to creating our subsurface scattering material. So what I talked about yesterday was like the main differences between the old way or the previous way of creating subsurface and now this new way using the new standard surface material, which is probably one of the biggest things that came in the April release of Redshift 3.5. So if I just create a Redshift material, so this is the previous default material, and it's also what at the moment defaults as we kind of double click and we create a Redshift material. So this is what we have as like the previous, like pre 3.5 base material. But what I'm talking about is using the standard surface material, which is this one here. And it's just a more industry standard way of working, and it has a lot more simplified ways of working. For example, when it comes to creating metalness, like, let me just drop this on here. We can create some metalness like really, really easily and quickly. And I can show you that by literally sliding one thing. So if I pull my attributes up, we have a metalness slider. I can pull that up. And then we have metal. I told you, super simple. So yeah, this new standard surface material makes creating materials super, super easy without even need to worrying about going into nodes. And subsurface is one of those things that has been made simpler. Take it from me, I'm not very technical. I do like to kind of repeat this just to set expectations that I'm not a very technical person, and I had to learn and teach the previous subsurface, which is these settings. If we kind of come into the previous Redshift material, scroll this down, these are these settings. So for me, before I even kind of like worked with Redshift or subsurface, I didn't really know what attenuation was. I didn't know what absorption or scatter coefficient was. I didn't know those things. I mean, I came from like a sports coaching background, so, you know, get me to kick a ball, that's cool. Get me to explain subsurface, not so much. But if we take a look at the new standard surface material, and we have a look at subsurface, we can all agree these settings and the way it works is just some more artist friendly. Like, I like that I have a color and a weight value. I have a scale, which once I explain it will make so much sense. And we also now have the new mode, which is random walk. So I'm going to show you, don't just like take my word for it. I'm going to show you how simplified subsurface actually is. So let me just get rid of this old material because we don't need that one. So I've already thrown my Redshift standard material on top of my little dragon guy here. And we have that default grey, the default grey plastic that we all know and we all love. So my starting point is normally, when I'm building up subsurface, is I remove my diffuse and I remove my reflection, because I don't want those to kind of be in the way of the material that I'm creating. And so inside of Redshift, a lot of things have a weight value, and the way to look at this is it's basically switching this particular setting on or off. It's like enabling it or disabling it, and we can have partial weight values, but for me I just think of it as like an on or off. So if I don't want a diffuse, which is what I don't want, all I have to do is come into my weight value and switch that down to 0. We can now see that we have no diffuse now. It's just gone completely black, but we still have our reflection. So all we need to do is we need to switch that one down, and then everything disappears. Not really, it's just gone completely black, so we can't actually see it. But this is great, this is a good starting point, and now I can enable my subsurface. So if we come down, what's really great is we now have a weight value in here. So as we just learnt, we now know if we want to enable subsurface, all we have to do is switch on our weight. So all we have to do, slide that up to the number 1, and now we have a 100% weight value of subsurface, and we can now see that in the left-hand side. So I haven't switched on diffuse, I haven't switched on reflection. This is now showing subsurface scattering. So the next thing I would do is, as an artist or as a creative, I'd then go, okay, what color do I want my subsurface to be? And the important thing here when we're talking about subsurface is this could be a wide range of different materials. It isn't just like a subsurface material. It's a type of sort of material based on the light scattering. So we could have wax, we could have skin, we could have jade, we could have things like milk. All of those materials in the real world have what we would call subsurface scattering. So These settings you're going to want to adjust based on the type of material that you're creating, but what I'm going to do is just show you like an overall what they do. So for me, now I'm going to choose the color. We're going to create like a bit of like a JD material. So let me just click my color, and all we're going to do is choose the color that we want. Nice and easy. There we go. So very quickly, we've turned on our subsurface, we've enabled it with our weight, and now we've chosen the color, and we have it showing. The next thing we're going to want to look at is I'm going to kind of skip over radius. We're going to get back to it, but we're going to have a look at scale first. And just to kind of explain what scale is, for a start, it's in the unit of your DCC, so your kind of software of choice. For me, I'm in Cinema 4D, as we can see, and that is in centimeters. So this scale setting is set to 1 centimeter. And what the scale is how far our light is going to travel into our medium and then be scattered. And so when I say that third thing, which is that scale, and understanding the size of your scene and the size of your models, this is why knowing that information is really important, because you're going to want to adjust your scale based on that size and also based on the material that you're creating. So for me, this model I know is very, very big. So if I click my dragon model and we click on our coordinates, we can see right on that bottom right, we have 388 by 509 by 383. Pretty big, let's be honest. It's a pretty big model. And so what that means is, if we come back to our subsurface and down here, so our light is traveling 1 centimeter into our medium and being scattered. And so we're getting this, I don't know, maybe like a waxy, rubbery looking material. But if we want to have that more of a subsurface type effect, all we have to do is increase this scale value. The light is going to travel more into our medium and it's going to be scattered. But it's also it's going to create some more transparency, and it's also going to kind of lose some of that saturated JD green color. So let's go to a value of 10 centimeters. And I'm just going to let it process a little bit. Cool, so we can now see, especially in the areas where we have the intensity, the more like kind of intensity of our area light, and also in the thinner areas of our object, we're getting a lot more of that light scattering, and we're almost losing that jade color, but we're creating this really nice subsurface, so this subsurface look. We can go further, so if we go up to 30, what you'll notice is we just exaggerate that effect even more. So we're creating almost more translucency, a bit more of like a jellified look, and we're also losing some of that green color because we're having so much of that light scatter through our medium. Let's cut this back down to 10, because I quite like this look, and I quite like the detail that we get. If we sort of like come in, this detail that we're getting around here. So this is where I want to talk about random walk. So random walk is a mode, it's a subsurface mode inside of here. And what it does is it's clever enough to calculate the size and the thickness of our model and of our object. And so we're getting that more accurate subsurface, especially in these small, thin, intricate details. Whereas point-based diffusion or ray trace diffusion, what it is it's an approximation of that sizing. And so we get very different results. And I mean, my personal opinion, not as nice results, because as we said, random walk is able to see that thickness, see that size, and give a much more accurate, especially on those details, subsurface effect. So let's take a quick look at ray trace diffusion. And if you sort of just like, memorize that image on the left-hand side, I'm going to change this to diffusion. And if we let it clear up a little bit while I'm talking, we can see that we almost completely lose those, like the light scattering in those details. We lose that kind of that transparency area, and that's because, as we said, it's like an approximation of the size. And so, like, for me, this might be a style that you're after, but I definitely think the random walk is just such a nicer model, and all it is just a simple click. So we can go from this now with the new version to get something that just looks really, really great and really easy to create. What you also notice is we have this anisotropy value, and that was grayed out in the previous versions, so it's only available with random walk. And what anisotropy is, it's the light directionality. And so what we mean by that, if I sort of come out a little bit, What we mean by that is at the moment, as our light hits our medium, it's getting absorbed up to a scale of 10 centimeters and it's getting scattered in all directions. So if anisotropy set to 0, it gets scattered in all directions. We can do positive and negative values, and that is effectively going to change the light scatter direction in towards the light or away from the light source, which in our case is our area light as well as our dome light. And we can use this to create slightly different looking materials. So if I enter quite a high positive value, we get, as we can see, like a very, very different look. So we're scattering away. So what we're getting is like this really kind of like translucent, brighter look, almost like a glassy look. And we can go the opposite direction by doing a really kind of bold negative anisotropy value. And so we're now getting a more diffuse looking material, more kind of like waxy, rubbery, without having to adjust the scale. So all these settings kind of go hand in hand with one another to allow you to create whatever type of subsurface material, whether it is, you know, like a milk or jade or like a glass or a just a nice kind of overall subsurface effect. So we kind of skipped over radius, but let's talk about radius a little bit, because it's what I'd say maybe the most advanced setting in the new subsurface, but even then it is not too advanced, especially in comparison to, you know, some of the previous settings. So all I've done is change my color, my subsurface color, to white. And the reason for that is because what the radius does is it allows us to control each individual color channel for RGB. And that is why it is represented by a color chooser and not a numerical value. So what I mean by that is I'm able to actually tell Redshift or tell the subsurface material that we do or don't want one of these individual values to be scattered within our medium. And so what I mean by that is if I don't want the red channel, or like so imagine our light's coming in and it's getting scattered. If I don't want my red channel to be scattered, I can actually just disable that. We now have that bright blue or that cyan color being represented. Even though I haven't changed the color of my subsurface, I've just changed the light, the individual light ray R channel. What you will notice though is we do get some redness over the top, and that's because we're not like eradicating the red channel rays. And so what they're doing is as they hit the surface, they're remaining on the surface of our object. We can do partial values, so if I just kind of divide this by 2, now effectively what's happening is as our blue channel hits our surface, it's being absorbed fully up to a scale value of 10 centimeters and it's being scattered fully. Green is partial, so we've done a bit of like a 50% of green, and the red isn't being kind of absorbed and scattered at all. So we can combine this to create some more creative and artistic results. So if I combine this with my color channel and kind of come into here, maybe choose like a bluey color, and we're now starting to get some pretty interesting looking results that we perhaps weren't really getting with just an individual color, because we're controlling the light scattering of our RGB channels. And this is important. So a question that came up yesterday was talking about how you'd create skin. And this is kind of like the way, like, let me see if I can, I may absolutely like bomb hard now, but let me see if I can try and recreate a semi skin color. If it doesn't work, then hey, that's what lives are for, me embarrassing myself. Right, so let's do like a skin color. Maybe something like this, and then maybe we'd want like our red to sort of be kind of traveling through. And so that's sort of like similar-ish. Of course, it's going to involve a lot more tweaking, but it sort of represents this sort of skin pinky color, and then we have that redness value that you would have inside of the skin.
We've had a question.
Oh, Okay.
Yes. If you were wanting to do skin, but then you wanted to do different skin tones and different skin types, what would the approach be for that? Just simple as changing the color?
I would say so, yeah. Just as simple as adjusting the tone inside your color chooser. I'm sure there is a much more advanced way of creating skin that I just haven't had the time to play with. But this is, if we're looking kind of like just like a base level understanding of creating skin, then yeah, this definitely is a nice workflow for that. Thanks for your question. Cool. Let's have a look at the time. Right, let's go. Let me just show a couple of extra things when it comes to subsurface, and that is the subsurface scattering GI. So let me just hide my little dragon guy, and I'm going to create super advanced scene with a plane and a cube, and just change this to maybe something like that. Cool. Right, so again, let me just very quickly target my area light to my cube and move this guy a little bit further in. Cool, yeah. So as we see here, all I've got is my cube, my plane, my area light. My area light is casting this shadow right here. And we have this dark shadow, and that's because we have a fully diffuse cube going on. But what if we had a cube that had subsurface scattering? Well, then we'd want to see that color represented through through into that shadow. So let's just really quickly create another subsurface material. Get rid of our weight for our diffuse and reflection. Switch this guy on and maybe make it like a red value. Okay. Maybe, there we go. Right, cool. So yeah, as we would in the real world, if we had a subsurface material, slightly translucent material, as the light hits it and it travels through, now in that shadow area, we're seeing this redness, we're seeing this color, which we would do. And this is thanks to subsurface scattering GI. So this is a new feature that's sort of one of those ones that's like not a front-facing feature, but it does make a big difference. And I can show you the difference if I actually switch off or kind of disable this new GI. So in case you don't know, if you head over to the Redshift menu, go to Advanced, go to System, there is a Legacy drop-down. And what this is all of the like kind of like the legacy settings for backwards compatibility. And so as we can see here, we have subsurface scattering GI, and this is the new way that it is working and the more physically accurate way that it's working. We can see this on the left-hand side. We're getting that nice color. Prior to this, so before this sort of this release, it was an approximation. It was a diffuse approximation, so it would kind of try and like guess and calculate how much of that light or that color that should be represented in the shadow. And I can show that by actually just checking this, and it's going to almost, this is going to disable this new feature. This is what the legacy menu does. So if I switch that on, you can see we're not getting the same amount of redness. We're getting some really dark shadow, even though we can see our material is actually pretty translucent. So as we can see, we're not getting a really accurate representation, whereas this new GI is giving us exactly what we would have potentially in a real world scenario. So a little feature potentially in the back end, but will definitely make a difference. So a final quick thing I want to talk about is setting up translucency and how we can do that in the previous way versus the new way. And so again, I'm going to create one of my super simple scenes. I'm going to keep this plane, grab a sphere, just pull this up, and then just grab the two, scale them down, and duplicate them. She says. There we go. Okay, right, so let me just switch off my target tag, and I'm just going to make this shine through. And this is because we're going to set up some translucency on our plane. So what we're going to do is we're going to be able to see that sphere. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Okay, right, so let's kick this off. And here we go. Right, so if we grab a a normal Redshift material, so kind of like the pre 3.5 version, not the standard surface. If I throw that on my left plane, nice and simply, we can create translucency really, really easily. So again, diffuse and reflection, we can switch off. Just to be clear, we don't have to switch these things off. I just like to do it just to represent the individual feature that I'm talking about. We can then increase our translucency, and we can choose our color. So we can see we've set up some translucency nice and simply inside of here, and we can see that sphere over the top. If I create the standard material, throw that on here, and we look into here, we can see that our base properties are slightly different. So we actually can't see a translucency mode or input inside of here. So for anyone who's used to working this way, a lot of people like to work with translucency, especially when you create like leaves. It can be used as like a way of faking SSS without actually having to do SSS. That's kind of how we describe it before. And so the way that we create that is in the new standard surface. I'm going to do the same thing, so you know I'm not cheating. Switch off my diffuse and my reflection, come all the way down. And the important thing first is this geometry tab. We have a thin walled option. So if people create like little bubbles, often they'll check this thin walled option. It's basically telling Redshift that our object, in our case our plane, has no thickness. Once I do that, if I just scroll up, now in my subsurface, we've actually grayed out a whole bunch of those settings. All that we have left is our color and our weight. Perfect, they're the only things we need anyway. So we can put our weight value to 1, we can see we're getting our translucency, we can change our color, and we're now getting the exact same translucency method. If anything, it actually just looks a little bit clearer. And so these are kind of the new, this was a lot about, the main focus was random walk, but I also wanted to talk about the new Redshift 3.5 standard material, because even though, like it's funny because like it came out in April, so for me I use it all the time, so I forget that it's still actually a new feature, and I forget that there are so many people who still aren't using it, aren't really sure about it, and so I want to kind of demystify some of these settings inside of the standard material and just show you that it is a really great way of working, whether it's for metalness, subsurface scattering. We also have thin film. Like I really would love to dive into thin film, but maybe this will be a session for another time. It's just a really incredible tool inside of the standard material. Okay, so yeah, that was random walk and subsurface scattering. I'm just sort of time checking myself. So I do have some volumetric updates that I want to talk about, but the main thing is kind of a new feature. You know what, let's have a little look at the volumetrics very quickly. I'll set this up nice and quick because we have some really great new features, which is anisotropy, which is how our volume reacts to incoming light. I talked a lot about this yesterday, but the big thing is black body emission, and that's going to allow us to create really nice, realistic fire and smoke explosions. So let me do that. Let me show you that before showing you a little sneak peek new feature, which is new if you didn't see yesterday's session, but if you did see it, then unfortunately you know my secrets. So just really quickly, this is kind of like, these are the volumetric improvements, and we can now create this really great looking realistic fire and smoke, and that's kind of going to be the focus. So I'm working with a VDB that I got from Django FX. You can find VDBs online, and you can download those for free. Django has loads for free on there, and that's basically what I did. And the way that we can bring this in is we just change this to Redshift. Let me just change my output again. Gonna be moving a little bit faster this time. And yeah, the way that we load in a VDB is we can go to the RS volume. Inside of the RS volume, we just have to locate our VDB. In my case, that's the gasoline explosion. So you might be used to working with exposure effects or flume effects, where you can export VDB data or channel data inside of here. And the way that we can see this in here is, for a start, we need to change our display preview to something that isn't off. In my case, I'm going to change it to points and just have a few more points. And because this is an animation, I'm going to need to go into animation, go into mode, go to simple, and detect frames. And now when I play, it's detecting my animation. If you're working with a still, like a still cloud VDB, you wouldn't need to do that. It would just come straight in and you'd see your lovely cloud VDB. And a question that came in yesterday was, can we do this with the volume builder? Yes, you can. I'm not going to do it, but all you'd need to do is you go into the volume builder, you go into fog mode, you create your volume as you would, like whether it is a cloud or something. I did this on a recent session at the C4D Level Up workshop. And then you would do this same method we're about to do with our lighting and with our volume shader, and just throw that on there. So yes, absolutely. You don't just have to work with the RS volume and VDBs. Okay, so let me just rotate this because my volume is actually on its side. Let's maybe pull it up. So this is my gas explosion. Also, one quick thing that I think I forgot to say is, if it comes in and you think it's really, really small, we can actually scale up our volume really, really easily with the coordinates tab. So if we head over to the RS volume, go to coordinates, we can just scale this up. Nice and simple. Cool, right, so let's get back to actually doing this because I'm very quickly running out of time. Right, so the things that we need is we need a volume affecting light, and then we need a volume shader material. So again, nice and simple setup. I like to keep these setups like as simple as I can, just to show you the features without getting too elaborate. Target tag my redshift volume. And let me just reposition this. Cool. Kick this off. We're not going to see anything, and that's because even though we have a volume contributing light, and what I mean by that is, if we go into our light and we go into details, we have ray contribution options. And what we mean by volume contributing is our light has to be contributing to our volume in here. I'll switch it off when we have material, so I'll show you what I mean by it not contributing. The next thing we need is a redshift volume material. I'm going to throw that on my RS volume. And again, nothing happens. And that's because we need to set up our channels. So if I double click my material, come into here. Inside of here, we have channel information. And so when you work with VDBs, when you export them, people will know this if you work with Exposure FX or other software like that, you can export particular data or channel data with your VDB. In our case, we have density, flames, and temperature. That's perfect. We're going to use density and we're going to use temperature to help kind of create the look of our VDB here, our volume. So what we're going to do, we're going to come into our RS volume. Our scatter, think of scatter as like your diffuse, your absorption is your transparency, and then your emission as incandescence or self-illumination. That is kind of my artist-friendly way of thinking about them. So if I enter density into here, we now have some information happening. We have we can see something. We can see our volume because we're taking that density channel data. Another thing I'm going to do, let me just throw in a dome light so we can see everything a bit clearer. Soz. There we go. So right, we can see this going on. And then what we're going to do, we're going to come down, and in my emission, I'm going to throw in my temperature. And what this is doing, it's emitting based on our temperature data, which previously what we'd do is we would colorize this based on the color of a flame. So if I throw in heat, we now have some color information. So in the real world, the color or like the emission or the look of a smoke or explosion or fire is based on temperature. Well, with the new feature that's come in Redshift 3.5.4 is we have the ability to do this with a different mode, and that is black body emission. So if I just reset this to default, change my color mode, my emission mode to black body emission, we now have a much more realistic looking VDB, much more realistic looking explosion, which can now be controlled with our temperature and offset values. So I can come in, I can pull this down, and we can now control this based on temperature like you would in the real world. We can also up our temperature, and we can then increase our offset, which is going to offset these values between the high and the low. So if I increase my offset, we're going to get these hyper hot blues because we have a hyper hot temperature. And so this is such a nice and kind of like quick way of now creating realistic looking explosions. And so I talked about yesterday going into the advanced tab how we can change these settings. I also talked about the new anisotropy, is how our volume is going to react to incoming light. I don't have time to show that now, but feel free, if you want to know about that stuff, check out yesterday's session. It just kind of goes through those settings and what they mean in a little bit of detail. Heading back over to my keynote, so I wanted to save some extra time for this final little bit here. And I also talked about yesterday some of the new things that are coming, so an improved random walk, so an even better version of the one that we just saw, Redshift materials in the asset browser, nano VDBs, which are going to help working with volumes and working with kind of like large file sizes inside of Cinema 4D and Redshift. And the final thing being kind of the secret feature, and this is something that is coming in the future, but it's something that I can show, and that is material stacking inside of Cinema 4D and Redshift. So we're able to stack multiple materials onto the same object. We can adjust those materials individually, and we can now use the much loved texture mode to move, scale, and rotate these individual kind of things. So if you work with like product viz and you have labeling, or you work with like graffiti or stickers, this is going to just make that so much simpler. Instead of having to work with a material blender and adjust our remapping. So for anyone who's worked with remapping and you have to like, do like 0.001 on the offset, you will, like, I feel your pain because I've had to do that too. So let me very quickly show you this before I wrap this up. So I have a super basic scene here. And for anyone who's previously worked with material stacking, I'm not going to show the older version because I don't have time. Let me just show you the original version. But normally what you'd have to do is you would have to blend materials inside of Redshift, and you'd have to adjust the offset value, work with the alphas, and you'd have to just tile all those up onto your object. Well, now we have like full control of this, and it's so much easier and just much more artist friendly to work with. So inside of here, we have a couple of like basic materials, just an asphalt floor and a cardboard texture. And so this cardboard texture and model was from Daniel Malik. So thank you, Daniel. You've saved me having to do this myself, which is great. So I'm going to throw these on here, and we're just going to take a look at what this looks like. Let that render. Cool. So just a nice simple scene we have going on, just to demonstrate a bit of material stacking. So the way that we do this now is, instead of having to build this all in one material and create material blending and kind of like split out our alpha, we can now do this on separate materials and just stack them up. And so I'm going to create very quickly a new material and grab my textures. So I have the Maxon logo here. Let me just pull that in. Plug that into our color channel, and for anyone who doesn't know, there's a really nice quick way, if you're working with a PNG, to split out the alpha. All we have to do, plug in your texture, use your alpha into the opacity, and then in a sec, we're good to go. We have our label or our sticker or our graffiti, however you want to be working. This is the way you'd set it up. We then drop it onto our cardboard box, and you might think it looks a little bit funny on the left-hand side, but we can already see the stacking happening. We can see the cardboard, and we can see that second material. All we need to do, click that material tag, and if you're used to Cinema 4D, you'll be used to all of these settings. Change our projection to flat. Once we do that, if I come a little bit further out, we can then go into texture mode, and we then get this wireframe. We can now move, scale, and rotate, and position exactly where we would want this logo. So let me just sort of get this little guy on here. So now we have, with complete ease and control, the ability to move this texture. We can then disable that tiling. Chances are we're not going to want that. And then now we have the ability to just position this wherever we want. So let me maybe rotate it. If I rotate it just to put it on the other side of the box. we now have that here. So this is great, and then all we have to do, if we want to stack these up and do more and more, we can just duplicate that, and all we have to do is change the texture. Let me just change this to this way up. And again, stack that on top, do the exact same thing, change it to flat, we're in texture mode already, scale that right down. And again, just switch off the tiling. So it's just a really nice way of now stacking materials that doesn't require us having to set up material blending or having to adjust that remap, that kind of like those offset and those rotate values, which for anyone who has done that, you'll understand what I'm saying when I say this is nice and simple. And so at the moment there's a limitation of 6 in this stacking, and we have full control. So a question that did come up yesterday was, oh, what if you want to have the same cardboard bump on these? Well, then all you have to do, because they're individual materials, is I'd maybe come in, I would grab my same bump setup, which is on my cardboard box, come into here, paste that in there, and then connect that in. And now I'm going to have that same bump on this material as well. So that was like a super speed through of this kind of like new material stacking. But what it can do, the ability to use texture mode now with Redshift is going to just be a bit of a game changer for me, especially. Like, I've worked with the previous way, and it can be a little bit of a nightmare. So yeah, so I feel like I totally rushed through that. But if anyone has any questions for me after, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thanks, Ellie. We did have some great reactions whilst you were running through those sessions. So yes, thank you, Ellie.
No worries.
Especially those details, like when you were talking about the scale setting in subsurface scattering,
Yes.
and the importance. So scale doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means, but when you point out what it's useful for, then
Yes.
it opens it all up.
Yes, definitely. No, it's a good setting. Yeah, it's a great setting, and it's great because, like you said, it's not like necessarily about like the model. It is about the model, but it's about the material or type of material that you're creating. So when it comes to, you know, like skin, how much light is going to travel and scatter versus milk or jade, for example.
And Hello Lux was saying, hi Hello Lux, was saying random walk subsurface scattering is fire.
It is fire.
Yes, absolutely. So when was random walk added?
I don't know the exact date. I think it was maybe like 4 weeks ago. So
Okay.
Redshift 3.5.05 is random walk, but we're now on 0.06 already.
Got it. So this is the beauty of having all these regular updates on Redshift.
Yes, yes.
Constantly improving stuff.
New features constantly.
Absolutely. There was a question about where did the VDB come from. This is from William. I think we answered it on the chat. It's Django FX.
Django FX, yes. Yeah, loads of different. I think there's also, is there openvdb.com? Might also do a bunch. All for free, all to use.
Fantastic.
Great, saves you doing it yourself.
MTO Creations has asked, would material stacking be good for imperfections too, maybe?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess it depends on the imperfection. Like for me, if it was like a material with scratches, you would want to do that inside of your original material, because then you can create that inner bump on your base material. But if you wanted to add maybe like genuine elements of dust, you could do it with material stacking. I think it's kind of like an either or situation. For me, the thing that's so great about material stacking is the ability to use texture mode and to move, scale, and rotate. So when it comes to product viz, adding labels, that's where this is really going to sort of like dive in. Whereas imperfections, because they're a little bit more random and they're a little bit more all over, you could probably still do the material blend away, which is what I will do.
That's a good workaround.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We are running out of time,
Yes.
but just wanted to mention that Hispano USA asked a question about bringing Redshift into After Effects via Cineware, and so that's technically possible. They're asking for a demonstration of it. We can't do it, I don't think, on this session, but please email us at training@maxon.net, and we can add this to we can add this to one of the sessions. Perhaps on the next Ask the Trainer, we can demonstrate this.
Yes. The perks of having live sessions, almost every other day.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so also don't forget to go back to 3dmotionshow.com, and you can sign up for just notifications about our sessions, not just this show, but the ones that we do them every month, 3D Motion Show. So then that will give you a notification of the stuff that's coming up and the artists that we've been inviting on. And talking of artists, we have Weight of Thought here, standing in the wings, waiting to be introduced, and who's going to be talking about some very interesting things with sci-fi loops in cinema. So we're very excited for that again. But thank you again, Ellie. Thank you for explaining some things so clearly and making them understandable, like you do every week for the Maxon training team. Did we mention the training team?
Shameless plug.
All right. So thanks again. Thank you. And stick with us for Weight of Thought.
Thanks. And thanks everyone for being...
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Hello and welcome back again for our final session of the day, and I'm delighted to welcome back designer, animator, author, musician, rock climber, surfer, better known, all of the above, better known as Weight of Thought, Victor Dmitrov. Thank you for joining us again. See, I said it right that time.
Did not. Dmitrov, Victor Dmitrov is the name, and when I do artwork, is my microphone up?
No, oh wait, you're muted.
Here we go. Perfect.
Here we go.
Okay, guys, can you hear me? Right on. Okay, so let's get this little lesson started. My name is Victor Dmitrov. When I do artwork or anything like that, I do it underneath the name Weight of Thought, and I'm a 3D design consultant for a company called 8VC. So I'd like to go over a few lessons with you guys today, but before we get started on that, I'm going to show you a demo reel of some of my work, and then you guys can get acquainted with me, and we'll move on from there. Okay, so that was my demo reel, and there are a few key projects within that piece, and one of them that I'd like to bring over right now is called the Waitlist Project, and throughout that project, an important part for me to kind of figure out my own design aesthetic and the visuals that I want to chase is that I have to drop myself into these personal projects that are somewhat daunting and grandiose, but I feel like there's only one way to learn, and that's often by being dumped into the deep end. And so I decided I wanted to learn CGI, and because I was a video editor, I moved to become a motion graphics artist, and after that I played with Element 3D and After Effects, and I started to get really comfortable with C4D, and I decided when Octane came out that I would try to learn it, and the best way to learn it was through this personal project. So I created all the concept art, and I started by creating the spaceship over here, which I named after my friend's cat that passed away. From there, I started to feel a little bit more comfortable with the program, and I started to create the astronaut for it. I started to work on animation, and after the animation phase, I was basically completing piece after piece that I could put into somewhat of a long-form animated visual so that I could showcase some of the skill sets that I actually had. Because a big part about getting the clients that you want is to showcase work that you've already done. Because I think as artists, we think that because we can technically do something, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got proof of it. And I feel like clients need to see proof in order for them to basically say, hey, like, this is the person I want for this gig. So I started doing the concept art, and each and every single piece was starting to build my aesthetic. And over time, I started to figure out, like, okay, let's put this together into an animated piece. And so let me play that for you guys. So from then on, what was really great was that I had something to prove worth and prove the skill sets that I had. And I was able, after releasing that online, to get a gig over at Double Negative, working in VFX and creating a lot more concept design and all that jazz. And was even invited in 2019 to present and talk about some of my works. Moving forward, I felt like moving from there, basically, I was headhunted by a company called 8VC who saw some of that sci-fi work and wanted me to start creating brand films for them. So I'm going to show you one of those as well. And this was a project that I tag teamed with my friend Harrison Vincent. And all the design work, all the concept art, all of this was done with Cinema 4D and Octane. So, and I have this habit of basically paying homage to the stuff that I grew up on, which was 80s and 90s anime and 80s and 90s hip-hop. I try to infuse it in everything that I do. And all of this is Cinema 4D. It's kit bashing, it's modeling, it's animating, it's and just utilizing the systems that I have within it to kind of create my own visuals for what I think the future could look like, should look like, and can look like. But let me play you this piece so you guys can see what this what we finished up over here.
When we work together towards an optimistic vision of the future, anything is possible. There's no limit to what humanity can build, or the prosperity that free people can achieve. Cities, community, logistics, infrastructure.
We do a lot of work with his company, yeah.
Environment. On Earth or abroad. When even one person is not given the opportunity to reach her full potential, our job is not yet done. Help us build a better future at AmericanOptimist.com.
Okay, so this was the brand film that we completed, and then what ended up happening through the course of my career was we got hit by COVID, and for the longest time I was basically working with clients that I felt creatively satisfied with for the first time in a really long time, and I was creating the work that I really wanted to do. But then COVID hit, and I had all this extra time, and I felt like I wanted to jump back into doing personal projects. And so I opened up Cinema 4D, and in Montreal, we got hit pretty hard with it. We had a 10 p.m. curfew, and they lasted, I think, 3 to 4 months. And I felt like, okay, well, how am I going to utilize this time? Well, I don't want to jump back into like a 6-month project, which was like the waitlist project. I just want to do these smaller and smaller projects that allow me to basically chase an aesthetic. Or if I see a piece of concept art that I really want to imitate or do my own version of. And so I started off with this little painting, this animated painting that I did, and it's just a loop. And I was experimenting with the animation in the water, the animation for the deer, the grass moving, the windmill, the birds, and how to place the rocks, how to create a pathway, a leading line. And with each and every single piece, I was starting to learn a little bit more about the software, texturing, how to push a few things, the boundaries of my own creative abilities. And you can see some of the process that goes into this. To basically, it starts off one way and it will always transform into something else. So I started off with windmills. And then I started to mess around with this one, Beach Day. And today, the great thing that is, as I'm showing you guys this, a lot of these, I'll be going over a few of the tips and tricks and how to get some really quick animations. And with this one, I wanted to mess around with the graffiti, how to do that within Octane, how to paint some on wherever I wanted to, the puddles, how to get that anime style shoreline foam over here. And the subtle animation within the character. I was playing around with the hair module because I wanted to redo the hair because I felt the 3D scan needed something else to it. And I was messing around with the HDRI, how to get anime skies in here. And each single one I felt was pushing kind of my creative boundaries. So I started off with something that was a bit more peaceful, and then it started to get a little bit darker, and then I figured I'd embrace it fully and go into the full industrial the industrial revolution of sci-fi. And I started to work on this one over here, and this is called Sunsets. And with this one, it was the same thing. I'm playing with sound design, I'm playing with how to create this sci-fi blimp, how to show scale with the birds, the looping nature of the cars going by, the people over here basically sitting down, the movement of the legs, how to get this to look over here with the wires, copper wire, creating some of the advertisements so you kind of get a feel for the piece. And every single time, it starts off one way, and then through the iteration process of Cinema 4D and Octane, and you could use Redshift, whatever you feel comfortable with. But for me, I just go through so many of these. So it starts off one way, and over the course, it starts to change and change and change until it's something else. So when this was done, I released it, and I started to feel a lot better about my work, and I realized that all these short projects were really growing me as an artist. And the one we're going to be talking about today is The Future is Kind. And it's what ended up happening with this piece was that for the first time in a really long time, this was the moment where I felt my skill sets in C4D became second nature. I was able to basically really quickly know how to create what I wanted to create. I modeled the robot. Oh, and here's something I wanted to show you guys before I kind of jump into this one. Is there's a program called PureRef, and if you're creating any kind of concept art or iterating in any kind of way, and you want to find a bunch of images, this is a great one to basically collect all those images and go through it. And let me show you, because when I go through and do these projects, a big part of it is research. So I'm always looking for like a type of robot that I want to use, and I collect a whole bunch of these artists' works. And in this one, I wanted to pay homage to a Studio Ghibli anime called Castle in the Sky, and I want to do my own iteration of that robot. And so let me just hit play on this guy. And so today, what we're going to be talking about is how to get this grass looping, how to place it, how to create pathways, how to loop a lot of these animations, how to move the hand in a loop, and how to create movement in the grass and movement in the dress without using dynamics, but using the weight vertex tag and selecting pieces that I want to be animated. But really subtle work is being done in this, and the iteration process is moving really quickly. I'm also going to be talking about Octane and how to utilize the weight vertex tag to select certain parts of the texture so I can color correct just that part of it. But once again, I go through so many iterations of experimentation before I get to the end piece of it. Whether it's creating the robot or creating the grass, there's just so many iterations of this in order to get to the point where I feel like it's captured, I guess, a design aesthetic that feels clean. So moving on from this piece, I want to show you guys a little something over here. So when I had completed that, and I was doing that during the second lockdown in Montreal, what I started to feel like was like I had picked up a few new tools, and I really wanted to go into an older project of mine and figure out how I could utilize those skill sets that I had learned to improve upon it. So within the waitlist project, if you'll look, there is a final scene in here that I always felt like I didn't have the time to really perfect it. I didn't have the time to really make it something else. So if you look, the grass, the way that it moves is super, I'm going to be critical of my work, of course, but I just don't think it's realistic. It doesn't move the way it should move. There's no subtlety to it. And I always felt that was the one piece that if I could go back and change, I would. And during this process, I felt like, you know what, let's go back into an older piece of mine with the skill sets that I had learned doing these mini projects and see what I could do to an older project and bring it back to the point that, bring it up to the level that all the other ones have come up to. So I went back in, I replaced the sky, it made it more anime-like, I replaced the color of the trees, I went in and I replaced the grass, I used the weight vertex tag to paint down some paths. I was able to know how to loop certain animations so that the astronaut over here loops, the birds are going in and they're creating scale. And it loops back into itself. There's subtlety in the movement of the trees, there's subtlety to the movement of the grass this time, the color placement, the color picking of everything. And you can see how it started off to what it ended up being from the original to the new one. And today, what we're going to talk about is some of those animation techniques that I used throughout these pieces. So let me pull up the Future is Kind, and let's talk about the first thing that I'm going to showcase to you guys. So really quickly, if you look at this piece, you'll notice that there's some movement within our hand. And I'm going to go through and show you how I basically do that in the quickest, the dirtiest kind of way possible. So that you guys understand how easy it is to kind of do this stuff. Okay, so here's the character over here, and what I can do is grab her. Now, I've got a clean version of this, but I think it's always fun to show you guys just what can happen when you pull it in. So I've got all these separate vertex maps for the character over here, if you see, for specific parts if I want to adjust them. But let me delete all this. And we're going to start off from the beginning. I'm going to delete these displaces, the wind deformer over here. Cool. I'm going to grab this over here. I'm going to go into my coordinates. I'm going to right-click on the X. I'm going to right-click on the Y, Z, and the rotation. All right. So now I've got this character in here. And what I want to do is really simply... Oh, and I want to make mention that this technique was something that I found perusing the internet. So I checked out an artist called Travis Davids. He does really good tutorials. And he showcased this technique, and I believe he also got it from a Blender artist called Ian Hubert, and he was able to transform it to C4D, and I saw it, and I was like, okay, cool, this is the best way to get some animation within my loop so that this character reacts to the robot, because if it's just stagnant, I feel like it doesn't add anything to the image. Granted that the finger is pointing, but I want a little bit of movement so it feels a little bit more naturalistic. So I've got this 3D scan of a character. There are no bones. There's no ability for me to move her. But what I can do is go under the character tag, hit the joint tool, and what I could do while holding control, I can hit a joint at the bottom, joint at the knee, a joint at the torso, a joint at the neck, and a joint at the head. Now, what I'm going to do is rotate around here, and you'll notice that it's kind of at a diagonal. So let me put my display over here at so we could see the polygons. I'm going to hit the selection tag. I'm going to hit the joint tool, and I'm going to maneuver these guys. Now, if you look at the axis over here, it's not particularly easy to maneuver with this. So I'm going to hit the world transform so that it's pointed directly at my camera, and I can easily shift this axis over here. Now I'm moving down the joints, and I'm just adjusting them so that they're aligned with the spine of the 3D asset over here. Sweet, let me look at this. Okay, we got it. So she's over here, and what I want to do is I want to select, like I can delete this guy over here. I can select from the top the animated girl 1. Holding shift, I'm going to select all the way to joint 6. I'm going to go into character, and I'm going to hit bind. And so if you look at the bottom left, it's starting to do the calculations, and it's binding this geometry to the bones that I've created. Sweet. So let me delete, let me turn off the shading, and now we've got this character, and all I want to do is do some subtle movement. So I'm going to grab the joint that's over at her shoulders, And what I'm going to do is play around which one's going to affect it. So it's going to be the rotation H and rotation P are the ones that are going to affect it the most and have some movement. Now, mind you, this is like a subtle effect. I don't want you guys pushing it and doing some crazy thing like this for this. It's just about how to get some subtle movement and some loops. Now, you can drop some keyframes, which is really easy for something like this, but I always go resort to using Signal. I just think it's really easy to kind of drag and drop some parameters and really easily loop it. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the H, I'm dragging and dropping it into the question mark that was provided when I right-clicked and selected Signal. I'm double-clicking that. All I do is move this guy down over here, and I hit ping pong so that it loops back into itself. Now, if you notice, it's moving, right? But it's not going to loop into itself. It's hitting back, and that's because my loop period is at 72. But if I want this to loop into itself, I just turn it to 36, so divide it by 2, and now we've got some looping. Now, of course, it could be a lot more subtle, and all you got to do is drag up this guy over here, and you're getting some subtle movement within the character so that that you didn't even have to drop any keyframes on. So let me pull up the image over here. So what we've done right now is I showcased to you how we're going to get that movement over here. But here's another thing that I think is really interesting about the loop, and that's the way that the dress goes and loops itself. A lot of people were wondering through my Instagram whether I did that with dynamics and how did you get the dynamics to loop, but in reality, I didn't use any of that. So let me showcase to you what I did. For me, it's always really cool to kind of get some cheats in here. So I'm going to show you one quick one. So with this, all I did was select the bottom of the dress, and I used the deformer and an effector, and I used turbulent noise to basically animate this dress. Now let me show you what that looks like. Really quickly, I'm going to use the weight tag. So let me select this cube. I'm going to add some segments onto that. 20 segments, cool. I'm going to go into my display so you guys can see the segments that I've added. I'm going to grab this guy, and I'm going to bake, all right? And so now all these polygons are able for me to be selected. So I'm going to hit over here. So I was in object mode. I'm going to grab the polygon mode, grab the rectangle over here, and now I just want to select these bottom polygons over here, right? So within the selection tool, you could hit visible only, and that'll allow you to select only the things that I'm able to see, but I didn't do that, so I'm selecting behind the cube as well. So I've got these selected. What I want to do now is go under the selection tool, and I want to set my vertex weight to 100%. Sweet. And so what I've done right here is basically say whatever is red isn't affected, but whatever is yellow will be affected. Now I'm going to grab a deformer. And you could use a displacer, you could use all these things, but I noticed for me what worked the best was the wind deformer. So I'm going to drag and drop it onto the cube. And if you look, it's affecting the whole thing, right? Now imagine that this is the girl character over here with the multiple polygons. It's going to affect the whole girl, and she's going to be wavy, and we don't want that. We just want to affect the bottom of the dress. So with that vertex tag, how are we going to use that? Well, we're going to right-click on the deformer. We're going to go into rigging tags, and we're going to set a restriction tag. And the restrictions tag says nothing is going to move unless we feed it some kind of information. So the information we're going to feed it is the weight information that we created. So now the only thing that it's affecting is the bottom, right? I mean, this isn't going to be the most beautiful version of this, but I just want you guys to see without going end-to-end the technique, right? So the wind deformer is affecting just the bottom, and if you just make it a little bit more subtle, really quickly you're seeing how I'm basically manipulating the bottom of the dress by selecting and then painting with the vertex map. If I select it over here and I hit shift, what I can do is blur it so that I can select exactly what I want it to do. I hit play, and it's starting to basically affect that bottom part. Now, how did I get it to loop is the real question. Really simply, I mean, it's really basic how I did it. It was just that I dropped the keyframe at 0. I went to the 24-second mark, 24 frames mark. Hit a keyframe over here at 100. Let me drop this guy, hit this to 100, to 0, I mean. Boom. hit this guy to hit this guy on, and then I went to frame 48, keeping it at 100, went to frame 0, boom. And that's the beauty of the vertex tag, is that you can decide when the weight affects it and not, and use that through animation. So really quickly, you're getting some like wind going through, and if you stretch this out over the course of 10 seconds, which is about 24 frames a second, it's really unnoticeable when the wind's affecting it and when it's not. And if you make it subtle enough, you're avoiding using dynamics, you're avoiding using wind deforms, you're avoiding using bones within this thing, and you're getting some subtle animation off of something that didn't have any cloth. There's no marvelous designer being used. It's just this effector. Okay, so we're able to see how the wind is affecting the dress. We're able to see how the finger is being moved. So now we're going to see how to basically loop that grass in there as well, and how we're going to draw pathways using the weight deformer tag as well, or weight vertex tag as well. Okay, so let's open up another file. Let's bring in a plane. Let's add width segments over here, width segments over here. I'm going to hit the display over here. So this is going to be our ground. Same thing as before. What we're going to do is bake this so that I can utilize what I need it to do. And I'm going to show you two methods of doing this. One is the Octane way of doing this, the cloning and using the vertex map. And the other way is using the C4D cloner. And then I'm going to show you how to use the shader effector to basically create some looping animation for the grass. Okay, so I've got this selected. And what I want to do is hit the polygon selection tool over here. I'm going to hold this, drag, and hit my live selection. I'm going to hit the middle mouse button. And what I'm going to do is create a selection where I want the grass to grow. And now I'm going to hit select over here. I'm going to hit vertex weight, hit 100%, and boom. Now the problem is with this is, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the grass is actually going to grow on the yellow, but we don't want that. So I'm going to hit Control Z. I'm going to go into my selection tools over here. I'm going to hit invert. And now the grass is going to grow wherever the yellow is, right? Set here, and I'm going to hit set vertex weight, 0. Sweet. Okay, so we've got our vertex information. And now let me create a blade of grass. And I'm going to over here. And next I'm also going to drop the Octane scatter, but give me 1 second. So usually I use Forester, but I think you can use any object you want. You can go into Megascans or whatever. It's all good. I just really want to quickly show you the technique and make a really easy blade of grass over here. Let's do over here. Sweet. All right, next I'm going to hit T on this guy. I'm going to drag and drop it over here. E to move it up. Sweet. Next, I'm going to bake this, and when I bake this, I also want to open up my access center. So I've done customized my menu a little bit, so it's a little bit easier to find it. I'm going to drag it to Y, and I'm going to hit execute. And if I go into my object selection tool, you'll notice that over here, drag this up a little bit. Okay, over here I've got my blade of grass, right? What I want to do is hit T again, shrink this, sweet. Okay, so now what I want to do is bring up my Octane scatter. I'm going to drag the cube over here. I'm going to actually name this grass. Sweet. I'm going to name this one ground. Right on. Drag the blade of grass over here. I'm going to turn on my Octane scatter so you guys can see what I'm working with. I'm going to hit surface over here, so we're telling it to clone onto the surface rather than the vertex. And really quickly, we're able to clone onto this piece of geometry. And so that's our grass basically, right? We've got that on there, but how do we create a pathway, right? Like how do we create something that basically tells it, I don't want it to be here, but I want it to be there. So while selecting this too, the beauty of the Octane scatter is you could get a crazy amount of clones on here and it costs the CG render nothing. But here we go. So I've got my path selected over here. And let me select Octane. And what I want to do is drag that vertex map into the vertex map section over here. And right now, I've told it that I don't want these cloners to go over here. And the beautiful thing about this, too, is it's really dynamic. So while holding this down, I'm also creating new pathways over here. And let me go into my Octane scatter, and let me up my limit to 1, which is the effector. which decides how much it affects, the weight map affects the geometry. I'm going to take this guy over here, and once again, I'm just drawing back and forth, and I'm creating pathways within my grass. So that's one way to do it, but there's also another way to do it, and I want to show you guys how to do it if you don't have Octane, and it's just a little bit different, but it works more or less the same way. So let me grab this guy over here. I've got my cloner, and let me take my blade of grass. I'm going to put it underneath, and what I'm going to do is change it from grid. If I go under the object menu and change it from grid to object, what it's going to do is search for the object that I want it to clone onto, and I'm going to grab the ground. I'm going to clone it onto that. And if you notice, let me delete my Octane scatter over here. If you notice that it's not respecting the axis that I created, and that's a really simple fix. You'll hit align to clone, and boom, I've got the grass cloning on top of the ground. Now, what I'd like to do is hit the multi-instance and increase the count to something crazy like 2,000. Right on. Very similar to what we had before. I can pause my Octane right now since I'm not using it. And I've got the same setup that I had before, but how do I put the pathways within the grass this time around? Well, I'm going to hit the ground over here, and I'm going to go into my selection, my polygonal selection. I'm going to hit select over here, and instead of going to the vertex map, what I'm going to do is hit the store selection, and that's going to create this triangle over here. And that's going to store our information. I'm going to hit the cloner over here. I'm going to drag the triangle that we created, the selection tag over here, and boom. It's the same exact way of doing it, but now we've done it using the cloner. And same thing as before, it's super dynamic, so I can, same as before, it's super dynamic, so I can affect it. I can say, I don't want these guys over here. All I have to do this time around is update. And when I update, what I'm going to, one second. Let me do this and hit update. Boom. And now it's deleted the grass where we didn't want it. Okay, so now if we go back, I've got the grass in there. I've taught you guys how to kind of loop the dress. I've taught you how to loop the animation. Well, how does the grass loop back and forth into itself? Now, I tried multiple techniques when I was doing this through the animated piece, the animated windmill one. And I thought I found a way with the fields, moving it up and down off, but I found that this was a way better way to do it. So basically, I went into the effectors. While holding my cloner, I hit the shader effector, and with the shader effector, I went into the parameters, and right now, what it's doing is it's affecting the scale, but I don't want it to affect the scale. What I actually want it to affect is the rotation. And so really subtly, I'm just going to move it over here, and if you're looking at my screen right now, it's moving the grass a little bit. I'm going to actually change it from Giro to these shader lines over here so you guys can see it. I'm going to move it to 16 and then 15 over here. Just really subtle movements. Then I'm going to go into the shading. I'm going to do the drop down, and the way that I'm going to do the animation is through noise. So I'm going to double click on the noise that I've created over here, and if you notice, there's going to be an animation speed and loop period. So the way that this works is that a loop period is based on the frames per second. So I've got 72 frames here, so 24 goes into 72 3 times, so my loop period is 3. And my animation speed is going to be 2. So if I hit back on this and start playing, you'll notice that my grass begins to loop automatically. And it's looping into itself, which is the really clean part about this because it's respecting the noise moving back and forth. So we've got that done. We've got the grass loop. We've got the dress being deformed. We've got the movement of the animation. I've shown you how to use the vertex tag in order to paint on grass. Well, the next thing I want to show you guys is what happens when you want to change up a texture. So if you look at my original piece over here, because it was a 3D scan model, the texture's baked in. So if you look over here, the hand of the child is actually a lot brighter than the rest of the child over here. And I can't affect that with lighting because the lighting's already baked in. So I had to go in and select the right texture, select the texture and adjust that. Now I could go into a substance, I could go into Photoshop, and I could adjust the map. But what I really want to do is stay within the program. So within this one over here, I'm going to bring up another cube for you guys to see the technique behind being able to select something and utilize that weight vertex selection in order to affect the texture. So I'm going to do this thing again where I add a little bit more segments to this cube. I'm going to grab the lines over here. By going to display, I'm going to show the polygons within there. I'm going to bake it down. And what I'm going to do next is move it over here. I'm going to grab the polygon selection. And let me move this over here. I'm going to grab my selection cursor over here. I'm going to grab these guys, these polygons. And what I'm going to do is same as before, go into the selection. Going to set vertex weight, hit it to 100. Boom. Set this guy. And now we've got the part where I want it to be affected and the part that isn't going to be affected, right? But how do we use this information through texturing? Well, let me bring up my texture over here, my texture menu. I'm going to make a glossy octane texture. Super simple. Drag and drop it on there. I'm going to double click it, go into basics, hit up the node editor. And now when I'm in the node editor, what I want to do is bring up a few nodes that are going to help me basically paint on this guy and utilize the data that I've created. So I'm going to hit vertex map over here. I'm going to hit RGB so you guys could see the changes that I'm doing. Double of these guys. And I'm going to hit a mix node. Not the mix texture, but the mix node. Cool. All right, so I've got these guys over here. Let me start up my Octane too so you guys can see kind of what I'm doing. And what I want to do right now, by selecting my vertex map, I want to drag and drop that vertex weight over here. I'm going to plug that into the amount, so it's going to control what the yellow and red stand for. I'm going to grab this RGB. I'm going to make this red. I'm going to make this blue over here. Right on. I'm going to plug these into texture 1. Plug this into texture 2. And really quickly, I'm going to plug this into the diffuse. Sweet. So what I'm able to do is use that vertex map to basically decide what I want painted on. And I can go into it one more time over here. And while hitting shift, I can also blur out the lines. I can add stuff to it. And I can paint on top of this geometry really quickly. And you can utilize this in a number of ways, but the way that I utilized it, once again, let me bring this up, hit up my node editor, was I pulled up the texture. So I had the texture of the 3D scan plugged into here. I had another texture of the 3D scan plugged into here. And knowing I'm only going to be affecting the blue part, what I did was take a color correction tag. Color correction. And I plugged it into the yellow one over here, and all I did was manipulate the brightness, manipulate the hue and the saturation, and really quickly I was able to affect the colors of this in order to get it to a more naturalistic look for the texture that was already in without having to jump into any other program. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, that is the last presentation for today. My name is Victor Dimitrov, and I'm done here. I think moving forward, if you want to catch up to any of my work, you can. And yeah, let's just close this up.
Surprise ending.
Was it a surprise?
You're like, and that's it. I'm done. I'm going home.
I mean,
I got no more for you.
Oh, okay. Okay. One thing I wanted to bring this up was I do a lot of research when coming up with a lot of the concept art that I do. Let me bring this up.
Yeah, while you're doing that, tell me how much Iron Giant inspired that image.
Oh my
it's
God.
very, very Iron Giant-y.
So get this. You have to watch this anime called Castle in the Sky called Lupita, and it's really based on that. And there's a Batman the Animated Series episode where Mr. Freeze had this like robot. So it's really based on that, but it's just these giant arm robots that I thought were really rad.
Well, it's not so much the robot is the composition, because the young girl, it gives you that Iron Giant feeling because of the relationship you've created in the
scale.
composition.
I think a lot of it's scale. It's using motion clips to add some kind of life to it. I mean, the cool thing too, I thought, is like the subtlety. So I'm not using a deformer, but if you look over here at the top of the moss, it's also moving, and you could use that technique that I did.
Brings it to life. Oh yeah.
It's just subtle detail.
It's so subtle, it just brings things to life. Like even just moving the clouds sometimes can do that.
And so you could utilize that cloner for a lot of stuff. You know, like this is some of my concept art, creating like a spaceship for a video game that we're working on. And I'm using the cloner to basically just clone a bunch of these clump geometry kit bash kits together and create different things. Same thing over here. It's just Octane. It's understanding texturing, and you can get a lot of really complicated results really quickly by just utilizing tools within the system. And I'm not even jumping into Photoshop and doing paint overs. Like, I think my work just looks like that, but in reality, this is just
Straight
out.
renders?
Exactly, straight renders.
That's pretty rare.
And it's just knowing how to utilize the tools, and it's just little like quick tips to kind of make your work stand out a little bit more, and it helps with the looping. But
I love it.
yeah,
I love it how you bring it to life too. Awesome work. Where can people find you?
Oh, they can find me at Weight of Thought on Instagram, Twitter, and everything else like that. But here's something. So when I started this journey, kind of becoming a CGI artist, I did it with the Weightless project, and there was something that like I always felt like it's the start of something. I always wanted to be a little bit bigger, but I just you create it, and I think that the world unfolds without you knowing it, and you start getting the gigs that you really like, and you start working on the projects you really like with the people you really like. Also, shouts out to my guys over at 8VC, Harrison Vincent, who's under H-Tape, super talented artist, Luke, Chris, the other Luke. But basically, I work in a job right now where I feel really satisfied, but I think during the lockdown, I felt like a pull towards doing more and more personal projects. And I think what I'm going to do is take the Weightless trailer and turn it into a bigger piece. And I've got the instrumental for that as well, and the track. And I'm going to try and do a bigger 3-minute to 3.5-minute short film showcasing some of that
ambitious.
stuff.
3 minutes, that's a lot.
Yeah, but I think right now, after working on all these projects, it's second nature, and that's the beauty of like why I wanted to talk the most about The Future Is Kind, was because it felt for the first time I wasn't creating something to get something else. Right. I was just in lockdown in Montreal, and I just wanted to do something that
passion project.
Yeah, and brought peace. Like it was just something to do that you felt like I could just put on a Spotify playlist, and as I had that on, I was just creating the fingers for the arm, the head, and kind of getting the animation going, and it felt peaceful, and it felt like meditation almost.
So when you coming back to show us the piece?
Give me a year.
Let's put a date on it.
A
year on it.
Yeah,
so
give me a year.
Siggraph 2023.
Siggraph 2023. I'll come back and I'll show you what I've done.
At least the start of it.
I'll finish it. I'll finish it. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Dimitrov. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it. And thanks for closing out the day. Those on the interwebs and people here, we have another great lineup of artists coming in tomorrow. You'll want to stick around. We've got a couple of sneak peeks that are going to be coming out tomorrow. I just teased sneak peeks, but there will be a couple of sneak peeks out there. And if you missed any of the presentations, they will be put online on the 3D Motion Show website. After the show, we'll put them up there so you can go back and watch them anytime. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, man.
Bro, thank you.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting it on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.